Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you are watching. Thank you so much for choosing Tembei TV. This is Open Forum Political Discussion Show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. The exchange between Raila Odinga and William Ruto uh, takes another gear higher. Pili Pili Usioila Yakuwashiani. Well, we want to dive into that as we get to the bottom of which direction is this country taking with the general elections. Mother Karua is shining in Mount Kenya, even as she drums up support for Azimio and Raila Odinga. Is she the cure to the slippery mountain, or what? Is William Ruto going to recover from the mother effect ama kutakwendaje? Karibu kila mmoja mahala popote ulipo. And of course, Kenya Kwanza was in KAJIADO trying to undo what Azimio did there. Well, let them keep chasing after. And of course, election countdown is 47 days to the general elections. Are we ready for this? Is the country ready for this? Are you ready for this? Let us get down to discussing all this and more, even as we continue with the debate tonight. Well, the link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you will be in this space for us to get talking. I appreciate all of you that are joining us fast and furious. Please, let's get in and let us get talking. As long as we keep civility and continue with respecting one another. And if you're able to connect, please make sure you help another person to join into the discourse tonight, even as we start out the show. Don't watch alone. Invite your community, your parents, your friends, both at home and in the diaspora. This is one unique show that you can link on or hook on from wherever you are around the world. As long as you can connect on the internet, you will be able to get Tembei TV. So please, let's ensure that the whole world tunes in for us to get to the bottom of what is happening in Kenya and which direction is the nation taking with these general elections. Thank you, Salome Mbone. Appreciate you. Kuna Mary Catherine Oduol. Thank you so much. Favor Akita, you're welcome. Mato, karibu sana. VP kwako. We appreciate you. Kuna Veronica Njenga, asante sana. Robert Opilu, you're welcome. Kuna Nyayo, huyu Fangorama, karibu kwa show. Bakis Mohamed, karibu kwa show. Good evening to you. Thank you so much. Alan Onyando, you're welcome. Eric Mamboleo, karibu kwa show. Jojo Uma, you're welcome. Kuna Kitesh Matthew, you're welcome. Grevin Mulongo, you're welcome. Hi to you. Eugene Japani, karibu kwa show. Helen Ekisa, you're welcome. Hilary Sige, you're welcome. Gladys Mora, karibu kwa show. Njugush KE, karibu kwa show. Asante sana kwa kila mmoja anayejiunga nasi. Tunashukuru. Tafadhali ukitupata hakikisha unasaidia jirani atupate naye, ili amakinike na siasa zetu, ili asisalie nyuma kwa yale yanayojiri katika nchi hii na vile siasa inakwenda, alafu amejiandaa na kura yake. Zimesalia siku 47, alafu tutakuwa kwa debe. Sasa mimi nakuuliza, uko tayari ama hauko tayari? Are you among the undecided or you have decided? That is what we would love to hear from you, even on the comment section. Those who are ready to vote, you should let us know they are ready, and those who are not yet ready, they should ask us questions. We may help them into making that decision by informing you rightly in order for you to be armed and dangerous, ready to elect a new president, a new governor, a new member of parliament, a new women rep, a new senator, a new MCA. Well, they may not be new based on what you're going to elect. They are also going to be re-elected. Others are going to be shown the door. And Kenyans, we need to take this election serious. Nobody deserves to be in that office except he is qualified and competent and is part of the Kenyan dream that seeks to improve and make this country a first world country. But if they are for taking us back in the 16th century, then you have every right to reject them on the ballot. Haya, mambo ni kama hayo. Steve, vipi?
Poa sana Bernard, jambo. Wacha
karibu.
Nashukuru. Wacha nipishe mzee mwanzo hapa Jakindu Bay. Unajua kuheshimu wazee ni vizuri, alafu utanipatia nafasi. Asante.
Wewe unabuku nafasi. Ukipatia mzee umepeana mzee. Sadaka ikishatoa umetoa.
Asante sana Steve.
Baba Jakindu Bay, vipi leo?
Salama sana Bernard. Na wasalimia wote. Hamjambo. Nimefurahi kuwaona. Steve, umepotea wapi? Mimi sijakufika kuona jana.
Nilikuwa jana. Nilikuwa.
Labda jana nilitoka mapema.
Mimi ndo nilitoka mapema jana.
Okay. Asante sana Bernard, nimefurahi sana inasema Pili Pili Usioila Yakuwashiani nini? Nafikiri Pili Pili Usioila na nafikiri Pili Pili kwa kweli amekula sasa inamwasha. Mimi nasema Bwana asifiwe, amekula pilipili inamwasha. Ingawaje hakuwa anatakikana kula hiyo pilipili, lakini ameikula inamwasha kwa sababu hana njia yoyote. Mimi sioni njia yoyote ile atakuja kushinda, na nafurahi kwamba Wakenya wameanza kujua, Wakenya wengi wameanza kujua kwamba mambo ya uongozi haitakikani iwe ni mchezo, kwa sababu hiyo unacheza na maisha ya wenzako. Uongozi ni kuleta watu pamoja, uongozi ni kusema ukweli kwa watu wako na kufanya watu wote tufanye kazi pamoja, kwa sababu umoja ndio nguvu. So ninafurahi kwa sababu watu sasa wameanza kujua kwamba uongozi, mimi ni sitaki kutumia kwamba siasa, unaona neno la siasa sitaki kutumia, kwa sababu unapotumia siasa watu wanaichukulia mzaha, watu wanaichukulia ni kwamba mtu anaweza kuja tu akasema mambo ya uongo au mambo ya uvivu, kucheza na watu. Hiyo ni kucheza na maisha yetu, kwa sababu hawa watu ambao tunawaita wanasiasa, hawa ndio watu wanatutungia sheria ambazo tunatumia nazo. Wanaweza kutunga sheria kwamba hamtakikani tuendeshe gari katikati ya Nairobi. Kuna wakati mwingine tulizuiwa kuendesha gari katikati ya Nairobi. Kuna wakati mwingine mabasi hizi matatu zilikatazwa. Nani anatembea na mguu? Ni sisi. Tunatembea na mguu kutoka huko Landimau, unanyeshewa na mvua. Hiyo ni makosa, nani, kwa sababu ya sisi kuchukulia wanasiasa kwamba ni jambo la mchezo. Siasa, mimi nataka niwaambie tusichukulie kwamba ni mchezo. Siasa ndio itaamua kama tutakuwa na hospitali nzuri, kama tutakuwa na barabara nzuri, kama tutakuwa na shule nzuri, kama maisha yetu tutakuwa na mishahara, kazi tutapata. Ni hiyo siasa. Kwa hiyo siasa, mtu asije ukachukulia kwa upuzi tu ati siasa na mtu anaweza kuja tu akasema uongo. Kama kwa mfano Sakaja ashasema uongo. Tushaona tabia yake ni tabia ya uongo, tabia ya kutoheshimu sheria. Alafu tunataka kumchagua, anasema atakuwa kwa debe. Kama sheria imewekwa kwamba lazima uwe na degree, fuate sheria. Kama huna, enda usome. Lakini Wakenya, sisi wote Wakenya tunataka kukubali sheria ambayo sisi wenyewe ndio tumeweka, alafu tunataka kuivunja. Alafu sasa nani atatii sheria? Ndio maana watu wanaiba, ndio maana watu kuna corruption, kwa sababu ni sisi tumekubali. Ni lazima tuanze haya mambo kuyazingatia na kukataa mambo ya haya mambo ya kutotii sheria. Kwa hiyo mtu kama huyo tukishamuona ana dosari, huyo ni kiongozi ambaye hatumchagui. Unaona, hata kama ni mtu wetu, hata kama ni ndugu yangu, atawachafulia jina katika familia yenu, atawachafulia jina. Lakini tukikataa mambo ya kuchafuliwa jina, ama tukikataa hao viongozi, tutapata service nzuri, vitu ambavyo tunavyovitaka tutapata, kwa sababu kama tukiweza kuchagua watu ambao wana tija na wana nidhamu na ni watu ambao wanajali uongozi, ni jambo la manufaa kwa sisi wote. Kwa hiyo mimi naweza kusema kwamba ni vizuri. Nimefurahi kwamba Wakenya washaanza kuona, kwa sababu leo nimeona mkutano wa mama kule Laikipia, wengi wametoka UDA wanakuja kwa Azimio, kwa sababu wamesema huko ndio wanaona kuna ukweli, kuna mama na baba, na mahali kuna mama na baba huwa ni mahali pazuri. Watoto ambao wanakuwa na mama na baba, kuna tofauti na mtoto ambaye ana mababa tu peke yao au ana mama peke yao. Lakini mahali kuna mama huwa kuna hakuna baridi, huwa kuna mapenzi vile vile, na kuna vile vile ni kuangaliwa kwamba huwezi kwenda njaa kama mama yuko, huwezi. Kwa hiyo nimeona watu wengi wameanza kuona mlengo wa Azimio ni mlengo ambao una matumaini, unaangalia kwamba nchi yetu inatakiwa itoke kwa hali ya umasikini, tuwe katika daraja nyingine tofauti, kwa sababu tumezoea kuambiwa sisi ni masikini. Lakini sisi wa Afrika si masikini, tuko na kila kitu ambapo hawa wazungu wanataka, lakini wao wamezoea kutuambia ati sisi ni masikini, na tunakubali sisi si masikini. Waafrika sisi sio masikini. Nchi yetu tunaweza kupata chochote, gold nini, kila kitu tunayo, na ni hizo vitu tukijua kuzitumia, sisi si watu masikini. Inatakiwa hao ndio wangekuwa wanakuja Afrika, wanatufanyia kazi, tunawalipa, wanatufanyia kazi na tunawalipa, kwa sababu tuna mali ambayo watu wanaweza kutufanyia kazi na tuwalipe bila sisi kufanya kazi. Lakini ni vizuri kwamba sisi sote tujue hayo mali yetu tutayalinda namna gani. Tukichagua wale waporaji, watazipora, wataziuza na tutabaki masikini. Asante sana Bernard. Wacha mwingine Bernard.
Okay, so sorry, I think I have issues from my end.
Steven, wewe utaendelea sasa, Steve.
Okay, thank you. I think I had issues from my end. Sijui kama napatikana.
Unapatikana kwa vizuri kabisa.
Okay, basi kabla ya Steve tupatie Mama Selina kwanza, alafu utarudi kwa Mkururo. Steve atasubiri kwanza, msalaba atabeba.
Okay, asante sana panelist wenzangu, Msecha Kendupe, Morsi, Dennis, Cheng, Clinton, Clont, majina ngumu, Mora. Okay, mswada ya leo Raila to Ruto. Oh wow, mbili kwa usio. So nataka kusema kwanza nafurahia vile baba amekaribishwa Samburu. Hiyo patu ni ma community na uniona walikaa chini. Kuna sehemu baba akienda kama niliona kama kuna watu wamewachiana, of which it is nice, lakini kura ya baba huko juu na wamenotice ya kwamba waking'ang'ana wanaweza poteza. So hapo ni plus na nashukuru wa Samburu na wamesema mahitaji yao na wamekumbuka kazi baba aliwafanyia wakati ya serikali ya Kibaki na kila mtu amekuwa in agreement, mambo ya barabara na mambo mingi ametengenezea like ma community Samburu wamekaa na Waturkana wameongea kuhusu hiyo vita kidogo kidogo na wakasema baba atamaliza. Nikienda tena Central mama mkaribishe yenye alikuwa naye Nyeri na Karuti akaenda Nyairuru huko ni Laikipia. Bernard, things have changed. Watu wamechange, watu wamekubali Azimio. Na ndiye sababu tunawaambia watu vile wanasema ati hakuna kufika hiyo 60 ama 70%. Kama Kenyans have decided in every corner part of the country, ni nini hiyo kura haitapika hata 100%? Sababu ni wananchi wameamua. Yes, mkutano ya KKA ukiangalia Kachato ni mkutano ya councillor. You cannot imagine even ni mkutano ya rais. Imereduce mpaka ni kelele tu anasema. Na watu wengine tunarudi vile tulikuwa tunasema samani. Wingi ya watu ulikuwa unaona watu wamejaa, but watu wamekaa kando ni kuchungulia na kusikia ni nini inasemwa. Na watu wenye wanashangilia wenye wako karibu na kari. That is what you see au mkutano ya Kenya kwanza. Lakini sisi wa Kenya 47 days to election, tunaomba amani. Tunataka watu wapige kura kwa usalama. Nashukuru maswali na mumeona vile mother ameulizwa maswali anajibu one by one. Hiyo ndiye tungetaka kuona kwa mkutano ya Kenya kwanza ama Kenya kwisha. Hawajawai communicate na wananchi. You know, kama wanasema unajua mahali mkuu kiatu inakufinya ama ukiwa na usaa mpaka ifinywe. Lakini ukikuja kunihutubia vile tutatenga, vile tunaweka, vile tunafanya na hutaki kujua nini inanisumbua kama mwananchi. So nimeshukuru vile mama anakuwa na hiyo nafasi na watu wanaenda laini, huwezi chakua nani anaongea. They come in a line, wanasema maswali yao na wanachipiwa. Na hivyo ndiye baba pia anafanya. Kumaanisha Kenya ile mseto, mambo ya Kenya vile itakuwa, itatusaidia sisi wote kama wana Kenya. Nataka kuendelea kuomba ya wamama ya kwamba hii ni wakati yetu kama kina mama. Tujitokeze kwa wingi tupigie kura baba na mama na viongozi ya kina mama katika sehemu mbalimbali. But si kupiga kura tu, tuchukue Azimio mahali tumeona wanatambua sisi kama kina mama. I know kuna wamama wengi wamesimama na chama mingi, lakini tunasema let us select the right leaders at the right time. Na right time na right leaders ni kwa Azimio. Mali mama mwenzenyu ako. Ya kwamba ukichaguliwa kama mama kiongozi, utapata nafasi ya kupigia your deputy president, who is Mother Karua, na unamwambia mambo inahusu constituency yako ama sehemu umetoka. Chumata Karua ametuambia leo after election ni kufanya kazi na hakuna kampeni nyingine itaendelea mpaka wakati ikifika ya election inakuja. So ile watu wamezoea kuchaguliwa na the following day wanaanza kukimbia kutafuta kura ya president ama kura yenyewe yao. Martha ametuhakikishia ya kwamba atakuwa karibu na nyinyi kufanya kazi. So mimi nataka kuomba tu, asante Penat, wacha niwachie watu wengine. Nafikiri nimekusa mambo ya baba, nimekusa mambo ya mama, Kachato nimekusa. 47 days to election. Are we ready? Yes. Tuko tayari. Wakenya tuko tayari. Wakenya tunataka ushindi yenye mtu haezi enda kotini. Munaona vile wanasungushana mambo ya certificate. Hatutaki kuambiwa hivyo wakati ya uchaguzi. Penat, wacha wale wanatwist na certificate yao waende kotini. Na sisi wananchi tupige kura na tukue na cap kubwa sana yenye hata mtu akitaka kusema aliipiwa ama atake kwenda kotini atakuwa na namna. 47 days, tafuta mahali uliweka kipande yako kama mama, tafuta mahali uliweka kura, na kama batu wa mama unapatia msee akuwekee. Nataka niwaombe wa mama, this is the time ya kukaribia msee, kumupembeleza, kumpikia chakula ili aweze kuruhusu ukue na kipande yako na kura yako, kwa sababu najua sisi kina mama wengi baba ametuwekea kitambulisho yetu. So akifika nyumbani, kwa sababu unajua nini tunataka, wacha tukue wakarimu, tupigie baba mapema, tukaribishe, tupatie chakula, kwa sababu tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 hakuna kukaribia baba. Uwe umeweka kitambulisho yako, akilala uwe umechomoka, umepiga kura, unarudi nyumbani kumpigia chai watoto na kupigia msee chakula. So kina mama 47 days tufanye kazi yetu kama wamama. Munajua saa ile mama amekaribia kupata mtoto, tunajitayarisha, wale tunajifungulia nyumbani, tunanunua wembe, tunaweka mambo ili ukikutwa usiku wa 8 tuko tayari kusalisha mtoto. Kina mama, this is our time. Kukua tayari ni kuweka kitambulisho yako karibu, kuweka kipande yako karibu, na mama ametuambia tukifika pale ni kuangalia Azimio Blue, weka kura hapo na utoke. Hapo utapata baba Raila Odinga na atakuwa na mama. Asante sana Penat. Hii ni wakati yetu ya kuambiana ya kwamba tuwe na silaha yetu. Kina mama tumewekewa, tupatiwe. Asante.
Asante sana Mama Selina kwa utangulizi huo, tunashukuru. Ushauri mzuri kweli, kila mmoja ajiandae, hakikisha ID yako iko ready, kitambulisho chako kiko ready na unajua kule kipo. Usiassume mahali uliweka kwamba inadumu hapo milele, kinaweza kuwa kimehamishwa. Kwa hivyo anza kukitafuta mapema, ukiweke mahali wewe unajua ambako ni salama, ili ukuwe umejihami tayari kwa kutekeleza jukumu lako kama mzalendo. Hakikisha kwamba sauti yako inasikika katika uchaguzi huu. Don't be a spectator, be a participator. Thank you so much. Let's get back to Stephen even as we proceed with the debate. And those of you who have gotten us, please be able to help somebody else tune in. Let us see those numbers rising of the people being invited to watch the show. And don't relent. Keep inviting. Share in Facebook groups, WhatsApp groups, everywhere. Let the whole world tune in and get one or two things that will help them make a right decision or in the coming elections. God bless you. Thank you so much. Stephen, karibu.
Yes, Bernard, jambo.
Sijambo, vipi huko?
Poa sana na wote katika studio, jambo. Okay, I want to start with the 47 days to elections. Are we ready? I think we are not ready, Bernard. Unajua, tuseme tu ukweli mahali iko. Chebukati is yet to come out clearly with the processes, what is happening. There's no roadmap. I think we are not ready. Us as voters, we are ready. We know where we are going to vote. We are ready. But IEBC is shaking. There's no clear way of how they're going to conduct this election. Because I was just reading somewhere this evening that there'll be another register. They say there will not be a physical register. Now they're saying there might be a physical register. This confusion is not supposed to be there with only 47 days to the election. I think Chebukati should come out clearly and tell us what is not happening. Hii mambo turekebishe ili tusiwe na shida huko mbele, because what we want is a clear win. We don't want a contested election in the courts. We want a clear win with a big margin. Wengine waende nyumbani wakatulie na serikali iongozwe vizuri na baba na mama. Hatutaki shida hapa katikati. You know, hii ku flip flop inawapatia grounds za kuenda kwa Supreme Court na kupata some of litigations. We don't want that. We want a clear win and not contested in the courts of law. The other thing is about Martha Karua in Nyeri. I saw her in Nyeri. She's doing a good job. The ground is becoming responsive to her messages. I think going forward, Martha atatupatia good numbers in that part of the country. I'm not worried anymore about that issue. Huko naona sasa mama ameshika hiyo sehemu. Nikirudi kwa huyu ndugu Raila na mambo ya Ruto, unajua yeye amesema Pili Pili Usioila, lakini mimi nataka niseme kunguru ni ndege lakini hapandishi abiria. Kunguru ni ndege lakini hawezi kupandisha abiria. So at the end of the day, Ruto ametengeneza malazi yake. It's his time now to sleep on them. Kwa sababu he has been on the side, giving side. Now it's him on the receiving end. He's not supposed to complain. Let him take it as a man. Venye Raila amekuwa pale, amekula tear gas. It's his time now. Hata mbingu pia zimekubali. So let him cope with it. Let him cope with it. Hakuna njia nyingine ya kutoka hapo. Huu ni mwaka wake na ajitayarishe, waanze kufanya mazoezi ya kukimbia huku na huku, kwa sababu tear gas hawataepukana nayo. Kivyo vyote lazima watapitia hiyo njia. So aache kupiga kelele huku na huku akisema mambo ambayo hayana msingi. You know, it's becoming funny for him to stand and say that the government did this was a misplaced priority, like the gun processing factory. Anasema hii kitu ilikuwa, where were you? Why didn't you come out clear at that time to disagree? You know, hii kitu it's just becoming worse of him. Let him just relax. Tarehe 9 tunampeleka Sugoi, hakutakuwa na miti, hakutakuwa na mito. Yeye ataenda nyumbani vizuri akatulie huko. Okay, Kajiado, nimeona Wamasai huko. Unajua Wamasai hawa, Wamasai wa Ruto huwa hawana fimbo. Tunashangaa fimbo zao zinaenda wapi? Na hata Masai hata ukimpata bank, kisu yake yako nayo, fimbo yake yako nayo. Mali sijawahi ona Masai ni kwa bench za hospitali tu, lakini mahali popote unapata Masai yako na fimbo yake na rungu yake. Hao huwa wanapeleka wapi hizo vifaa zao? Waache huko na wao bana. Tunajua Masai huwa wakosangi fimbo. Leo sina mengi, nitaachia hapo kwa sasa. Thank you. I think you can continue, Morias. Morias, continue.
Oh, okay. Habari zenu mabibi na mabwana. Leo nimeona news ni nyingi. Unajua sasa nimeangalia historia kidogo huko sehemu za, nilisikia Mama Selina akisema kuangalia kidogo, nikaona naye hii ni wakati wa mama. Mimi nilisema tukubali, hii ni wakati wa uongozi wa mama, tukubali na tupate baraka. Nimefuatilia hii historia yake. Wamekuwa na wakati mgumu sana kwa kupakuliwa na nini na vita kupigwa. Sasa leo ilikuwa ni relief. Yaani kuna wakati inafika hata Kenya, wakati huo inafika mwezi wa 8 mwaka huu, kama uko tayari kupiga kura. Nimesema hata kibeti haipotee, lakini kadi ya kupiga kura isipotee. Kadi ya kura isipotee, hili niwe na wakati. Na tunawaambia wasome rules of wending. sheria za mwisho waanze kusoma hizo. Na hii mambo ya kupigana na giza wawache. Wewe kama ni mwangaza huwezi pigana na giza. Ya nini? Why do you waste your time? Hakuna haja. Wewe ngoja hiyo tarehe nini, wenda weka kula. Mambo ishi. Mnasumbuana nini? Those are the things. Sasa mimi nimeona pale nikasema kweli. Hata sisi nimeona askari amefurahi akiambia crowd relax. Hapa hakuna kazi tukio na baba. Unaona? Hiyo ndio government tunataka. Hata askari anafurahia. Anaongea na mwananchi kama mtu kawaida, si kama adui. Unaona? Wengine wanaweza sema ni, lakini that shows how watu wanaona reparation inakuja. Akifanya kazi yake, anafanya bila shida. Yani he has no job to do. Why? Because there is peace. Kuna mwangaza. Mahali mwangaza iko hakuna kupigana na giza, my friend. That's the analogy. So wasikize mhubiri, watapata maneno hapo. Ndio watajua hawajui. Sasa leo anasema Pili Pili Usioila Yakuwashiani. By the way, lakini unajua sasa ukosi kitu ya ukiwa mlima imeshika moto. Mlima imeshika moto ya Karua imeanza kuingia sasa. Inachoma UDA Kenya kuisha inaanza kuisha huko. Sasa hiyo niambie, Pili Pili lazima utapiga duru. Moto Galia Kabogo ameingia do. Sasa ndio hiyo shida. Simekuwa sasa ndio hiyo. Hakuna njia nyingine ya kuepa. Mimi niangalia leo nikasema ni kweli. Mambo iko sawa. Mkutano imekuwa mzuri pale. Wamama wamesema shida. Kila mtu amesema bila ameona na wametoa majibu. So you go and work on wa mahali wanataka kusaidika. And that's what the people want. They know their problem. They only needed to tell. Na wameeleza. It has been awesome. Imekuwa kitu mzuri na ndio hivyo, na hizo siku zimebaki tuombeane, kila mtu awe hata homa isipite, watu wakue kabisa, waende wapige kula, tukomboe Kenya na watu wasikie mzuri, mtu mahali anakaa akae nyumbani. Naona kila mahali hata title deeds zinaanza kupeanwa. That is the Kenya we want. Si kila kitu kila pahali. Wale wengine wewe ukiambiwa leta makaratasi yako, unakataa kuenda, unaenda kwingine. Sasa unaanza sasa hiyo unasema ule mtu aliyeongea nataka kumpeleka, unampeleka ukifanyia nini? Kama una atakupatia certificate na hujasoma, atatoa wapi? So mambo mengine sijui, I don't know, I don't understand. Lakini toka mwanzo nilikuwa inaonekana hakuna kitu, ni vile tu hiyo mileage tu hapo, hakuna kitu hapo. Ni shida tu ile tu mchezo. So leo imesema na mnarudia, kama mchaona mahali maneno, mnaona maneno iko ya kupigana na giza, waambie watu bwana, kama wewe ni mwangaza, jijue ni mwangaza, una time. Ukiingia kwa room iko giza, una press right, mwangaza giza inapotea. Ndio hivyo sasa, bila anasemanga mchana usiku na mchana. Sasa unajua wamechagua usiku, sisi ni mchana, hakuna njia nyingine. Hiyo tu wasoe. Asante sana. Sasa kwenda mbali, watu wengine ndio watusalimie.
Asante sana Moriasi. Okay, I'm the chairman for now. I want to give the opportunity to Miss Mora to continue, please. Karibu Miss Mora.
Hey guys, how are you? How is the panel today?
All is good. Welcome.
All is good. All is good. And good things are happening back home, and we are so happy. I just saw the news. Kabogo ditches Ruto. I am not sure if that is true. If it's true, then I believe Kiambu is divided. I mean, like, it's not all like in one basket. But where is he going? Is he coming to Azimio, or is he going to be independent? That's the big question. If he comes to Azimio, that's a plus to us. But if he still doesn't come to Azimio, he has dented the UDA camp, which is a plus too in a way for us. Whichever way, Kabogo leaving UDA is a plus to us. So I'm not sure what Mr. Ruto is going to say about Kabogo leaving. He never says anything when people leave his camp, and it's just it's apparent nobody actually joins UDA. Like, I've not seen anyone joining UDA in the recent past. People just leave, and what it does to Ruto, it makes him more angry, and it makes him more vigorous in his campaigns, and it gives him more energy to insult Baba. I'm not sure, all those things, they don't get him anywhere. They don't give him any more votes. They don't give him any more like admiration from anybody. So all it does, it's like it makes him more unappealing to the electorate, which that's what we want. We want him to be as unpopular as can be. We want him to lose votes. I don't want Jakoya, the what do we call him, the Bangi guy, to like keep climbing, like his numbers are going up. We don't know who we are losing. You know, we can't just say like everybody that is going to Jakoya is from UDA. Some of the people that are probably going to go to Jakoya are people from Azimio. So we really don't want his numbers to go up. We want Wajakoya's numbers to go down as the days get closer to election. And so today's topics, Raila to Ruto, Pili Pili Usioila Yakuwashiani. Well, Ruto will always be disgruntled. Ruto will not be happy with Raila until the last day. So I think Baba just needs to suck that up. He just needs to accept it, that Ruto will be disgruntled. Ruto will always like find defense in calling Baba names and all that, and all those things have not gotten him anything. They have not gotten him anywhere. So Baba just needs to accept it and just forget about Ruto and just continue with the campaigns. And Martha Karua is really doing an amazing job. She's blazing, like she went to Isiolo, and you know, all those areas are like Muslim world. You saw her all dressed up and all covered up. She sends messages appropriately. She tells people what people want to hear. She is so admirable. Martha has actually surpassed everybody's expectations. She has done so well. I mean, I admire her so much. I want to be like Martha when I grow up. Honest to God, she is a woman of integrity. And if I'm ever gonna like run for election in Kenya, I want Martha to be my mentor. I want to follow Martha's footsteps. She is a woman of integrity. She's a woman of substance. She's a woman of class. We admire everything she's doing. Very respectful. She respects people's culture. She respects people's temperament. I mean, Martha will not be angry because you're angry. Martha will try to level ground for everybody so that she gets her message across to the people. I saw Sakaja, what was he doing? He was apologizing to Uhuru. He is like, and he thanked Uhuru for the past, what he has done for him in the past. And then, but he said, oh, I'm so sorry that we have different political outlook right now. That's something. At least he apologized to Uhuru. That is something. We still want him to bring his degree. We still want to see that he went to school before he continues to campaign. And then KKA in KAJIADO. Honest to God, I haven't looked at KKA. I open it, but I just don't want to see what they're doing. But all I know is that we are gaining more and more ground. Everything is going very well for Azimio. And what else? Central is blazing, KKA in KAJIADO. Okay, the elections are getting closer and closer by the day. really, what Stephen said, I want to agree with him. Everybody's ready to vote. I'm sure everybody knows who they want to vote for at this point. I mean, there are a few people that maybe are undecided, but most of the Kenyans know who they want to vote for, especially for president. They know for sure. So IEBC is actually letting us down. Chebukati, he may have gotten some handouts from somewhere that makes him very uncertain of what he wants. So we really want him to come out clean. We want them to air everything out and iron all the obstacles that might affect the outcome of the elections. Otherwise, if he comes out and assures Kenyans that everything is gonna go as planned, and everybody's vote is going to be counted, and it's going to be counted for who they voted for. That's the assurance we need. If we get that assurance, then we are good. We are ready to go. But otherwise, I don't think they have a lot of time. If they haven't gotten things ready by now, well, then they better rush. They better hurry and get everything ready for the people to vote. Other than that, I enjoy watching Martha for sure, for sure. She's my mentor. Thank you so much, everybody. I'll hang around and listen to you.
Okay, thank you, Mora. Okay, I want to take note with what you said about Kabogo. You know, these people were told clearly by the president. He told them that let's assemble in our own party so that we can have that bargaining power going forward. But these people, they pretended that they knew too much. It's dawning on them now that Kenya Kwanza is just UDA. They don't have a say inside there. You see, Kabogo, Kuria have been there for long, but you can see they have not been offered anything on paper. They don't know anything that is happening. They just know that they have a running mate from their area. But you see, Kingi and Alfred Mtua came in late, but they were offered things out there. You know, they were given positions. You see, so it's coming to their reality now that Ruto is the biggest conman. When he says Wajinga waliisha, it's true, Wajinga waliisha, but he still has them on his back. You see, so hii siasa anasema ya conmanship and deceit, yeye ndo ana practice hiyo to the fullest. We can't, because now if you see in Azimio, since after Kalonzo came back to Azimio, we haven't seen anybody complaining about anything. The mamas that were there, people saying we haven't seen the documents, they are not there anymore. So it's like Raila and his team, they aired out everything. Everybody knows what is getting out of there. But now coming to the other side, yenye wanasema watu na matapeli na siasa ya matapeli, they are the ones who are now exercising the same. So I think Ruto should stop this double speak. He should man up and he should tell the Kabogos and the Kurias what is in there for them. Going forward, I think ile mambo huwa yeye anaongea is the same things ana castigate is the same things that anafanyia wenzake. So it's not good, it's not healthy for him to say what matapeli, and is the biggest tapeli in politics. Mama Selina, you have something to say before I bring Clinton, please.
Let me just say
Yes,
quick.
I wanted to say
Mama
about
Selina,
Kabogo.
let me say quick.
Mama Selina, please. Quick. Mora, please, a moment. Okay, Mora, continue.
Okay, so I just want to interject to what you said. You know, when all those people, like, okay, first of all, Ruto never foresaw what is happening right now. He never saw the tables turning the way they're turning. So he was too sure of himself. He never in his wildest dreams thought that the mountain will turn against him. He never. So I think it reached a point where I think Ruto got confused. He didn't know like what is in there for him. So when all these other people were joining him, they also never like looked ahead to the possibility that the mountain might support Baba. They never looked at the possibility that someone like Martha Karua could come from somewhere and turn everything around. They never saw that. So Ruto was just sure that he's gotten the presidency. I mean, he's been campaigning for 4 years. So he was so sure he has gotten the presidency, and maybe even if he didn't promise all those people like what they're gonna be in his government, he probably knew he had things for them to do. But now that things are not going his way, it's so hard for it. I think it's hard for him to. It's hard for him even to come around and start promising anything now. What does he have to promise? He doesn't have anything for Kuria, and I think someone like Kuria is so ashamed to come back to Azimio. He'll be very, very ashamed. So for the Mutuas and Kingi, well, they probably have been promised something, but that's still way out there. It's neither here or there. They at this point, Ruto doesn't even know that what is going to happen himself. So I'll just finish by saying I think Kabogo is coming back to Azimio, and I think Kuria might go independent, or if he doesn't come back to Azimio. So they have been cornered. There's nothing they can do. So they either join the winning team or they just go independent, just do their thing. But there is nothing they're going to gain from the UDA camp. Thank you, guys.
Okay, Mama Selina, please, can you come quickly, a minute before we proceed?
Mine is a minute. I wanted to say, if you see how Kaboko was doing campaign today, they were all Pulu. Even him, the t-shirt he had, you know, signs. They say signs can speak for themselves. So the people who are with Kaboko today, uliona wakitembea, walikuwa wamefaa. But he cannot come to Azimio. Yeye ako na chama, so chama yake tu ndio watashikana na Azimio na apige kura, I think. And even Moses Kuria, maswali ile aliuliza jana kwa mkutano ya UDA, nobody asked him. Ruto did not commit anything, na hiyo ndio walitaka kujua. So I think mambo ya Central kwa hao watu ine, mnajua tuko na member governor ya Jubilee Nyoro, sasa tuko na Kabogo, tuko na Kuria. But for me, I'm seeing Nyoro and Kabogo because Kabogo is a mobilizer. Na sasa wanangoja tu siku yenye Mata atarudi kuwakaribisha, na utaona Kiambu watachukua the right person. So Moses Kuria, I don't think so. Unajua unajipima pia. I don't want to take a lot of time. I just wanted to talk about Kabogo and the way unaona ameanza kufaa Pulu, kampeni yake imeanza kuwa na Bulu. And in Kiambu, by the way, Kabogo is the mobilizer. Hii ingine yote ni kujaribu. Moses Kuria, I cannot even count. Wamatangi, So the two guys, the Nyoro and Kabogo, and maybe wataenda, utaona katika ya mwisho vile watafanya. Asante.
Thank you, Mama Selina. Okay, Jakindu Bey, 1 minute before we bring in Clinton there. A minute, Jakindu, endelea.
Nasema kwamba
Thank you, Mama Selina. Okay, Jakindu Bey, 1 minute before we bring in Clinton there. Jakindu, endelea.
Mtu tapeli ni Ruto. Ndio mtu tapeli. Ruto ndio mtu tapeli katika hii Kenya yetu. Yeye ndio tapeli kwa sababu hata wale wote ambao wametoka kama kina Mutua na Kingi hawakutoka kwa sababu kulikuwa na tatizo, walitoka tu kwa sababu ya utapeli. So wao tangu watoke wamepata nini? Huyu Ruto wamekuwa na hawa, angalia watu wameanza kutoka kwa hiyo upande wa UDA. Sisi tumeanza kupata defectors. Sijaona watu wa kule Machakos, yule alikuwa assistant wake wa Mutua na wafuasi wamerudi kwa Azimio, wamesema wao waondoke. Kwa hiyo hii mambo ya utapeli ni Ruto, na hizi vitu nilisema, uongo huwa ina expire, ukweli hai expire. uongo ina expire. Kwa hiyo uongo wao ita expire saa hii, imeanza ku expire, mtaona itaboromoka kabisa. Asante.
Okay, asante Jakindube. I wanted to say this on Kuria. You know, what is still keeping Kuria on UDA's camp is the guy is broke. This, we should agree on this. You know, Kabogo has an independent mind and he's also loaded. So it's easier for him to do his campaign on his own. Hapo tukubali. Kuria has an independent mind but he's broke. He has no money. So he has to hang on Ruto for him to survive in this game. Nitamalizia hapo kwa mambo ya Kabogo na Ruto. Clinton, karibu.
Hey everyone. Thank you, Mr. Steven. If I could go back a little bit, the 2017 campaigns, it definitely tells us very nice who William Samoei Ruto is. That guy is a guy loaded with a lot of promises, of which he never comes to fulfill them in time, or even fulfilling them partially. If we talk about William, we definitely know, even those defectors, the likes of Mutua and Amason Jeffa Kingi, they went to Kenya Kwanza with an empty pocket. If we talk about Kilifi as a county, we know that is Baba's stronghold. It's like Baba's bedroom just here in Kibera. Same to Alfred Mutua. All the Kamba votes, we have them humbled in one basket. So it really doesn't bring much effect either. Again, on the issue of Sakaja, if I can remember back there, Sakaja held, he was being interviewed by the one famous Nyashinsky. And he said very well that he has not gone outside the country education-wise, meaning he has never been into any university or any education. So I really question those people who validated his degree from Uganda. You know, he's a guy who's being tied up by his own words. So for Sakaja, it's a very big question mark that he needs to come frank and come clean so that he can let everybody know exactly where he got his degree. So, we've got 47 days to go. Are we ready? Yeah. You know, every day when I wake up, I usually confirm whether Baba's vote is somewhere visible. So it keeps on refreshing me that we got a date on that 9th, of which we want to see this thing and we want to have it done once and once for all. So yeah, we're ready for these elections. So the Kenya Kwanza in KAJIADO, we definitely know very well. KAJIADO, it majorly comprises of the Maasai community and the Ma, that is the Ma community at large, of which we know those people are diehard supporters of Baba ever since 2007 to 2022. So this is not the time for them to take a different channel, of which they know and they see clearly that whatever they've been fighting for over all those years, they now have it in hand. So it will be very difficult for them to do what? To not to support Baba, especially during this time. So that is those are votes we count on very much. If we talk of Raila and Ruto due, we know all this freedom and the freedom of media, all these that we enjoy today, starting from the devolution stuff, the new constitution, you know, Baba has got a hand in all of this. So it's a person with a proven track record. You know, William Ruto usually backs every now and then saying that we choose leaders according to their track record, we choose leaders according to their visions and mindset, of which if we try and get to see the track record of this man called Samuel Ruto, I fail to understand, if he could be a man wise enough for this, the last term that they had with President Uhuru Kenyatta, he could have at least tried to settle, to pay off those promises that he went on around the country, even in media houses, saying that within a period of some given months, we'll have some stadia, we'll see roads constructed, we'll see this done, we'll see dams constructed. Very many people are still perishing, even as we speak, due to lack of water. Those are the things that he could be beating up his chest, saying, I did this, I did this. Those people can attest this. Those people know that I did this. He again comes saying that if elected, he will deliver, of which we know very well. He is a person, is a person who is a destroyer everywhere he goes. Back then, he was the Minister of Agriculture. We know very well what happened. The farmers are complaining till to date. So, a person waking up at the 9th of August going to elect William, I don't know whether he's experiencing the same hardship we are having in our own country. Kenya, being one of the most richest country in terms of natural resources, we could not be where we are as per now. Okay, again, talking about Martha Karua, the Iron Lady. It is something that was foreseen long time ago. And now that he was appointed by Baba, indeed it's a perfect choice. We never expected what is happening in the mountains currently during her appointment. She has come with a different game that have turned the tables upside down. Even having this 47 days to go, we would have acquired almost 98% of the mountain votes through that woman. She's a person who knows what she goes for. She's a person who has a farm and a solidarity foundation. She knows what she says, and she knows why she says that. Her perfect choices of words that will lure, and not even only luring the Mount Kenya votes, but when dealing with someone who is transparent, someone who has been tested and verified, it's something very simple. Unlike the other opponent, the Rigathi Gachagua, I heard him talking about something that she has no apology to make. Yeah, he has no apologies to make, of which he got very many apologies to make. Recently, he had a clash with the Kenya police. That is the Kenya police, of which he could have come down and said whatever he said wasn't good. The like of William Ruto and Rigathi Gachagua, they have one common characteristics. Those people are full of anger, and having a leader who will immediately react without even sitting down and having some basic reasoning before uttering something or before doing something will have definitely sold out our country. So what I'll just urge us is that let's make sure those votes are valid, and not only being valid, let's wake up very early in the morning, go cast those votes, and let's transform Kenya. We need a place whereby our children will be very free. Our children can go to school and learn. Our families can live in a very comfortable manner. Every now and then, prices of foods, the fuel hiking day and night. We are not even safe as a country as to the point where we are now. You can barely have a meal on your table. You cannot fuel your car.
Clinton, kindly
So,
summarize. We
yeah,
have
I'll just
many other people to come in.
okay. Yeah. So let's just be wise when casting our votes, and let's choose the right leader who will help us take this country to the next level. I think I'm done.
Okay, thank you, Clinton. Alex, come in. It's your turn, yeah?
Yeah, I wanted to make a quick comment, and then I'll just leave about Kabogo. I hope everybody is fine because it's a beautiful day here where I am, and we thank God for that. If Kabogo will reinvent himself in a week, give a refusal statement that is with an equivocal measure to Kenya Kwanza, and then he turns around and endorses Raila, and within a week he meets Martha Karua in a remorseful way, and the combined forces to campaign for Baba in Mount Kenya. Kiambu next governor is Kabogo. If I was Kabogo, and I hope he's listening, he has been giving people advice all through on JKL, K24. He's a very eloquent guy, very sharp guy. He's also a thug in politics, but at the same time, he has some characteristics that makes him fit the seat of governorship of Kiambu. 4 places, I think now we are going to have a 5th one, but there are 4 places that you need the characteristics of Kabogo to be a governor. Nairobi, Kisumu, Mombasa, Kiambu. Very soon we may find Kisii being part of it because of the thuggery ways of politics that we are seeing that are creeping there. But Kabogo fits in to be the perfect governor for Kiambu because Kiambu doesn't want a soft person. Kiambu wants somebody who speaks the way Kabogo speaks. And if you want stability for 5 years without impeachment, without a lot of things, mtu akona kifua, akona pesa, akona vision, akona thorax, akona rudeness, political rudeness, not dictatorship, I think Kabogo fits there. I wish he could reinvent himself and see his mistakes, because where he had brought Kiambu to, in 5 years, it's degenerated totally. Kiambu became an example of what devolution should become. Mugala muue mpe haki yake. If Kabogo could be given that job and he goes back to what he was or better, Kiambu goes back again to an industrial town that we all wanted to see, where education works, healthcare works, roads are being built, though some of them were done with proximity of the presidency coming from his, his county. But nevertheless, Kabogo knew how to manage Kiambu and the people of Kiambu in a manner that he could not be coerced. I hope what I saw today in that campaign is what we are going to see of him. I love Nyoro. I think he has done a better job than Waitito, but I believe Kabogo is one man who can man Kiambu, bring it back to sanity, and let's be honest, and we see the glory days of Kiambu during the first term of Kabogo. Thank you very much.
Asante sana, Alex. Yeah. Okay, on Kabogo, I want to say this. Kabogo is an independent-minded person. He speaks as it is. He doesn't have fear for anybody. that is a big point. That is a big point to any politician, you know. Yeye hana ile mambo ya kufuata mtu kwa sababu ameongea hivi. So I think if Kabogo had a stand before, kitu gani lishindikana Azimio kumpatia hiyo nafasi, telling him Nyoro, you step back, we'll give you a position in government. Let's give Kabogo, because he would have been the best person to take that seat early in the morning. But because of them thinking that Ruto was in control of the mountain, they did the mistakes they did. You know, I was shocked because Kabogo, by the way he was talking, the way he was pro BBI, the way he was doing his moves, everybody knew Kabogo was in Azimio, was with Raila, was with the president. But what happened? They thought that the mountain is under the grip of William Ruto. They thought that without William Ruto in the mountain, somebody was not going to succeed in this election. But now the reality is there. Wameshindwa hata kuweka poster, wameshindwa hata kuweka portrait ya Ruto kwa poster zao. So it's becoming slippery, but it's too late for them. But I want to say, Alex, what you are saying is I want to encourage it. If Kabogo can go back, I think he has a chance, and if he's the right guy for that job actually, because he has the vision for Kiambu. He has the right roadmap to take Kiambu to another level. I want to agree with what Alex is saying. Okay, Jakindu Bey, 1 minute alafu turudishe kwa Bernard.
Hata mimi nasema naunga Alex mkono kabisa kwamba kitu ambacho Alex amesema ni sawa. Kitu tu mimi ningelipenda kusema ni kwamba Kabogo kama ameona amefanya makosa, kitu inatakiwa afanye ni azungumze na anaitwa nani huyo governor wa
James Nyoro.
Azungumze na Nyoro, waende kwa baba na Uhuru, alafu ajiunge ajiunge na Azimio hiyo, na aseme sasa Nyoro atamsupport na asimame, hiyo atachukua. Hiyo ndio inatakikana, hiyo compromise. Akubali kwamba yale move ambayo alifanya ni ya makosa, arudi akubaliane na Nyoro, waende kama ticket moja, akubali hivyo. Hiyo atachukua hiyo kitu asubuhi na mapema. Asante sana.
Okay, Bernard, nimerudisha kwako sasa, naona umerudi. Asante.
Okay, asante sana Steven na kila mmoja. Asante sana Jakindu Bey, Alex. Jakindu Bey, suggestion yako ni nzuri, lakini sioni ki work this time. Hauwezi badilisha party sai, ni too late. Lakini cha muhimu ni kama Kabogo ana uwezo kusaidia Kiambu, sio lazima akuwe governor ndio asaidie Kiambu. Sijui Alex, unakumbuka there was a case where Anyang' Nyong'o hired Kabogo to come and be, I think, the CEO of Kisumu, and then it had local politics ikamtupa nje. So I think they should come up with something like that. If Kabogo is capable, is able to do that, then let him put down his beat. Nyoro gets in, and then Nyoro hires him to be the CEO of Kiambu, and they will work together in harmony. Then come 2027, it will work out, because Nyoro will be doing his final term. Alimalizia Waititu, then he will be doing the 5 years. After that, he's not vying again. Alex, what do you say about that?
Hiyo mimi nakubali, lakini nasema kwa maoni yangu si kwamba badilishe chama. Anaweza tu kuwa chini ya Azimio, ila wakubaliane na Nyoro kwamba mmoja wao ndiye asimamishwe. Mmoja wao, sio kwamba badilishe chama, lakini kwa sababu wao katika upande wao hawakuandikiana, haiko katika sheria kama yeye anaweza kujiunga na Azimio, unaona, ama anaweza kuwa chini ya Azimio, lakini na wasikizane na Nyoro, alafu wafanye kazi pamoja, kwa sababu bila hivyo labda hiyo nani itaenda na UDA.
Bernard, if I can talk a little bit, sorry. Kabogo anaweza simama na chama yake na akubali kufanya kazi na Azimio because kwa Crown Nyoro si strong, so instead of kupatia Wamatangi, afadhali Kabogo, na Kabogo ataenda kufanya kazi na Azimio. Na mkumbuke siku ile waliweka vijana wakasema wamefaa uniform ya Kabogo, ya chama ya Kabogo kwenda kushout Martha Karua. He came out strong na akasema hawa si vijana yake. So Martha Karua na Kabogo wako na history, wamefanya kazi pamoja, and now badala ya kusema Kabogo awachie Nyoro, and Nyoro is not strong, for me I would say Kabogo ako na chama yake, wacha asimame na hiyo chama, akiwin atakuwa amekubali wamefanya kazi na Azimio na mambo itaenda vizuri, because Wamatangi ana watu, hata huyo Nyoro achasunguka kutafuta kura, but ile matrela na ile watu wote wamekuwa wakifanya campaign tika ni ya Kabogo. So wacha tuseme wakuwe na uhusiano na mother na baba, na wakati atawin afanye kazi na hawa. Asante.
Bernard, swali lako ni nzuri sana. Ukiangalia katika ugatuzi, when Anyang' Nyong'o became the governor of Kisumu, I was born and raised in Kisumu anyway, and we had many problems. One of the problems we had was Kachok, the dam site that was next to the stadium. And that is the Joyland area, whereby kutoka Gesoko all the way to Nyalenda, sometimes even the sewage was open. We had so many issues within Kisumu, the drainage, the garbage, and the expansion of the city, so on and so forth. And Anyang' Nyong'o had a goodwill to transform Kisumu because the previous governor had done a little bit, but he was more of a PR and a mess. So Anyang' Nyong'o descended as a governor. He had given us a timeline of the sewage and Kachok. True to his words, he started working quietly with Kabogo, and in less than 3 months, Kisumu was transformed. Though now Kachok has come back because at some point, Anyang' Nyong'o became a little bit sick, and the infights in Kisumu, Olo as the speaker, you know, the TNA guy. But Kabogo being a special advisor to one Anyang' Nyong'o really gave Anyang' Nyong'o bonga points nyingi sana. And he insisted, this is not like we are outsourcing jobs to other counties. We are getting the expertise because we are taking a job that we are trying for the first time in Kenya. This I explained. He said, there are those who are capable of doing things where it was more difficult, and they did it even when circumstances were more difficult than us. Why not outsource that advice, bring Kabogo here? And the people refused, but Anyang' Nyong'o stuck his feet to the cement, brought Kabogo, and a lot of issues were resolved in Kisumu. And I agree with you. Kabogo can be on that platform. The same way Shikuku at some point realized being in parliament was useless to him. And he opened a small office next to parliament and started advising young parliamentarians on how they were to deal with the house rules, debates, bills, so on and so forth. In matters of devolution, you find there were a few governors we ended up loving, whether they were in NASA or Jubilee. One of the two leading governors that really I admire until today is Isaac Ruto of Bomet and Kabogo. When you ask me, those two governors, they had in-depth knowledge and skill sets necessary to become governors. Others were training on the job, the others were doing the job. So my take is, if Nyoro is able and capable to take advice from Kabogo, and the same way Baba worked with Uhuru Kenyatta, then it's sustainable. But I don't think Nyoro is willing to do that. And by all necessary means, where Kiambu had reached, this is where you elect an individual, not a party. But you can't elect an individual who is in a party that you fear that corruption is going to perpetuate. If Kabogo is going to renounce his association and is honest to the people of Kiambu, I believe the people of Kiambu, their GDP and their resources is what Ruto targeted. And somehow he was capable of getting it through Waititu. Some people like Shiko have come and told us how that county was really messed up. By the time Nyoro came in, it was almost bankrupt. It needs somebody who is radical, who has already been in the system, who understands what he's going to do, not what they are going to. So the fight between Nyoro, Kabogo and Wamatangi was amusing. Kabogo even told him, "You used to come to my office for money." I'm still, goosebumps are still on my, my hands when I listen to that statement. That even though I respect Kabogo, he acknowledges that he had some sense of corruption. And that was with him also and who? Wamatangi. They acknowledged, nobody denied that. Because they accused each other openly. You saw that. Nobody refuted those statements of corruption. He said, we ate together. So that is the nature of what Kabogo had become. He had been bought to go there if he wins, and there was a lot to be done. Now, since Wamatangi is a brother-in-law to Ruto, I'm afraid that he is an extension to Waititu. So Kabogo will be better off if the opinion polls are showing that Nyoro is a little bit higher, but if Nyoro supporters support Kabogo, then they will take Wamatangi out. I'm more afraid of that seat going to Wamatangi. It's like re-electing Waititu again. So that is my only fear, but I don't know what they think about it. It is up to them. They can exercise it, but Wamatangi equals to Waititu.
A good way to look at it, but I think with the support of Azimio and Baba's wisdom, I think Baba can prevail on Kabogo and Nyoro and bring about the reconciliation. Them working together is of greater benefit to Kiambu than them working apart. And if their difference is by reason of the governorship seat, like I said, Nyoro has already served his first term by him completing Waititu's term. And so they can strike a deal, okay? The way Uhuru did with Baba, okay? Let's bury the hatchet, work together these 5 years, and then come 2027, Kabogo takes the seat, and that is 10 years. Because I don't see them splitting the vote, profiting any of them. Because if they both lose to Wamatangi, they have lost. And I don't see Wamatangi hiring any of them. And so the two of them should swallow their pride and be able to negotiate a way forward and be able to pull together their resources. Because I'm sure Kabogo has the ability to transfer his votes to Nyoro. But I don't see Nyoro's ability to transfer his votes to Kabogo. I don't know how that comes into play. But all in all, an amicable solution will be found, because I don't think another Waititu in Kiambu is for the good of this country and for the good of Kiambu. So the people of Kiambu have the final say, but they need to think deeper. They need to think deeper. Wamatangi smells bad, in my opinion. Yes, Jakindube.
Hivi hawezi kufanya kazi moja awe governor, moja awe assistant wake, kwa sababu
kwa sasa hivi kulingana na kalenda ya IEBC, Unakumbuka ile sasa ilifanyika Kakamega, ile Savula alifanywa deputy wa baraza. So ilikuwa katika huo msimu, siku za kutransfer imeisha. Okay, so watu washakuwa registered, they are almost being gazetted, so hakuna vile Nyoro anaweza kuchange deputy kwa sasa hivi, but kuna kwa wiano na kuelewana, it can still work eventually. Steve, unasemaje? Inaonekana Jakindu Bey freeze.
Okay, nataka kusema hivi Bernard, we all know what happened in Mombasa between Suleiman Shabal and Abdul Samad Nasir. You know, Suleiman Shabal was a very strong candidate, despite them being in the same party with Abdul Samad. Shabal was very strong, yeah, and he has experience. He has gone for the governorship, I think twice. So, if what Alex is saying, Kabogo can come back to Azimio, akubali alifanya makosa, akutane na Raila, akutane na Nyoro, akutane na Uhuru, because Uhuru is his best friend. I'm sure about that. What can happen is Kabogo should withdraw, because Nyoro cannot withdraw. Kabogo should withdraw from the race so that he can consolidate the votes for Nyoro. Nyoro wins the seat. Kabogo can play on the national level like the way Shabal was given that level for him to play on the national level. I think there's a solution, but it's all upon Kabogo to decide what he wants. Thank you.
Thank you. And that could be part of the game plan. Let's see how it plays out. Because in politics, nothing just happens. And then there is also that preparation. A personal decision without the people behind you may be disastrous. So they play those games, or those exchanges, those campaigns, but leading the people, so that by the time they make the decision, the people are already ready for it. So probably bado wanacheza your game. Let's see how it plays out. But we wish the Kiambu people do the best thing by locking out the people who want to siphon this country. I have no regard for people who want to eat the country. I mean, it has been milked almost to death. If somebody is determined to milk it further, it makes no sense. Tutafutie nyazi ng'ombe aletewe veterinary officer, adungwe sindano, apone kwanza, ndio tuanze kufikiria maneno ya maziwa. Lakini kama wewe unatafuta uongozi uendelee kumilk wakati ng'ombe iko karibu kuzirai, yani wewe God have mercy on us. Mama Selina, ni kuinua mkono ama
naona tunaongea mambo ya Kabogo sana. Unaona jana amesema kukuja kwake Martha Karua. Wow. So Kabogo mulisikia jana akisema
sorry, there was a video playing. Pole.
Okay, so walisema jana, Kabogo alisema kuenda kwake Martha Karua kwa mlima kama running mate ya baba, na akasema Kashakwa akasema Martha Karua hakuna vile unaweza kombea Martha Karua na Kashakwa, na akasema saa hii baba atakuwa na votes mingi sana Central. So ukiangalia usito ya Kabogo sasa ameelekea kwa Martha Karua, and these people have worked together. By the way, Kabogo amekuwa member of parliament ya NARC Kenya. Tulienda fanya kampeni ya Kabogo na akawin. So mi nikiongea ni watu wamefanya kazi pamoja, they know each other. But ukiona Kabogo anaelekea sana kwa upande ya mama. So na mwingine kusema kuachia, unajua saa hii mnaweza sema Kabogo a withdraw na huyu mtu anaitwa Wamatangi apate nguvu. For me, I would say, kama Kaboko ako kwa chama yake juu hawezi toka na ametoka kwa Ruto, Kiambu people will vote for Kaboko. And then Kaboko akuja afanye kazi na baba. Kwa sababu Nyoro alishika kwa sababu alikuwa deputy governor, ajai simama hata yeye kutiombea kura. Ni ile Waitito alitolewa na yeye akachukua. So ukiona yeye Nyoro pia alikuwa baridi akutoka, lakini Kaboko amefanya kazi na unaona hata kampeni ya Kaboko inaendelea. Huyu Moses Kuria anangoja saa ile Ruto amekuja ndiye anakuwa na nguvu. So I think Kaboko ako na proudness yake kama one of the rich people in Kiambu. Lakini wakati Nyoro alichaguliwa, Kaboko alienda kumsalamia na kumwambia atamsaidia kutengeneza Kiambu. So if you follow that, utaona mali campaign Sayuda ilikuwa inatumia malori ya Kaboko. This man hajaanza kuwa crazy. Mtaona vile anatoa mahelikopta zake, anatengeneza mkutano yake, anaweza enda asunguke the same constituency the same day. Malori yake inaenda, unafikiria Kaboko hako, anashuka 5 minutes, anamaliza mkutano, anaenda ingine. That is the Kaboko I know. But najua kuna mambo mazuri wanaongea, so he cannot withdraw. Na hawezi support Nyoro, juu watu wanajua Nyoro pale ni muwiki. So wacha Kaboko na Nyoro waende, mmoja yao akichukua, tutafurahia kuliko iende kwa Kuria na iende kwa Wamatangi. Kuria already ana msimamo, anaenda mkutano ya Ruto akafukuswa. Maoni ama alitumwa na Kaboko aenda aulize maswali. Hiyo maswali aliuliza jana, watu walimpigia makofi, lakini Ruto hakurespond kwa sababu Ruto ataki chama ingine. Nao Ruto anajua hawezi kuwa president. Die or not, he want only UDA members of parliament that he will control. It's not for these other parties. Hata Mudavadi, hole wao. Kaboko na Moses Kuria, hole wao. Kwa sababu Ruto ile kitu ameconcentrate, anataka MPs, anataka hii pesa ya political parties. He think now if he can get 60 members of parliament, ama 70, anatafuta ile pesa, ile inakawanyiwa na political parties. So hawezi kubali Kiambu ati Moses Kuria achukue ama Kaboko kwa sababu atakuwa amekosa. That is Ruto. He is not working for president anymore, lakini aonyeshi. Lakini nguvu yake iko kwa members of parliament, iko kwa governors, kwa sababu penat mnajua kuna ile pesa ilisemekana, sijui ukiwa na governors wangapi, you get more funds. That is what he's doing now. So mambo ya Kiambu, I don't think so. Wacha iende hivyo. Kaboko end of the day atachukua hiyo kiti, lakini nitafurahia akichukua akiwa upande friends of Azimio. Thank you.
Okay, so Mama Selina, we appreciate that. I think we go back to Alex. Jakindu be ulikuwa unasemaje?
Yeah.
Neti ileta kizaza.
Nilikuwa nasema kwamba ni makosa kwenda kinyume cha kiongozi wenu. Kiongozi ambaye yuko pale kwa nani? Manake hivyo ndivyo kina Kabogo walienda kinyume na vile Uhuru alikuwa anawaambia, kwa sababu Uhuru alikuwa ameona mbele, ameona zaidi miaka kadhaa, lakini wao walikuwa wanaangalia leo hii, na hiyo leo imezidi, imekuwa haiwezekani, kwa sababu wao walikuwa wanakubaliana na uongo, na mimi ninawaambia uongo huwa ina expire. Kwa hiyo uongo ambao kina Kabogo walikubaliana nayo, sasa hii wamerealize ime expire. So imebaki ile ukweli Uhuru alikuwa anawaambia. So ni jambo la muhimu hawa viongozi kiongozi yoyote ajue kwamba uongo ina expire, na usiende kinyume na kiongozi wako, kiongozi ambaye umeapa kwamba mnamsaidia kufanya kazi. Asante sana.
Mnajua, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Unajua kina Kaboko hawakujua Jubilee itasimama. So Kaboko was fighting for his party, na Central walijua Uhuru sasa ana uwezo. Ndiye Moses Kuria alitengeneza chama wakitaka wafune, lakini mambo ikapatilika. Sasa ikaonekana watu wamerudi kwa Uhuru, Jubilee. Baada ya hiyo, Central most members of parliament walikuwa naona kama Ruto amechukua Central, na mulisikia Martha Karua akisema akiwa Meru, nyinyi mulikaa na uoga. Ruto aliweka watu ya Central, especially members of parliament. Sasa walikuwa nafuata Crown kwa sababu wangeweza wenyewe kwenda kusimama na kupinga Ruto. So walikuwa naenda for their survival. Ndio ulisikia Martha Karua akiambia raia hawakuwa wameenda mahali, walikuwa nangojea the right person kuwapatia msimamo. So vile Uhuru alikuwa amenyamaza, anatusiwa, kina Kaboko walipitu wafuate Ruto wakifikiria sasa Central imeenda. Saa hii in 1 or 3 weeks tangu mada, unaona hata members of parliament ya Central wamekubali kuweka picha ya Raila, wamekubali kuweka china ya mama, na hata wa Jubilee mnakumbuka walikuwa wamesema Jubilee but kwa uoga. So we want to say, saa hii vile Central imechange, we agree at the right time. Hakuna mtu alikuwa amepotea ama alikuwa, you know, when it comes to survival, saa hii ndio wanakundua. Na Martha Karua kama angechaguliwa na Raila na akuwe baridi, still Ruto angekuwa na nafasi ya kuwachezea Central. So she kept a woman, a fighter. Alitoka na kusema kama wewe ni Azimio ama Jubilee, kama uweki picha ya baba, then don't come to our meeting. Na munaona vile imepatilika. So hapa kuna wale walikuwa wanataka kusimama na Uhuru, but Uhuru hakuonyeshana uongozi. Ukweli tuseme, alichapwa sana. Akaenda Sagana 1, Sagana 2 akiongea. So we want to say, wakati ya Martha Karua ndiye amefungua. Unajua wanaongea, wanasema tulikuwa tumeokopa. Unaweza simama na Uhuru na watu wote wameenda kwa Ruto. So tusikasifu wale wanakubali kurudi, let them come. Ndiye Martha Karua pia akikuwa kiongozi ya Central akuwe na nguvu, kwa sababu lazima akuwe na pillars. She can be the deputy president very good, lakini akikosa kukuwa na support Central, apate watu wa nguvu, then atutaki mambo ikuje iharibike katikati. If Kaboko can stand na asimame na hiyo chama yake, baba amesema yeye na mother wako na wawili wanasimama kwa Azimio, amekubali the rest. So Kaboko is easy, anaambia watu yake, na hakuna agreement waliandika na Ruto. Ruto hii chama yote wamefanya kazi na yeye. They don't have any agreement in Political Party Act. They don't have any agreement in IEBC. So wali support Ruto, inaitwa gentleman, ama walikuwa wamesema nini. So Kaboko si kama Kingi, si kama Mutua, walikubaliana na kusain kwa Azimio. Hata wakitoka, they are still in Azimio. But Kaboko today, akitoka kwa chama ya hiyo Kenya Kwisha is not there. Ruto ni UDA, vice yake ni UDA, MPs yao ni UDA. So Kabogo ako na chance. Hata hiyo Musalia angekuwa na akili, angerudi aseme, well, tulienda kwa Ruto, hatukusign any agreement, but we are back. So I want us to see on that scenario ya kwamba nini inafunga Kabogo akuwe kwa Ruto? Nothing. Hakuna kitu wamesign. So wakikuja kwa mama ni kama vile Martha Karua amekubali independent. Wale wana support baba. Independent hakuna agreement wamefanya na baba, lakini wamekuja wakasema mimi ni independent lakini support yangu ni ya baba. Thank you so much.
Asante Mama Selina, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako, na naomba, unajua siasa is very dynamic in the sense that there is give and take, there is negotiations, and then there is last minute decisions. So there are some things that will be were decided before. Others are going to be decided now. Others can be decided. I remember, I think 2007, we had people who are moving from PNU to ODM on the eve to the elections. Okay, so kuna watu waweza kuhama hiyo siku kabla ya uchaguzi, and then there are people who can pull out of the race just 3 days to the elections or 5 days to the elections, and that may have an impact or not. But let's work out for the best of the country. One thing that I want Kenyans not to lose sight of is the betterment of Kenya equals the betterment of the lives of Kenyans. Hakuna vile tutakuwa na Kenya, kutakuwa na maisha bora kwa Wakenya tusipokuwa na Kenya bora. Na Kenya bora inatokana na uongozi bora. So tusipochagua viongozi wanaofaa katika all levels, tusahau kuboresha maisha yetu. And that's one aspect that we have not considered seriously when it comes to elections. Si huwa tunabebana tu, sisi ni ODM, sisi ni hii, sisi ni hii. Tunaangalia chama na tunaangalia watu wetu. Atuangalie Kenya nzima, okay? Na tusipotengeneza Kenya nzima, hakuna vile maisha yetu itaboreka. So let's be serious on electing capable people, competent people, faithful people, corruption-free people. When we succeed at that, we'll have a better country within the shortest time possible. But tukienda tu mtu wetu, mundu wa nyumba, eshenyu, like kuna video najaribu kupata, Malala ametutukana sana, amesema Waluhya ni wajinga. Sijamsame, lakini nitamshughulikia baadaye. Why is Malala coming to Nairobi to insult us, the dwellers of Nairobi? Atafuti kiti Nairobi, hawezi kupata kiti Nairobi. Ametoka Kakamega kuja kututusi hapa eti sisi ni wajinga. Now that kind of thinking is what is bad for this country. That Mathare Waluhya ndio wengi, sijui Kibira Waluhya ndio wengi, na wana kiti sijui wapi Waluhya ndio wengi. Kwani amekuja hapa Nairobi kupanga Waluhya? Aulize mtu anaitwa Namwamba. Namwamba alianza Mlembe consciousness, if Alex you can remember. He went around the country doing Mlembe consciousness. Where did he end up? He's still struggling today. You don't galvanize your community in the name of looking for seats. When we are dealing with a country to salvage a country so that every Kenyan can enjoy being a Kenyan. So viongozi kama hawa watimuliwe tu mapema, asubuhi na mapema, because he's so much into his tribe than he is in Kenya, and then anatafuta uongozi wa Kenya. Hawezi kupata. Thank you. Jakindube.
Bernard, mimi nasema kwamba sisi wa Kenya inatakiwa tuwe na uangalifu zaidi. Na mimi ninataka kusema kwamba wakati mwingine watu wengi hawaangalii masafa marefu, wanaangalia masafa ya saa hii, lakini masafa ya saa hii huwa inaisha haraka sana, kwa sababu wakati watu wengi nasema watu wengi bado hawaelewi, lakini nataka niwaelezee Wakenya kidogo kiasi. Hivi vizazi vyetu sisi na kina Raila, hasa sisi na kina Raila, labda na Uhuru kidogo, tunataka tuache nchi yetu kwa mikono ya vizazi vya ambavyo hawatagombana tena, hawatagombana. Hiyo ndio kitu inatusumbua, na mimi nasema inanisumbua, imenisumbua kwa muda mrefu, na mimi nafikiri wakati huu tunaweza kuwa tuna nafasi ya kuweza kurekebisha, kufanya Wakenya, kujenga taifa, yani tujenge taifa, tuwache vijana wetu, wajukuu wetu wasiogombana, wasioangaliana kikabila, ambao wanajua ndio kuna kabila lakini kabila haitutawali, kuna dini lakini dini haitutawali. Hiyo ndio tunataka tuwache nchi ya namna hiyo. Nchi na mimi nasema kwamba inafaa vile vile, mimi nataka kusisitiza sana kwamba katika hii azimio ni kwamba tusitumie azimio kwa uchaguzi tu. Hii azimio tuitumie kwa muda mrefu, iwe ni kitu, iwe ni ngao yetu, iongoze na vizazi vijazo, ili tuwe na njia ya kuweza kujirekebisha. Azimio yenyewe iweze kujirekebisha yenyewe, yani kujikosoa kila baada ya miaka 5 au miaka 10. Tunaangalia zile sheria ambazo hazifai, tunazitoa, zile zinafaa tunaongeza. Hii ndio successful ya chama kama CCM ya Mwalimu Nyerere au ile ya South Africa, kwa sababu huwa wanajikosoa. Na mimi nasema hii, hata kama tusipo chama, iwe ni ngao ambao mimi ningeliomba kwamba Wakenya tujaribu kuijenga, na ijenge wa viongozi wale ambao tutakuwa na viongozi. Mimi sitaki tuwe na wanasiasa, nataka tuwe na viongozi. Kiongozi ni mtu ambaye kazi yake ni kuleta watu pamoja. Kwa hiyo tunataka tuache nchi kama nchi ambayo, tuwe na nchi ambayo vijana hawagombani, wananchi wetu hawagombani tena, wanafanya kazi pamoja. Na tukifanya kazi pamoja tutajenga nchi yetu kwa haraka zaidi, kwa sababu tunaweza kusema kwa mfano tu, wakati juzi tu hapa baada ya handshake, Uhuru mwenyewe amesema katika huo muda amefanya kazi nyingi sana kuliko alivyofanya kule mwanzo. Ndio kusema wakati mko na amani, wakati mnasikilizana, wakati mnakaa chini mnazungumza, huwa ni wakati mnafanya kazi pamoja, na ni wakati mzuri. Kwa hiyo mimi nataka kusema kwamba viongozi wengi hawaoni masafa marefu, wanaona masafa mafupi. Kwa hiyo mimi nakubali kwamba hao watu watafanya kazi pamoja, lakini nasema viongozi kama kina Kabogo walikuwa wanatakiwa waone kwamba walikuwa wanaongozwa na viongozi wawili ambao waliketi masaa nyingi na kuangalia nchi yetu ilikuwa wapi, tuliharibikiwa wapi, na bahati nzuri waligundua pale ilituharibikia, ingawaje sisi wengine tulikuwa tunajua mahali ilituharibikia, lakini walisema waliambia wananchi wote kwamba kuna mahali iliharibika. So inafaa tuijenge nchi yetu vile kwa wakati huu, tuzidi kuijenga, tusitoke kwenye hii reli, tukae kwa hii reli. Najua kuna wengine ambao wanataka kututoa, lakini tukae kwa hii reli. Ili reli tukikaa itafanya nchi yetu kuinuka haraka zaidi. So ni vizuri kuona masafa marefu, sijui nasema kwa sijui kama mnaelewa. Masafa marefu ni kwamba kuona yale upangi mipango ya leo tu, unapanga mipango ya miaka nyingi kama vile Vision 30 2000 nafikiri hiyo. Kwa hiyo ni vizuri sisi kama wana Kenya tuangalie hivyo. Ndivyo hiyo ndio inafanya viongozi wengine wanakosa. Ndio nasema akina Kabogo waliangukia kwa hiyo, akina Mutua, akina Kingi wanaangukia kwa hiyo bila kuangalia kwamba nchi yetu tunataka sisi wote tufanye kazi pamoja. Kwa sababu hata ukianzisha chama huko inaitwa PA, hiyo PA unataka ikitaka uongozi ni lazima itaongoza Kenya mzima. So ni makosa sana kulelewa, alafu unasema hiyo nyumba umelelewa sasa ni chafu, inanuka, imefanya. Hiyo ni makosa. Hiyo nyumba inatakiwa tuijenge, na mimi nasema sisi wote tutakwaruzana kama watoto wa mtu mmoja, mwingine atakukosea, lakini tukae pale ndani ya hiyo umoja. Hata kama tunakwaruzana, ndio tuijenge iwe na nguvu, tuwe na vitu ambavyo vinaitwa kwa Kiswahili zinaitwa mwiko. Mwiko ni zile vitu ambavyo hamwezi kufanya, hamfanyi. You see, katika hicho muungano hamfanyi, kwa sababu hizo mwiko mkizifanya zitaleta kubaguana ama zitaleta balaa katika hiyo nani. Kwa hiyo ni vizuri sisi wote wana Kenya tujione, tufanye kazi pamoja, tujenge. Na mimi nawaomba sana tujenge hii azimio la umoja. Ni kitu ambacho tusipuzie. Tuwe na kama azimio la Arusha, mpaka leo inawaongoza wa Tanzania. Inawaongoza kwa sababu kuna vitu ambavyo ni mwiko hawafanyi, na hata ukijaribu kufanya unakumbushwa hata na wananchi kwamba Mwalimu alisema kitu fulani katika azimio la Arusha ni jambo ambalo halifai. So na sisi ni vizuri tumepata muda huu wa kwamba tuna azimio la umoja. Hii ni kwamba kitu ambacho kinatuweka tuwe wamoja, ambacho ni chombo cha kujenga taifa. Tukijenga taifa ndio rahisi kujenga nchi. So wale Alex, wewe ndio Mwingereza, unajua Kiingereza, unaweza kueleza hiyo vizuri kwa Kiingereza ndio Wakenya wasikie vizuri. Kujenga taifa na kujenga nchi. Kwa hiyo ni vizuri tujenge taifa alafu tujenge nchi. Alex, hebu eleza hiyo tafadhali. Asante sana Bernard.
Sasa shida sijui Kiswahili, so sikusikia chenye ulisema, so utafsiri wangu utakuwa mgumu.
Nasema hivi, kujenga taifa ni kujenga watu. Kujenga watu, kufanya watu wawe wamoja. Yani, na kujenga nchi ni kujenga mabarabara, kujenga mashule, kujenga hizo vitu zingine ambazo zinaonekana. So labda ukiwaelezea Wakenya kwa Kiingereza wataelewa zaidi.
Nakubali yale ambayo umesema. Hata kama Moi alikuwa katika maendeleo, hakukuwa, he was not so privy of the development of Kenya. At least during Moi's time, the so-called Kenya we knew was different. Our proximity to the love of our country was of a high level. We were so patriotic. Hatukukuwa na chochote kama wa Kenya, lakini tulipenda Kenya. Hatukuvumilia kuwa wa Kenya, tulijivunia kuwa wa Kenya. I think that is what my father is trying to bring about. That before you build a nation, you must be a people who love a nation to a point that you are proud to be a Kenyan. And nakubaliana nayo kwa sababu popote unaenda katika ulimwengu, you will find many people being proud of being American. Whenever they are, you ask them, they'll say, I'm an American, because they are proud of being Americans. But I think in many ways, if you are from Nigeria, if you are from Kenya, if you are from other countries, it depends where you are for you to acknowledge that you're proud to be a Kenyan. If it's sports day during marathon, you will shout to the highest, I am a Kenyan. But again, when we are giving out corruption audit in the world, then I think you say I'm from East Africa, which is not wrong. You know, you're still from East Africa, but you're a Kenyan. But Bernard, I think also, let me follow up what we were talking about Kabogo. I am not supporting Kabogo for only political expediencies. If legality was to be followed to the letter, and I think it was because our judiciary will have been flooded with a lot of cases. So somehow, I think through convectional wisdom, they ran away from some of the things they should have prosecuted. Now, I'm reading you a report here so that you can understand why I still don't trust people like Nyoro in as much as they look good. The CEC, which is the County Executive Committee currently of Kiambu, the first one is Dr. Njogu, okay? Then the second one is Dr. Waithera. The third one is William Mburu Kang'ethe. The fourth one is David Kimani Kuria. The fifth one is Kingo Njega. The sixth one is Mary Wanjiku Kamau. The seventh one is Eric Kiriko Muigai. The eighth one is Eunice Masharia. And the last one is Joseph Kamau. According to the law, 30% of your CEC, which is a composition of the governor, the deputy, and his executive member, who are like cabinet members, 30% needs to come from the dominant the dominant tribe so far in that. But currently, as you see in Kiambu, all of them are Kikuyus. And I'm not saying that is wrong, but the law says here that 30%, at least 30% must be non-locals. So in a report of 2015, Kabogo scored very well because his personal PA, some CEs were not from the Kikuyu tribe. And in my county and Bomet County, we had the worst ratings, whereby all the people or the CEs, CS from the cabinet in Nyamira were not only coming from Nyamira County, were coming from one village. You can imagine how Nyagarama was ruling Nyamira County. It became a village county. So let me read what he say. The ethnic and diversity audit of the county public service, which was chaired, by the way, by Johnson Sakaja, found out that Bomet and Nyamira counties have employed 97.9% of Kalenjin and Kisii respectively. Bomet Governor Isaac Ruto, who chairs the Council of Governors, a forum which brings together governors from all 47 counties, and Nyamira County, on the other hand, is led by John Nyagarama, who sits in about 3 committees of the COG. So Kirinyaga County follows closely. It has employed 97.8% of Kikuyus. Elgeyo Marakwet, 97.6. Kisii County, 97.5. Tharaka Nithi, 95.7. In a total, 29 counties breached the law and employed only the locals. So you continue saying the finding of this report alludes to the fact that employment in county public service is not equitable but skewed toward dominant groups even in that county. 17 counties complied with that law, with Embu, Narok, and Nakuru counties topping of the counties that tried to do what was right. Other counties which complied include Isiolo, Mandela, Migori, Lamu, Laikipia, Mombasa, so on and so forth. So, and I'm following up what Yakindube is saying. Bernard, if we are not careful, we may like Moi or hate him. Moi told us if we are going to have devolution and self-governance, least we be careful about this devil called tribalism. Now, for instance, let me use Duke's favorite word, for instance. If you are a Kisi and tribalism thrives, and I'm not saying I'm bringing Kisi politics, I'm giving an example that is close to me. I don't want people to hit me with the stones. So if you are a Kisi, you can only get jobs only in 2 counties, either Kisi or Nyamira, if we are going to go on that route. And that's a dangerous trend, Bernard, that you can go to university, educate yourself, and by all merits, you're supposed to get the best of the best jobs, and you're the best cream in this country. But because the way the employment opportunities are structured, you can only get a job only in 2 counties. If you are lucky enough to be a Luo, you can either get in Siaya, Kisumu, or Migori, or Homa Bay. If you are the luckiest again, like Keep My Friend, then you have about 7 counties. You have Elgeyo Marakwet, you have Usingishu, you have Nandi, you have so on and so forth. So what Yakindube is bringing out is very important. While we are speaking about this tribalism, we must peg them on how people have been employed on the county jobs. Because if the future, if we are going to take, because Baba's signature thing for me that I'm supporting him, he's taking the resources of about 50% of all national cake to the counties. Now, if that is going to be Bernard, it means that counties are going to have more resources and they need to employ. Moi, in his cleverness or in his, shrewdness, I don't know if he was trying to detribalize Kenya, he created national, provincial, and so on. Ukicheza, unapita vizuri, utatolewa Kisumu, urushwe Marsabit. Utatolewa Marsabit, urushwe Maranda. Utatolewa Siaya, urushwe huku. What I'm trying to say is, we need to go back whereby we are detribalizing Kenya in terms of employment. Employment has become so tribal that if a governor employs 3-4 people, if it's Kisumu, and he gives 2 CS from 1 in Muranga, 1, even though they are competent, people are going to complain and saying that we are outsourcing jobs, which makes it difficult for Kenya in the future that this thing called tribalism cannot be handled on a national level only. Let us put into task our governors that it cannot be that you employ only locals, because where are we going to get other jobs? Let's say there are Luos who are in Coast, there are Luos who are in Wajir, there are Luos who are in Turkana, there are Turkanas who have never, if you look at that audit and it went by tribes, and it was shocking that apart from Migori and Mombasa and Nairobi, couriers were not employed anywhere. Again, couriers did not get any job again in any other counties. So I think that thing Yakindube is talking about tribalism and how it should work, and putting competent governors so as young people get absorbed into jobs, they don't have to run back home. You finish university in Malindi University and you start applying jobs in Kisi or in your local because of this kind. So we need competent governors who are able to get out of the box and know that employment can be given to competent people, and we must de-tribalize Kenya in a very radical way. For instance, in Kiambu, since it's just a true metropolitan place and Nakuru, we need to see that diversity on how even Nairobi did that. All the CS in Nairobi during Kidoro era were from different tribes. There is no CS that got a job like two Luos, two Kikuyus, two what? There was one Kisi, there was one Kalenjin, there was one Kikuyu, the governor was a Luo, so on and so forth. We must also fight it on the on the county level. Thank you, Bernard.
Thank you, Alex. That is a good angle to look at, and it all zeroes down to how we view governance. You know, the mentality of some Kenyans is that serikali ni ya kukulwa. The government is supposed to offer service, and as a governor or as a president, you need to pick your cabinet based on who can deliver service to Kenyans. So competence comes into play because you want to give quality service to the people. But there are people who look at government opportunity as an opportunity to kuje kukula. So you go and bring your cousins, your relatives, your uncles, tumeshika ng'ombe, kujeni tukamue. That mentality has to be eroded. And the county government also needs to be just an extension of governance. It does not mean hasa uongozi umekuja kwetu, we lock out all other people so that we keep it our own. I've given you an example of my sub-county hospital where they don't employ nurses from outside. All nurses are the wives of the big people in our village. So what happens? They run that hospital as if it belongs to their husbands and their family. They chase away sick people. Wanaambia mama wazee ati wewe dawa yako iliisha, ile imebaki ni ya wachukuu, wewe enda jumbani ungoje siku ya kufa. Now we are suffering all that because we have localized the hospital. They can't allow somebody from outside that region to be the head of that hospital or to be working to work in that hospital. And in the process, the services being delivered is poor. So it is a debate that we must have, a discussion we must hold, and be able to help the country pick up. Jakinbe, before I give you, there is something I want to respond to. There is Stephen Mudomi on the comment section. He say blatant white lie by ODM leader Rao. I had Raila Odinga yesterday in Kiambu say once he takes the government, he will be giving loans that will be paid after 7 years. Raila himself has said he wants to run for 5 years in office. Who will be the president in 2030 to start collecting the loans that his government gave? In Kenya, I think there is a shortage of fools who can believe in these open lies that can be seen in broad daylight. Kenyans, let us be careful in electing lies in office. Now, Stephen Mudomi, with all due respect, your English sounds good, like somebody who has been to class. You need to understand that government is not the president. It is called the government of Kenya, GK, the government of Kenya. So when the government of Kenya undertakes, like the loan that was taken by Moi, the loan that was taken by Kibaki, the loan that has been taken by Uhuru, doesn't have to be paid by Uhuru. Any president who comes in office continues with the government policy. So just take some little civic education or tunafanya subject, you know, GHC, geography, history, and civics. Okay, some little civics will help you understand that. So Raila Odinga is not undertaking to give loan as an individual. the loan that he will be giving or the support he gives to the young people will be undertaken by the government of Kenya. Whether he's in office or out of office, the government that is in office continues with the policy. So it is you that has limited understanding, and it's not Raila Odinga who is lying. Check again. Thank you. Jakindube, ulikuwa unasemaje?
Nilikuwa nataka tu kuongezea pale kwamba kuna vitu vingi itahitaji kwamba sisi kama wana Kenya tuseme azimio la umoja inatakiwa ifanye baada ya kuwa katika serikali. Ndio maana watu wengine kama President Uhuru ana kazi nyingi sana ya kufanyia wa Kenya, kama vile kama Uhuru na mimi na wale wa rika yangu wanatakiwa mambo mengi tunatakiwa kusaidia wa Kenya kufanya. Kwa mfano tunataka vile Alex amesema kwamba mambo ya tuseme employment, utakuta watu wanataka kuemploy yani watu kikabila. Tunataka vile mimi nasema kuzuia vitu kama hizo. Ndio maana nasema ni vizuri tujenge kitu inaitwa taifa, yani kujenga watu, kwanza kuambia watu kwamba sisi kama Wakenya inatakiwa tufanye hii na hii ni mwiko, na vile inatakiwa tuwe na chuo cha mafunzo cha kufunza watu kama kina governor, hao viongozi wote wawe na mafunzo ya kuwafunza ya kuambia kwamba Kenya ni ya sisi wote, na inatakiwa wakati unakuwa kwa uongozi una make sure kwamba unafanya balance, ndio kuwe na utulivu. Unafanya balance wakati kama una uwezo, kama kuna nafasi zote za kazi mahali huko unakuwa na uwezo, kama kuna nafasi ya biashara una make sure kwamba unafanya balance. Hiyo ndio kila mtu. Alafu tuwe na mwiko. Mwiko ni kitu ambayo ni kwamba si kawaida, ni kwamba tuwe na kitu inaitwa mwiko, kupendelea watu wa kwenu au kupendelea ukabila au watu wa kijiji chako, ama tuwe na kwamba una treat wa Kenya wote sawa. Hiyo ndio kitu nilikuwa nataka kuongezea kwamba katika wakati huu mimi naweza kusema tuna jukumu kubwa sisi wote kama wa Kenya, ili tuzidi kuishi na furaha na amani na undugu. Ni lazima sisi wenyewe tuchukue hizi jukumu, vile Alex ametoa mfano huo. Hiyo mfano ni mfano, sehemu zingine nzuri, sehemu zingine ni mbaya, lakini hizi inatakikana vile tupeane mafunzo kwamba sisi kama wana Kenya tunatakiwa, kama wewe ni governor unatakiwa uwe na mwiko. Vitu fulani haifai ufanye. Ukiwa kiongozi unatakiwa ufanye hivi na hivi na hivi. Vitu fulani usifanye kubagua wenzako. Lazima uangalie katika serikali yako iko na sura ya Kenya. Hata kama wewe ni Siaya, lazima katika hiyo serikali kuwe na Kamau, kuwe na Mutiso, kuwe na yani kila mtu. Hiyo ndio italeta amani kati yetu. Hii ni jukumu ambalo linatakiwa wote tuchukue katika serikali yoyote, kwa sababu hizo ni serikali ndogo. Kwa hiyo katika serikali ndogo to make sure wewe kama ni governor, ndio maana ni muhimu kuchagua governor ambaye tunamjua tabia yake. Tusichague tu mtu kwa sababu ni mtu wetu. Tuchague hata kama ni mtu wetu, lazima tujue tabia yake, na vile lazima tuwapatie mafunzo. Asante sana.
Alex, kabla Ben ataingie na Chakendube, umetuambia mambo ya Azimio. Kenya tulienda multipartyism. So in case mambo kama hiyo, kuwa Azimio imeunganisha machama, ni nyumba moja ya watu wengi. kama labda Kenya tungetaka kuendelea kama hizi nchi za ng'ambo, tuwe na parties, labda tuwe na parties 3 ama 4, zile zitakuwa very strong. Lakini sasa unajua Kenya tumeenda na chama ya kwetu, so hiyo ndio imeleta shida. Wakati ya KANU, Alex amesema KANU isipokuwa watu waliharibu, ilikuwa national. Sisi wote tulikuwa tunachaguliwa kutoka kila sehemu, but huko juu tulikuwa wa Kenya na tulikuwa chama ya KANU. So lakini wakati tulirudi to multi-party, which is in our constitution, chusi Ruto ama kwa uwerevu yake aliambia Uhuru tuache TNA, tuache URP, tutengeneze Jubilee ama ilikuwa inaitwa nini wakati hiyo. Then haikufanyika tena. Amekuja sahii anasema hatutaki machama ya ukabila, but patu interest ya mtu moja. So mimi kwangu naona tukitaka kumaliza hiyo, hapa kwetu Amerika tuko na chama 3, tuko na Republicans, tuko na Democrats, na kuna ingine inaitwa Green Party kwa umbali, alafu kuna watu wanatokea independent. Maybe tuseme in Kenya tukuwe na strong parties and then tuwe na independent. Otherwise hakuna vile tutashikana kama wa Kenya, kama batu kila region, kama ODM today. At least wamejaribu juu wako more than Western, Nyanza. Jubilee unaona imejiwekea site moja. So kama baada ya hii election na Kenyans need to talk together. Mambo ya kuandika watu. Hata shule, mnakumbuka kuna national schools, watoto walikuwa naenda. Tumeirudisha kila kitu mpaka karibu kwetu, na ndiye tulifikiria tunatengeneza, lakini tumeharibu. Kuna watu wasomi, wamesoma vizuri, akikuja for example Nakuru County mahali niko, nitasema hey Alex, ama niseme fulani ametoka wapi, ametunyanyasa. The moment unataka mtu ya kwenyu, umeharibu. So wakati tulikuwa na ma-PC na madio, walikuwa wanatoa ya kutoka mali. Kama ni Samburu anaenda huko Nyanza, kama ni Mkalenjin anatumwa huko Coast. Hiyo ndio ilikuwa kilevel of that day. But the chief ni mtu ya village, mtu ya hapo nyumbani. That one you cannot transfer. So Kenya kuna makosa tumefanya. Tunaendelea kupima katiba yetu mahali tumetoka, mahali tuko today, na watoto yetu asa mnaongea. Mimi watoto yangu, mimi ni Mkalenjin mimi mwenyewe. Ukienda nyumba yangu utaka hata kuambia watoto yangu, and they are not young, wamefika over 30 years, they cannot speak Kalenjin. They cannot even, hata wachui, hata wanafanyiwa the names ndio inajulikana ni Wakale, but they are talking ni wa Kenya. Sisi tutafanya nini mpaka tuone hiyo ushano imefanya? Na baba amewaambia mara mingi, China yako ndio inakuandika kazi. Kama wewe ni Mkikuyu, uende uombe kazi mahali, anasema China yako ndio inakupa kazi. Hiyo ndio kitu baba amelilia na ndio anajaribu kumaliza. That our children wakiomba kazi, qualification, wakati tutakubali Alex ameenda kufanya kazi na qualification yake, Kenya tutaenda mbele. But kama sisi wenye tutakuwa tuna sort, tunasema huyu anatoka mahali fulani, kwa nini tuchukue huyu na tuko na mtoto yetu? Hiyo mtoto yenyu ana qualification, ataendelea kumaliza nchi yetu. You are talking sense, unatuambia mambo mazuri, but sisi wenyewe lazima tuifuate katiba. Wale baba sasa ako na kazi mingi sana, na ofisi yake yote, wale wote watakuwa wamechaguliwa na baba. Kama vile sasa Martha Karua atasimamia constitution, atajaribu kurekebisha yale mambo yote imeenda, inatusaidia mambo ya katiba, wamejua ile itaenda wrong na ile inatusaidia. Wenye watakuwa kwa Ministry of Health na kila ministry, tuhakikishe ya kwamba serikali ya baba, sura ya Wakenya imeingia kwa viti ya ministers. Sura ya baba ya Kenya imeingia kwa hiyo viti zingine sote. Badala ya kusema baba sasa ODM ni yetu, tunaenda tena tunakuta watu wachache wameclick kwa positions. Hiyo ndio itasaidia Wakenya. Otherwise, vijana yetu na hii group ndogo ndogo sana sana hawana hiyo kabila. That is why even they have intermarried. Hata ingawa intermarried yao ni kama we stay, they have tried. So ni sisi wasasi, ni sisi viongozi ya Kenya, tujue nchi yetu after baba itaenda wapi. Tunasalia saa hii na baba atengeneze nchi vizuri sana. Kama huyo mtu saa hii Alex Penat ametuambia, anauliza ati baba anapeana loan and in 5 years baba ametoka. Nani amemwambia baba anatoka? Ya pili, hata kama baba atatoka, vijana watalipa loan na Kenya itaendelea. Si ati mambo ya loan ya vijana inaishia serikali ya baba. We want something that it will continues. So ukiona watu wamelimit akili yao na ni watoto na ni vijana watoko Penat, huyo ni mtu anastahili kujua baba anaweza kuwa ndani 5 years, we elect another good government, wanakuja kuendelea. Kama baba sasa atainherit ile mambo mzuri serikali ya Uhuru wamefanya. Uhuru aliinherit mambo ya serikali ya Kibaki. Kibaki aliinherit serikali ya Moi. So we cannot expect baba akuja asime kila kitu Uhuru wamefanya na kuanza yake. Wataendelea na serikali na mambo yenye wanaipata kwa serikali yetu. So nafikiri Chakindu Bay tunakuwa na kazi mingi sana ya kufunza watu yetu. Wacha niwachie hapo. Naona Alex ametoka. Labda Alex Penat amerudi. So,
nyumba ni wewe, nyumba endelea mzee.
Yeah, thank you.
Asante. Ya kwanza kabisa ni kuwasalimia. Naona tuko wanne tu sasa hapa na ni mambo inakuwa rahisi. Madam Sally Chep, habari ya jioni ama mchana ama asubuhi sijui. Asante.
Ni saa 10 salama. Saa 10
inakuwa ngumu sana kutranslate time ya huko na hapa. Hapa saa hizi ni saa 5 na kitu. Jakendube
ni saa 10.
Jakendube unakuwa Europe ama Amerika wewe?
Kule niko Europe.
Europe. Na bado hiyo tiketi yako na Kimere bado na ngoja nitakuja huko. Alex, how are you, sir? Fine. Now, I'm in support all of you. You're talking a lot of good things, and I don't know why Bernard has disappeared, because he should also maybe listen to this. There is a very good topic you have raised. We have seen all these before devolution and devolution.
Penat ni network inamrusha inarudi, so si ati ametoka, ni network imekuwa inamsumbua, inatusumbua sisi wote.
Pengine ni bundles za janunua, shauri yake.
Na sasa anatufanyia kazi. Wewe kama kwanza tumemchangia anunue.
Nyinyi watu wa dollars mnaweza, lakini Kenya shilling imeenda chini sana. He's down totally.
So, thank you. Umesema hiyo kazi ilikuwa ni ya Chakindu Bay na Alex. So you are talking to the right people.
Thank you, madam.
Yes.
Nimekusikia. Asante. Sasa hizo mambo zote mmeongea, kila mtu hapa namsikiza, na sasa inaniguza mimi mwenyewe. Like wacha nianza na Sally Chep. Sally Chep, madam, my kids, my wife is a Kikuyu, ama Kikuyu. Wanasikia Kikuyu, hawezi kuongea. Wamelelewa hapa Nakuru, wamesoma, wamefika university na hawezi kuongea Kikuyu. Wote wanaongea tu hiyo Sheng ama hizo English ama Kiswahili. Hata tuko nyumbani, I tried as much as possible kwa nyorosha wakae Kikuyu, lakini the environment could not allow for that. But it's good, it's not negative. Let me give an example. I discovered that a Kikuyu, me am a Kikuyu, born in Rift Valley, brought up in Rift Valley, nimesomea Rift Valley, nimefanya kazi Rift Valley, nimeretire Rift Valley. I'm totally different from a Kikuyu who was brought up in my original place, that is Othaya, akasomea Othaya, akafanya kazi Othaya, akaretire Othaya. We are two different Kikuyus. The exposure I've had, hiyo tribalism yangu si kama yule. It's something I've actually observed very keenly. Mwenye atatoka kwao na kwa Kikuyu tunasemaga kataumagarite kauga anonyina oi kuruga, that somebody else not traveled only says it's his or her mother who knows how to cook. Ajui kuna mama mwingine anajua kucook, kwa sababu mama yake tu ndiye anampikia. So the people travel. For example, I had a lot of resistance was being transferred from Nakuru to Samburu. I actually had even written a resignation letter way back in the early 90s. But when I went to Samburu, I came out a brighter person, more exposed, culture wengine nimejua, and accepting the reality ya watu wengine. In fact, I came out of it a better person. So traveling is good. Now, if I go, I said all of you have talked things that are touching on me, and you are talking the truth. Devolution has brought a lot of negativities. My first posting, and I'm giving myself as an example, my first posting was in Nakuru, which is metro cosmopolitan, and 8 years, transferred to Samburu, 4 years, Samburu, Maralal. From there, when Koibatek district was made, that is 95, transferred to Koibatek. It actually was called the Maravin district before they discovered the name Koibatek. Another 8 years. That was before devolution. Currently, in devolution, it will be very difficult for me to go and work in Samburu. Very difficult to be employed as a head of a department in Samburu. Similarly, Koibatek is no longer there, it's Baringo. It will be very difficult for me as a Kikuyu to go and get a post, very senior post in Baringo. So that's the negativity of devolution. Some places are not equally affected, like Nakuru. Nakuru is a bit more stable because tumechanganyikana sana. Na quite a number of CEOs, they actually spread over, and quite a number of my friends. So that one, Alex, is really a big setback, and I think we should have a way of how to sort it out. Second way, I'll accept your question. Let me just finish. I'm finishing with one statement. Or I'll lose track. Just 1 second. I finish. But this is the answer. Following the law. Alex, you have said it. Our problem is breaking the law at national level, at county level. And we have seen abuse of court decisions being ignored. If we follow the law, as Alex you have stated, even at the county level, the percentages of distribution of those posts, but nobody is following up. You're just complacent, you and me and everybody else. If the law is followed, because it's there, those percentages and balances, gender, blah, tribe, because you can see we go from ethnic, we go to clanism, we go to family, we go that way, and then you lose track. It's a matter of whoever comes trying to enforce the law, and it will take some time, but somebody has to start it. Thank you. Jakendube, please, before you forget what you wanted to say. You're welcome. Through Alex. Alex allows you. If he refuses, it's okay.
No, he can ask something.
Sikutaka kusema, lakini nilikuwa nataka sikutaka kuuliza swali, lakini mimi nilikuwa nataka kupeana jawabu. Jawabu ni kwamba ndio kuna law, lakini hizo law kama ziko, hizo sheria kama ziko, ni lazima tusisitize sisi wenyewe. Kwanza inatakiwa kwanza kwa sisi, kwa sababu wale ambao wanatakiwa, wale ambao saa zingine tunawapatia hizo jukumu, tunapatia mtu yoyote tu, hata mpita njia, bila kumwangalia tabia yake namna gani, kwa sababu tunapomchagua governor lazima tujue ana tabia ya namna gani, yeye ni mtu wa namna gani. Ndio tukichagua tunajua tumechagua mtu kiongozi, sio kuchagua tu mtu yoyote tu ambaye akienda huko atii sheria, afuati, asomi hata kanuni za kazi ambayo anatakiwa afanye pale. Lakini vile vile hizi vitu zote ambazo tumesema sheria, hizi vitu ni lazima sisi wenyewe tuzisisitize kwamba lazima zifanywe, lazima tuweke bidii zifanywe, kwa sababu huwezi tu kuacha sheria hapo ukasema sheria. Kuna watu watavunja hiyo sheria, lazima tuwe wakali mtu akivunja sheria, adhabu iwe ni kali, ndio watu wasivunje zile sheria. Na hizo sheria ni jukumu letu sisi kuzitilia maanani, na ndio maana nikasema inafaa sisi kama tuseme, kama kwa mfano Azimio la Umoja, hii vyama vyote ambavyo viko chini ya Azimio ni lazima tuwe na namna ya kuwa na mafunzo, kwa sababu mafunzo ni jambo la muhimu, kwa sababu elimu, hakuna mwisho wa elimu, hakuna mwisho wa elimu. So ni lazima tuelimishane, tuwe na mafunzo ya kufunza hao viongozi, hata kama washachaguliwa, kuwe na mafunzo ya kuwafunza, ya kuwakumbusha kwamba lazima katika serikali ya county iwe na uso wa Kenya, yani inclusivity ambayo tunasema kwa Kiingereza, lazima tusisitize. Mimi naona hata saa hizi wa Kenya sisi hatutilii mambo mengine maanani. Nataka kumwambia Alex, mimi ni mwana Kenya tofauti na wanakenya wengine, kwa sababu mimi sikubali mtu yoyote nikiwa nje ya Kenya, sikubali mtu yoyote kuanza kuharibu jina la Kenya kwamba Kenya iko corrupt, kwa sababu corruption iko kwa kila nchi. Hiyo corruption mimi nasema nikiwa nyumbani ama nikiwa na Kenya wenzangu nasema, lakini nikiwa nje, mimi ni Mkenya, mimi sikubali hiyo kitu hata kidogo. Na tena nataka kusema hivi, mimi saa zingine nashangaa sana na Wakenya. Sisi kama Wakenya, sisi kama Waafrika, saa hii tayari nchi ya South Africa, nchi zingine zinajaribu kujifunza Kiswahili, wakitaka kusema Kiswahili iwe lugha ya taifa, iwe lugha ya Afrika. Sisi wana Kenya ambao ukiangalia katika siku za mwanzo, mimi nilijua Kiswahili ndio lugha ya taifa, na hatutaki kuzungumza Kiswahili. Tunajifunza Kiswahili shuleni, tukija kuzungumza kama hapa tunazungumza mambo ya Kenya, tunazungumza na Kiingereza. Hamtaki kuzungumza Kiswahili. Unasema labda wengine hawajui Kiswahili. Sasa hujui Kiswahili, na Kiswahili umefanya shuleni. Na ni lugha ya taifa, ni lugha ambayo inazungumzwa kila mahali.
Yakendu bewacha kunishambulia.
No, mimi sikushambulia wewe, unazungumza Kiswahili. Mimi nashambulia Wakenya wote kwa ujumla. Nasema hiyo ni jambo ambalo mimi kwa maoni yangu saa zingine naona sisi Wakenya tunapenda kujiweka chini kwa jambo ambalo sisi tunatakiwa tujivune na Kiswahili, maana yake ni lugha ya taifa letu. Ndio maana mimi sio kusema kwamba sijui Kiingereza, lakini mimi nikizungumza na Wakenya sizungumzi lugha ya kigeni hiyo, kwa sababu wa Chinese hawazungumzi Kiingereza. Ukienda Wajerumani wanazungumza Kijerumani, ukienda wanazungumza lugha yao, lakini sisi tunapenda kuzungumza lugha ya watu wengine. So ni lazima tujivunie lugha yetu. Hiyo ndio maana, hiyo ndio kujenga taifa lako. Tujivunie mambo yetu kama Wakenya. Hiyo ni jambo ambalo sisi Wakenya tunavunja sheria yetu wenyewe, tunatoa kujivuna kwetu, tunatoa yale mambo ambayo yanatakiwa tufuate sisi, tuonyeshe mfano. Ndio maana mimi mshaniona mimi siku zote sizungumzi Kiingereza. Si kwamba sijui Kiingereza, nikizungumza kama kungekuwa na Uingereza hapa ningezungumza Kiingereza, au ningezungumza Kiswahili, watafute mtu wa kuwatafsiri, kwa sababu na wao wanazungumza Kiingereza. So hii kitu ni lazima sisi wenyewe tujenge nchi yetu wenyewe. Lugha yetu ni sisi wenyewe.
Yakendu, it was my chance. You have overtaken my chance.
Pole basi.
It was my chance. Na sasa Hai, tumemsikia Bernard, it was my chance na now Jakendu amechukua yote. Kwa sababu Alex ako biased. Tuanze Jakendu ananionea sana huyo Alex.
Wazee
Wacha nimalize.
wakipigana, kijana hawezi ingia katikati.
Nimekubali, wacha nimalize sasa. Yeah, going back to the topic. Actually, Jakendu, it's okay. What you are saying is right. Now, you can see some things are difficult. I've said I tried to enforce it at my family level. Watoto wakae wajue Kikuyu na wajue Kikuyu. Nilishindwa. I agreed. I got defeated actually. But I tried to enforce it at that level. So now there's something small I wanted to say here. We should set examples. I don't want to blow my own trumpet. I said I'm a Christian, a Catholic, and I've been a leader, in fact, a parish chairman. And this is what happens. I want to give an example in similar line, because the Catholic is also like a government by itself, the system. The smallest part of the Catholic is what we call Jumuiya. That's a small Christian community. Hiyo ni watu kama 15 hivi, the immediate family ni kama nyumba 10 kiserikali. And from Jumuiya you go to mtaa, that is the church level. From church level you go to parish. To parish you go to deanery. Deanery unaenda diocese, ni hivyo tu inaenda hivyo. Now the diocese sasa ndio ya bishop who is answerable to the pope, huko ndio anachaguliwa ni pope. Now at the Jumuiya level, okay, at any one level we consider the gender, hata kama ni tribe. Sasa nilisema niko Kiamunyi na Alex, nilifurahi kuona ulielewa Kiamunyi inamaanisha nini. And we are mixed. All tribes are here in Kiamunyi. So, and they're in the Catholic system. So even when you are doing elections, sometimes it's not just open, because Kikuyus are more here because they started this place. Although the Kisis, Alex, they have invested so much. Wamekuja in big style. Wame invest seriously in land and structures. Now, so the law, Catholic, you have to balance. Si ati jumuiya zote zikuwe ni kina baba na hakuna mama, na pia hata jumuiya ikuwe ni kabila moja. Hapana. Nothing is considered. It's part of the consideration even when doing elections. You have to balance it out. So you can say, because I'm saying even at national, this is religious now. We balance it actually. Na kama haijaenda vizuri, lazima parish priest aone mambo inaendelea hivyo. Is the law. Hamwezi kusema nyinyi ndio wengi kwa sababu mweke viongozi wote kutoka jumuiya, mtaa, parish, diocese. I'm talking of the laity, not the religious. The laity ni kama mimi sasa, viongozi wenyewe si religious line. So these things should be enforced at all levels, even at the smallest, at a family level, religious level, and whatever. And it's a matter of trying to follow the law. And when I was in chairmanship, I made sure that those things are working that way, especially in religious matters. So Bernard, what I was summarizing is what they all said, good when you ran away, Jakendube, lakini Jakendube, leo tutaonana huko nyuma, sitaki kuongea hapa sana. Alex, na tukasema ni sheria tu nataka ifuatiliwe, ndio hata nini kaunti ya Nakuru hatuna nini shida sana hiyo mambo ya viongozi. I gave an example. For me to work now in Baringo will be very difficult. For me now to work in Samburu, where I worked then before devolution, will be very difficult. Hiyo kitu imeleta hiyo shida. And somebody has to start something to sort it out. Thanks, panelists. Na Wangira huku wako nikikuja umekuja, nimekusalimia, salimika. Santini wote.
Yeah, you know, before Bernard comes, I wish we could make a paradigm shift from the norms of how we look at the seat of governorship. It is not a political seat. It is a seat that is given to us so that we can manage the resources. Whether I agree with Wangira or not, because he brought it up, the function of governor, in terms of, you know, we are supposed to get money from the national so that we can, the function of the national government is to give us resources. That is disputable. But the person at the helm of the governorship should not be political, because the problem of being political is you play politics now with the whole resources. And I wish we could, one county can show us an example. I don't know which one. I don't think our county for now is capable of doing that. At some point, I thought Kisumu will do that at the goodwill of Baba. I wish one county radically decides not to vote its local, for example, in Kisumu, and we just vote an Indian governor. And we see how that city will transform itself in 5 years so that it can knock down on people that a good governor, given resources, is able to make a small county like Kiambu to be better than Kigali and Rwanda as a whole. When the Mount Kenya foundations sit down and talk about the wealth within Mount Kenya, at some point they surprised me by saying that the wealth accumulation in Mount Kenya alone is equivalent to that of Southern Sudan and Rwanda and Burundi and something of the sort. So when you take a county like Kiambu, which probably its GDP is bigger than that of Rwanda, and give it to a degenerate like Waitito, purportedly not, I don't want better to say I should apologize, a person who is not capable of managing a county.
Waitito. Huh?
Yeah, Waitito, yeah. Yeah. Or somebody like a non-corrupt person like Madam Kirinyaga, who gets money, the county government money, transfers the whole of the amount to his own personal account, then something is wrong. So we need to get maybe one governor to teach us the way we have seen some counties, some MPs, maybe for Kases, and people like Shabil from Kisumu town, to show us that it is not the ethnicity that matters. It is the ability to man the money that you've been given, so that the resources that we have can be shared in an equitable way, and also using the small resources to even produce more resources. Madam Kitui has shown us that, but unfortunately the politics of tribalism took over, and now she's going to the national government. Hopefully she's going to do better and more better by showing us that, Kitui was more compounded. But I hope 1 or 2 governors will be chosen who will never be a native of a certain county, and they will be able to show Kenya that it is not your local people that are able to take us from the current situation. The same way we used to say, huyu ni mtu wa kwetu. In Kisii, we messed up all our schools because we were employing all the local teachers. Hata wakienda wakikunywa, hakuna mtu anawavuta kazi. Wakiwacha kwenda kazi, hakuna mtu anawavuta. Mkiwavuta, unaambiwa watoto wanani hawaendi shule kwa sababu mmewavuta. So it was difficult even to improve on our education, because we thought the benefit of local employment superseded the rest. But what happened was schools like Cardinal Tunga, schools like Sameta, schools like Kereri, Nyabururu dived off, and now they are like ghost school. Cardinal Tunga used to be a national school whereby many people went through. Today it's a village school because we employed villagers, and we told all the fathers, and then we don't need white fathers here. Nyumba, that's what we did. We chased the fathers. And the small dispensaries that we had that had medicine, we chased them with it. So my prayer is we get one county to be an example, that it doesn't be Simbarati or Ongeri or Ongwae. it can be Otieno, it can be Kabogo, it can be Ojamong. Then we put him on accountability scale. Mundu kumundu. Yes, that will be the true mundu kumundu. And the guy will perform. I think that should be the scale. Thank you very much, Bella.
That's the new Kenya we are aspiring for, where competence will count and we will put the country first. The moment we put the country first, it will not matter who is working where. It will be, are Kenyans receiving service? And that is a challenge that we must embrace now. If we don't, we will never get off where we are to where we ought to be. It is that serious that if we don't overcome tribalism right now and be able to appreciate that any competent Kenyan is capable of working anywhere and will serve Kenyans in that place as if he's serving his own people, the better for us. But this business of embracing mediocrity because we are faced with a choice of choosing between a semi-literate and a corrupt person, and then we have to settle for one. That need not to be the case. Let's have the entire country, let's fish out, let's even compete, okay? Compete where people are bidding for governorship, where we are able to interview people and be able to settle for this one, is able to deliver. If we got that way, I'm sure we will have a country to be proud of in a few years' time. But we allow our tribalism to prevail over us, our mutuetu, our local things to be done by locals in a local way, in a local language. Tunapoteza sana. Yes, Jakindube, unasemaje?
Nasema Bernard, hiyo ni jambo nzuri, na hiyo ndio maana mimi nasisitiza kwanza lazima tuwe na ujenzi wa taifa, kwa sababu ujenzi wa taifa unapowajenga watu unawafanya waelewe maana ya umoja na kuzungumza pamoja ni nini, maana ya kujenga nchi yao ni nini. Ukiwajenga watu wakishafahamu maana ya ujenzi, maana wao kuwa wamoja, maana wao kuwa kufanya kazi pamoja, itakuwa ni rahisi kuweka sheria, kuwaambia kwamba sasa kila serikali ya county lazima tuone uso ya Kenya, na lazima wale ambao tunawaajiri lazima wawe na stakabadhi ambazo zinatakikana, yani qualification zile zinatakikana, lakini tuone kwamba ni uso wa Kenya katika hiyo serikali yako, na iende hivyo mpaka serikali kuu. Hivyo ikienda hivyo, utakuta kwamba katika hizo makaunti kuna wakati mmoja utakuta Onyango ndiye anasimama governor kule Samburu, au kwa sababu kama ameishi hapo, amezaa watoto wake, amefanya kazi hapo, ni wakazi wa hapo. Mwishowe ikija mambo ya governor, ana haki ya kugombania pale, na atakuwa ni mtu ambaye wanamfahamu pale. So tunataka ile inatakikana ni kwamba ni lazima tujenge taifa. Kujenga taifa ni kujenga watu, na watu wenyewe wakishaelewa ni kwa nini tunataka tujenge nchi yetu na inatakiwa tufuate njia hii, hiyo ndio itakomesha hii mambo ya ukabila. Maanake bila watu kuelewa ubaya wa ukabila hawatajua, hawataelewa. Na ndio maana nasema katika hizi vitu ambazo tunazo kama azimio la umoja, ni chombo kizuri sana. Tunaweza kufundisha wale wanachama wote wale wako pale. Utakuta kwamba wakati mwingine wanaweza kusema basi wacha tuwe na hichi azimio la umoja, iwe kama chama, sisi wote tuwe hapa, na hiyo iwe na sheria zake, na hiyo itatusaidia kwamba kujirekebisha na kuweka sheria kwamba kila kiongozi anapokuja anafuata hizo sheria, kwa sababu kama president akifuata hiyo sheria kwamba president katika hiyo cabinet yake, inaonyesha serikali yake inaonyesha uso wa Kenya, hata hizi serikali ndogo zitafanya hivyo, na hiyo itazuia hiyo mambo ya ukabila. Lakini jambo kubwa kabisa ni lazima sisi wenyewe wananchi tuwe sauti zetu ziwe kali wakati wote kukemea mtu ambaye anaenda nje ya hizo sheria zetu. Na Bernard, tumeomba wakati mmoja, tafadhali jaribuni hiyo mambo ya baba aje hapa tumwelezee vitu fulani, manake kuna vitu vingine labda haelewi, vitu kama hiyo, kujenga taifa na kuona uso wa nchi yetu katika kila county. Tunataka kuona kila county ina uso wa Kenya. Asante sana Bernard.
Okay, asante Jakindube. Baba wewe ukiwa na ujumbe wa baba ukipitisha hapa amepata, kwa sababu anatazama hiki kipindi. Kwa hivyo ujumbe wote, ile habari hiyo anaipata kwa njia ya moja kwa moja. Cha pili ni kuna sura ya Kenya. Unajua wanasiasa ni sitaki kutumia jina wakora, okay? Ukiwaambia wakuonyeshe sura ya Kenya, wataitengeneza wakuonyeshe, lakini kile tunakosa ni ile utaifa, ile hali ambayo kila mtu anawajibika kwa sababu ya nchi. Kuna ile kuwa na mzigo kwa sababu ya nchi, na kuna ile ya kuonyesha tu sura ya Kenya kwa sababu ya kupata kura, sura ya Kenya kwa sababu tunataka ujiona kama ya national party. For example, sasa hivi UDA ina struggle sana kuwa national party, kuonekana kama ni national party, lakini angalia kwa matendo yao, angalia kile wanachokitafuta. It is not nationalism they are pursuing, it is strengthening their party to appear national. Appearing national and being national are two different things, and as Kenyans we need to go beyond appearance and embrace the truth and the reality that Kenya is only safe with every other Kenyan on the table and every other Kenyan safeguarded. Kama Waluya watapata na Wakuria wakose, hakuna vile Kenya itakuwa na amani, na hakuna vile Wakenya watakuwa na furaha, kwa sababu hakuwezi kuwa na kilio huku ili hali huku kuna sherehe. Ili kila mmoja ajumuike nawe na furaha, ni lazima tuwajibike. Na ningependa kusisitiza kitu kimoja, na a suggestion, the best devolution devolution minister, okay, should be the best performing governor, especially hao watu wamemaliza their terms, like Kibwana, or like when Isaac Ruto was off the nini. The people who have an understanding of devolution and how devolution should be done and should be help the country develop should be charged with that responsibility. And then the national government needs to now to forcefully ensure that this particular minister is not playing games, is looking at devolution holistically. Like, let's go to Marsabit. What is the county government doing in terms of development and improving the status of the people of the place? So that is kwetu, wewe ni minister of devolution, unaongeanga wakati rais yuko na unakaa kwa cabinet. There must be some practical steps that you are undertaking to see to it that the country is developing. The purpose of devolution was to make sure that the country develops holistically. Not one section is developing while the other one is left behind. So the minister for devolution is supposed to be going around counties, seeing what infrastructure is going on in Marsabit, which infrastructure is going on in Isiolo, which infrastructure is needed in Nyamira, what is lacking in Kisii, so that kuwe na inji tukisema after 5 years we look at Kenya it's looking better, it has improved. Lakini kama county government is to create jobs and then money is sent to pay salaries, then we don't need it. So we must appreciate that the country cannot remain where it is. It has to move a step further. The sacrifices that must be made for the country to move a step further must be made and must be forcefully done. Na kile mimi naona si kukosa sheria hapa. Hapa ni kukosa ile nia, where there is a will, there is a way. Are we willing to embrace Kenya? Are we willing to improve Kenya? The people charged with responsibility, are they willing to see to it that we bury tribalism? We bury this animosity that has perpetuated and determined our politics for so long. Are we ready for that? If we are willing, we will always make a way. So putting there a law without the willingness to enhance that is done will still miss the mark. Lastly, you notice that Moi preached peace, love, and unity. Preaching has a way of shaping people's opinion and making people even accept what they had rejected previously. And so we need to still get back to that place where we borrow a leaf from Moi, where this issue of tribalism to be buried, peace, love, and unity to be preached and to be drummed into the minds of Kenyans. And then the civil servants also needs to be retrained, just like there's a suggestion of retraining the City Council Askaris. These people need to be retrained. That induction program needs to deal with the issue of tribalism completely. Mtu akikaa kwa ofisi anakaa hapo kwa sababu ya Kenya, sio kwa sababu ya kijiji chake. Na serikali sio opportunity ya wewe kukamua, ni opportunity ya wewe kuhudumia wa Kenya ili Kenya isonge mbele. Kwa hivyo kila mmoja unayemchagua hakikisha kwamba anasimamia mambo kama haya, sio yeye kwenda hapa alafu anafuta kila mtu. Okay, the song of madness, he gets into the county government and then he sacks everybody. He wants to bring his people, and then his people look for his downfall. Thank you. Let me Wangira, what do I say?
Nilikuwa nasema nimeanza kupata usingizi, nimekaa hapa sana. Anyway,
wewe hujanitumia njugu, mawele na muhogo.
Anyway, let me just, let me start by just responding to my brother Alex. Alex, it's not that we disagreed in a very big beat the other time. My concern was on how my brother Bernard was phrasing the matter, because Bernard was phrasing the matter that the central government gives money to county government, and I said no, that's not the issue, because if we go to Article 202 of the Kenyan Constitution, it's very, very clear that the revenue that is gained at the national level is supposed to be equitably divided between national government and county government, and that was the only my area of disagreement. And I want to agree with you, Alex and Bernard, largely on this issue of national government, as much as it was not part of the debate here today. Bernard, there's still what we call villagism, or ile kienyeji ya huko kwa kijiji in the management of national government. And that one is true. I agree with you people. It's true. Because if you look at what are supposed to be the objectives of a national government, for example, a national government is supposed to foster, a county government is supposed to foster national unity by the recognized diversity. But if you go to most of these county governments, just like what my brother Nyumba and perhaps Kilu may say, it's very, very clear under the law that every county government must 30% of the employees of the county governments must belong to the minority of the people who are living in that county. For example, if you go to my county of Busia, the majority are Luyas and Tesos. And there we also have some Kikuyus, we have Kisis there, and we have Luos there. then the 30% of the staff at the Busia County government should constitute of the Kikuyus, the Kisis, and the Luos, who are the minorities in this particular county. But when you try to analyze, you discover that that's not the matter. And again, you discover that, county governments have become employment bureaus, where governors are employing their relatives and friends at the expense of the county. And we're asking, the question that we should asking is that if county governments are now becoming what we call employment bureaus, then are they likely to achieve what they are supposed to achieve? Because, on the budget, what we call the recurrent must meet a particular percentage. In most government structures, the recurrent should not go beyond perhaps 65% or even 70%. But you'll find that recurrent expenditures in some of these county governments goes up to almost 80 or 85%, leaving nothing for development. So I agree with you people fully, because I don't want to dwell so much on what was not part of this debate, that, there is a problem with the county governments, and, we need to restructure them. You look at corruption, corruption is now domiciled at the county government. That's where it is domiciled. I remember my brother Alex saying that in his own county of Kisii, pesa ya umma ile imeenda kwa mifuko ya watu is a loss. And these are things we must agree on. Where we agree, and where we don't agree, we just streamline and we move on. So let me move to the topic of the day, Bernard. Bernard, I've been away the whole day. I was on my laptop. I've just discovered it was 10 p.m. Just 10 p.m. and I didn't know what the topic for the day was. So you'll bear with me if I don't really get the topic of the day the way it was supposed to be. I just want to look at Martha Wangari Karua. Yesterday, for those people who were on this platform in the evening, at the tail end of it, we will discover that we talked largely about this issue of corruption. And, I even told people here that in 2021, the Corruption Perception Index, we were at number 128 out of 180. And, we were in the same league with countries like Laos and countries like Bolivia. I know, Alex, you can research on what Laos is or what Bolivia is in terms of corruption. So we are doing very, very badly as far as corruption is concerned in this country. So today, I've just come across the message by Martha Wangari Karua. And that message is really giving the people of Kenya hope, because the problem in this country is corruption. And yesterday I said, if we can manage corruption up to even 50%, then we'll have solved most of the issues that are disturbing us as a nation. So Martha Karua has told people who are in the opposition, Kenya Kwanza Alliance, that they should not be afraid, because when Azimio la Umoja formed government, there will be no witch hunt. As far as the fight against corruption is concerned, there will be no witch hunt. And she has assured them that she will be at the forefront in the fight against corruption. This lady is tough. She has just told them that I will be at the forefront in this fight against corruption. So those who think ni michezo, and Martha Karua, every time she moves around, she tells them sisi hatuchezi na kazi. So those people who think that the fight against corruption ni michezo, when Azimio la Umoja takes government, then they're in for a very, very, very big shock. Then he told them that so long as they are playing within the law, they should not be worried. And he told the people of Kenya that it is time that we change. And I agree with Martha Karua that it is time that we change. Irrespective whether it's me as a private citizen of this country or it is a public servant somewhere, we must just change. If we must win this war against corruption, we just must change. There is a need for the people of Kenya to change their way of looking at things, especially as far as corruption is very concerned. And what impressed me was the question she asked. She told me that she has had women name their kids after every name in this country, but she has never come across any woman who has named her son or daughter corruption. Have you ever met a child called corruption? No? Me, I've never met any, and I agree with Martha Karua that they seem to be nobody was ever named her son or daughter corruption. So, Martha Karua is really giving us hope, because for us who live in this country every day, we know how we are fighting, how we are struggling with this scourge of corruption. And, if there is an assurance that, it can be won even halfway, then, that is giving us hope, and it's making us desire to live in this country longer, longer. On my second point, Bernard, is on this gentleman called William Samoei Ruto. Now William Samoei Ruto is telling you and me to blame Raila Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta over the rising cost of living in this country. That's what he's telling you, that you and me, those who live in this country, don't blame anyone. Just blame Uhuru Kenyatta. Just blame Raila Odinga. They are the cause of the suffering you are going through. They're the reason why unga is almost 200 shillings up, a 2 kg pack. It's the reason why 5 liters of cooking oil is 2,000. So he's telling you to blame Raila Odinga, and these are his reasons. He's purporting that when Raila Odinga came into government, I don't know whether Raila Odinga has ever been in government, He made sure that Uhuru Kenyatta never implemented what they call the Big Four agenda. And that's why this country is, going through what they call food insecurity. And finally, I've just listened to Uhuru Kenyatta. He is also having another good message. He's telling people that come the 9th of August, vote for people who take us forward and not those who will take us reverse. He's telling us that vote for a person who will protect your rights, a person who will protect your property, a person who will not steal from you. So he's telling you that when you go to the ballot, that should be your consideration. Because if you consider otherwise, then you will be in for a very, very, very big shock. Bernard, I could have been off the target of the discussion today, but that is all that I had to say. Asante.
Okay, asante Bwana Wangira, nashukuru kwa mchango wako, na ni muhimu tuanze kuzungumzia masuala kama haya. William Ruto na lawama ni kama jina lake la katikati. Anafikiria uongozi ni kulaumu wengine na kujipendekeza mwenyewe. Uongozi ni kuwajibika. Ukikuta ukifika nyumbani watoto wanalia kwa sababu chakula hakijapikwa, alafu wewe unaanza kutafuta mtu wa kulaumu, that makes you not a leader. A leader will roll the sleeves, go to the kitchen, make the food so that the children can stop crying, get something to eat. Then thereafter, let us ask who was to prepare the meal. But Deputy President is incompetent and crybaby, and that makes him unfit for any leadership position anywhere. Looking for who to blame makes you a non-leader everywhere and all the time. Secondly, how did Raila Odinga interfere with government operations? If there is anything that William Ruto should blame Raila Odinga for, is that he interfered with his plan of becoming president in 2022. But as far as government operations are concerned, the government has been in operation, is still in operation. Cabinet secretaries have been doing their work. Cabinet have been doing their meeting. Parliament have just closed their operations. I mean, William Ruto aache kutubeba wajinga. Sisi tunajua yeye ni muongo na ako karibu kuwa baba uongo asipochunga. Ukweli ni kwamba akubali amechezwa. Ukichengwa kubali umechengwa. Wacha story mingi ya kulaumu huyu na kulaumu yule. Kama Uhuru Kenyatta hakufanya kazi yake, basi wewe ulikuwa makamu yake, ulifanya nini kusaidia ili Kenya isikue mahali ilipo? What attempt did you do? wewe ulifanywa in charge ya food security. Kwanza food security ilikuwa docket ya nani? Ya William Ruto. William Ruto si alikuwa in charge ya maneno ya kulalo wa kulalo, the kulalo project that flopped after taking over 16 billion or something. Hajatueleza pesa zilienda wapi. Alipanda mahindi tupate magunia sijui ngapi, tukapata magunia 10,000. Anapasa kutueleza hiyo mambo yote. Hii story ya kurani mdomo na kukimbia na jina la Raila na handshake is not going to make him president. He should own up the mistakes of the government and apologize to Kenyans, and thereafter offer himself so that we consider him for leadership. But in my opinion, he's unfit, and therefore he should be rejected on arrival. Okay, thank you. Alex, kama una la kuongezea tumlete mama mpya.
Yeah, on the same level, looks like we are exhausting this topic. We can always say even what is going around the world so that we can furnish our knowledge and help our country. The last 2 weeks has been very interesting to South Africa. Interesting in the fact that President Ramaphosa, there was some amount of money of tuned to up to $60 million in hard cash that was stolen from his farm. They were telling us that his farm, one of his farms, the guy has several farms in South Africa, and in one of the farm, he had a tune of up to $60 million US hard cash. And it looks like some people from Namibia came and broke to the farm and stole the money. And it has been on the news for a couple of days. But what was interesting is, in the very same farm, last weekend, there was an auction. And that auction was for cattle auction. And what was interesting in that auction is simply that the species of cows specifically that were being dealt or auctioned in that farm was called Ankole cattle. And these Ankole cattle has big horns, and they are indigenous. They are not exotic. They are not Fresians. They are not the Jerseys. They are purely African species. And a bull for that for that species goes for a record of 3 million rands. And if you know how to convert, basically 1 rand is almost like 10 Kenya shillings randomly. So 1 bull goes for 10 million Kenya shillings. No, 30 million, something of the sort. That tickled my mind, and asked myself, what's special with this? And I went to research. And I found out that when they sell these cattle, their protein level, so on and so forth, is that it is one of the most nutritious meats in the world, so on and so forth. And therefore, they want to preserve that species. And in so doing, they've decided to have an auction. And that auction fetches South Africa billions of money. Billions of money. And that took me aback and asked, is that why we are having cattle wrestling in our country? Hii ng'ombe yote inaibwa Kenya, ends up in Kenya Meat Commission. And you remember, Uhuru Kenyatta had to militarize by all necessary means Kenya Meat Commission to bring sanity. If there is any commission in Kenya, they did never, even the people in UDA never wanted to be militarized. They even were willing for Nairobi to be militarized. But the Kenya Meat Commission, it was a no-go zone. One of my friends told me that one cattle, indigenous, that is very healthy from that area can fetch a tune of so much money. By the time it is sold to Kenya Meat Commission and exported out of the country to be sold as organic meat, these peddlers, not the cattle rustlers, they end up making billions of money. So I think it's a high time Kenyans should start also speaking about their own auctioning. If somebody can put a tune of 60 million in his house just because of cattle, auction, just a mere auction, it means we are also sitting on a gold mine. If you go to YouTube, you can see one of the biggest Ankole cattle in the world is Yoweri Museveni. Yoweri Museveni has a big farm outside Kampala with thousands of Ankole cattle. So I'm urging our government to closely look into it, and the government of Baba Raila Odinga as they come in, because if that is true, I don't think an Ankole species should cost more than our indigenous ones, because I think we have better bulls in Kenya. And if Boni doesn't win the seat for Kakamega Senate, why don't he be made a special minister for bulls in auction in Kenya? Because that will create a lot of employment, Bernard.
It will cause the bulls to fight. You will never get a bull to sell. All the same, there is this Baka, and I say Gabra Kaba Ministries TV says, sir, you are wrong about the Ankole cow. I stay not far from the farm. One cow goes for 600,000 rands. Whichever, but auction has different prices from normal price. Whichever the case, Alex, you will respond to that later. Njokabi, is it Njokabi or Njokabi? Habari ya leo. Okay, unmute on beside your name. You click on that mic, then yes.
Munanisikia?
Aha. Tunakusikia.
Can you hear
Vipi?
me? Asante sana. Kwa majina naitwa Nyokabi kutoka Nakuru. Naona Selini dada yangu huko, tunatoka huko mahali pamoja huko.
Karibu maitia.
Asante sana. Nimekuwa
nyumbani?
salama sana, lakini niko Ujerumani, naishi Ujerumani.
Asante.
Nimekuwa nikiwasikiza for a very long time, almost like 3, 4, 5 weeks ago. Kila saa nimekuwa addicted to this. Kwa hivyo ninafurahi sana kwa ile kazi ambao mnafanya, na nimekuwa nikisikiza each and every one of you mpaka sometimes very late in the night, lakini nafurahi manake hii channel bado iko. Nashukuru sana. Mimi kuna mama alikuwa hapa leo mchana na alituombea na akalia sana mpaka akafanya mimi mwenyewe nitoe machozi, mpaka nikasema leo lazima niingie kwa studio, maanake hiyo kitu ilinitouch sana, ilienda mpaka ndani ya roho, because kwa hakika ni kusema kwamba sisi watu wa nje tukija nyumbani na tunaona ile maendeleo iko, tunajivunia sana kuwa Mkenya. Mahali uko unasema I'm so happy, I'm so glad to be a Kenyan, na hakuna mahali kama nyumbani. Kwa hivyo sasa hiyo kilio yake ilinionyesha ni vile anaona kama mambo inaweza enda vibaya, ndio maana hiyo kilio yote alikuwa nayo. Na mimi kusema ukweli, nimetoka kwa nyumba ya politics. Mama yangu alikuwa politician huko Nakuru pia, kwa hivyo nimelewa nayo, naielewa kidogo, si sana, maanake nilitoka nyumbani nikiwa mtoto mdogo sana, lakini nilikuwa naona vile wanaongea, vile watu wanakuja nyumbani wanaongea hizo mambo. Lakini ile kitu mimi inanishangaza ni kwamba hii politics ya hizo miaka.
Unaweza kunikumbusha jina ya mama please?
Mamangu alikuwa anaitwa Councillor Shadrack Ruth.
Oh my God.
Ndio, huyo ndio alikuwa mama
Wow,
yangu.
thank you.
Sasa kitu inanishangaza ni kwamba politics yenye naona saizi upande ya UDA wanafanya ni ile politics ya those years, hizo miaka za zamani, hizo 30-40 years zenye walikuwa na promise watu hivi, lakini saizi nimeona politics totally different, ile inaongea mambo things that are making sense, vitu zenye unaona kweli inawezekana, we can do that as a country. Yeah. Na nashukuru sana Azimio for coming up with a very great what do you call this, mnaita nini, mjadala yao, what they are going to do for the country and for the people. And nikiangalia sana the same way hizo what they are promising is what is happening here in Germany. We live like that. Kuna watu wanapatiwa hiyo wenye hawana wanapewa hizo pesa, na I am pretty sure inawezekana pia Kenya. It is very possible. Na insurances kama za hospitali na nini, which is very important because we are losing a lot of people every day. Nikienda pale nyumbani unasikia mtu amefariki just because hangeweza kwenda hospitalini because they don't have the money. Kwa hivyo ndizo vitu zingine huwa zinaniuma sana nikienda nyumbani nikiona how people are suffering, and yet there is a possibility of doing this thing, government ikiwa na watu correct, watu ambao wanaangalia kweli watu wa Kenya. It is very important. Kwa hivyo nafurahia sana all this, inanifundisha mambo mengi sana, and I'm learning so much from this channel. Na mimi naweza tu kusema kwamba I think I have a lot of faith in Baba because hiyo yote anajaribu kusema ni vitu kweli hata mimi nikiangalia naona inawezekana. And the thing that I don't understand ni vile watu wanaambiwa the same story, vitu tumekuwa tukizisikiza tukiwa watoto wadogo, and hizo mambo bado zinaendelea mpaka leo. Hiyo ni some things that I really don't understand, lakini Kenya ni yetu, tunaipenda, na namuombea sana baba na mama Karua, manake mimi naona wanafanya kazi nzuri and I have a lot of faith in them, and because we only want the best, and I'm pretty sure it's going to work. The way I see things, naona kama itawezekana. Nimewashukuru sana na asanteni sana kwa kunisikiza.
Okay.
Asante. Mimi ndiye nilichukua wakati mama aliretire, nilichukua kiti yake ya chairperson ya Kanu Nakuru district. So mimi ndiye Selina Sego.
Ndio hivyo, hiyo jina nilisikia nikasema huyu mama namfahamu those days, yeah. Nikasema lazima hata mimi niingie na niwaelezee how I feel. Asante sana Sel, you are doing a great job.
Thank you Nyokabi, we appreciate it.
Asante sana. But I'm still here, I'm still listening. Yeah.
Yeah, tuendelee, nashukuru. Let's play out this video and then we move to the next contribution. A little patient, it will come through.
Most sought after cattle breeds, Ankole cattle are native to East and Central Africa. They are characterized by their large horns and distinctive bodily structure. Matsira says one Ankole animal can cost between 100,000 rand and 3 million rand on South African markets and auctions. He acquired a herd of about 10 Ankole cattle from Uganda through a costly embryo transplant process. Although they're expensive to buy, Matsira says the animals are cheap to rear as they can withstand the harshest of conditions, including drought.
Rearing the cattle is not difficult because the Ankole breed is genetically very competent in the sense that it is disease resistant and it's also drought resistant. So for us in a communal land like this in rural areas, they adapt.
It's muted, Bernard. Bernard.
I don't know. There's something affecting my net.
Times you'll find that a heifer, which is a young cow, will fetch close to 2 million rand as it happened in the last auction.
Meanwhile, one of Matsira's assistants said the Ankole has a very aggressive temperament, especially when under threat and protecting its offspring.
They bit aggressive, especially if there's young cows, especially the bulls. It's their duties and responsibility to protect the females and the young ones. That is why you can't just go closer to them when they've got the cows. They are protecting their offsprings.
Meanwhile, this Ankole cattle form part of Matsira tourism package. One of the world's most sought-after cattle breeds, Ankole cattle are native to East and Central Africa. They are characterized by their large horns and distinctive bodily structure. Matsira says one Ankole animal can cost between 100,000 rand and 3 million rand on South African markets and auctions. He acquired a herd of about 10 Ankole cattle from Uganda through a costly embryo transplant process. Although they're expensive to buy, Matsira says the animals are cheap to rear as they can withstand the harshest of conditions, including drought.
Rearing the cattle is not difficult because the Ankole breed is genetically very competent in the sense that it is disease resistant and it's also drought resistant. So for us in a communal land like this in rural areas, they adapt very well compared to other breeds. It means that farming with Ankole becomes cheaper in the long run. The problem is that the acquisition of the stock for the Ankole breed is very, very expensive.
Matsira says he plans to buy an Ankole bull on the Parapara Ankole auction in Villaville on Saturday to add to his herd, but it will cost him an arm and a leg.
The structure of the bull, for instance, and the length of the horns would make a bull or a cow quite expensive in the market. That is why there is no average price or a one single price for an Ankole cattle or bull or a cow. So even sometimes you'll find that a heifer, which is a young cow, will fetch close to 2 million rand as it happened in the last auction.
Meanwhile, one of Matsira's assistants said the Ankole has a very aggressive temperament, especially when under threat and protecting its offspring.
They bit aggressive, especially if there's young cows, especially the bulls. It's their duties and responsibility to protect the females and the young ones. That is why you can't just go closer to them when they've got the cows. They are protecting their offsprings.
Meanwhile, this Ankole cattle form part of Matsira tourism package. Tourists from far and near flock into the village just to behold the majestic nature of the cattle. Ruto Bobori, IEBC News, Matsira.
Thank you, Bernard, very much. You know, sometimes our listeners in the comment section, it's not about ignorance. I think they are bored. They need jobs. Some of us need to buy those Ankole cattle and employ that young man who was telling me he lives next to it. Maybe he lives with some Ankole goats and he thinks they are Ankole cows, so that we can help them understand how the world food market works. I want to guarantee any young man in Kenya today who wants to start a business, if there is a business that you will never go wrong, I repeat and I will tell you with the confidence, is the food industry. As we go to 2030, with more and more countries producing more GMO than ever, the demand for African meat, more especially cows and goats, is of a high stake, my friend. So, and the reason I have brought it up is because the Kenya Meat Commission was one of the greatest meat commission in not only in Africa, but in the whole world. In the 70s, countries like Botswana, countries like Namibia, countries like South Africa, and you can go to the record and research, they used to come to training to Kenya Meat Commission on the issue of meat production. So instead of telling us about wheelbarrows, because we haven't gotten to a point we can radically take the literacy ratio of Turkana, Samburu, and all those cattle rustling areas from 10% to 90% and give them jobs. My radical proposition or opinion is this: then why can't we make that cattle that they are fighting for a radical industry? Instead of telling them about wheelbarrow, it's just a proposal because South Africans are doing it. You understand what Bernard I'm saying? So in our agenda as Azimio, I'm just thinking that last weekend there was in the Falafala farm of one man, and there are many, many of that kind of auctions all over South Africa. And we are not talking, we are talking, this one was a high end for only the rich people in South Africa. We are talking, there are other small ones. Why is it so? Because the exotic meat has become dangerous. It is cancerous by nature. And meat eating has become a habit. You go to some Western countries in the morning, somebody is eating bacon, in the lunchtime hamburger, evening you're eating steak. So it's part and parcel of your proteins. People don't want to eat beans anymore because it's not fashionable. So if that is so, Bernard, I know you eat a lot of beans because you're a pastor, but some of us who eat meat morning, evening, lunch, and evening, Kenya can be a source of proteins, especially something called the goats, especially ile goat ya kutoka kule karibu na Sacho, ambayo inakula something called a salt that makes it naturally sweet. Ukifika kule somewhere in Karua, Naivasha, there is a place, ukifikanga huko, you can just eat that goat meat without ugali, and unaweza even overeat because it is so sweet and so natural. So my proposal is, instead of us giving the people in Turkana, in Samburu, so on and so forth, wheelbarrows, and so much hype or hogwash in terms of what we will do, we can turn the cattle industry indigenous to be something that we have never thought of. If South Africans can do it, we can do it. So the young man who was saying, oh, that's a lie, my friend, I think the lie lies that probably your eyes don't know how to read or your ears cannot understand. The farmer said a heifer, a young cow, depending on the length of the and its structure, can go up to 2 million rands. A bull can go up to 3 million. Between 100,000 rands to 3 million. And that is the truth. If truly the meat, the cattle, the way we used to have auctions, here in America they still have cattle auctions. Na Bernard, ukipata mtu here in America, mtu anaendesha mifugo, especially mtu ambaye amebeba ng'ombe kwa truck, hata kama anaenda 100 miles per hour, asimamishwe na askari. And those people are getting almost 80 cents a mile. Transporting a cow from one place to another, those people are making an average of more than $3,000. A transporter only, $3,000 a week. The vehicle doesn't belong to you. The cows don't belong to you. So what I'm saying is we are sitting on a gold mine that we must exploit. Thank you so much, Bernard.
Asante sana. I think we need you to be part of the Dream Kenya paper. This is what Baba is talking about, a product per county. Meat exporting business is going to be big business, especially for the African meat. And so projecting towards that and working towards that is the best approach. The harvesting of fodder, because all this mass land we have, okay, that we debate about 1 man 1 shilling or 1 kilometer 1 shilling, all that mass land can be put to good use. Put those animals, rear them, sell them. Badala sikuja instead of us fighting over the small resources that are available, let's multiply the resources that we have so that when it comes to eating, we can eat the surplus. But now we want to eat the capital. What are we going to do after we finish the capital? There will be nothing left for us to eat. We will begin to eat each other. So that line of thinking is what is needed in Kenya. People that see an opportunity, capitalize on it, and work towards that. So projecting 2050, what will be the state of meat distribution and consumption in the world? Which kind of meat will be more desirable than the other? Then you work towards that, invest toward that, multiply your breeds toward that, so that by that time you are the only one in the market. You will sell whatever you're selling at whatever cost you choose, or whatever price you choose. So we need that. Yes, Jakindube.
Asante sana Leonard, Bernard kwa kutuonyesha hiyo. Ndio nilikuwa nasema kwamba sisi wa Afrika tumepewa kila kitu. Mungu ni mwema sana, ametupatia kila kitu kile tunahitaji. Tena ametupatia vitu vizuri sana. Umetupatia almasi, dhahabu, wanyama wale wanakula yani natural food vizuri, tena wale wana resist. Lakini sisi utakuta tumewacha hata wao wetu, tunaenda kutafuta zile ambazo zinakufa ovyo ovyo za wazungu, ndio tunasema ni nzuri. Unaona, tunaambiwa sisi masikini. Sisi masikini namna gani tuko na mali namna hii? Hii ndio maana nasema, hii ndio maana kwa maoni yangu azimio la umoja ni jambo nzuri sana, kwa sababu tunaweza kusema pamoja, tunaweza kuona, kwa sababu kama hatungekuwa na jambo la azimio, ama tuseme kama hatungekuwa tunazungumza, tungekuwa na ile vurugu tulikuwa nayo zamani, hatungeweza kuzungumza namna hii na kuona, kufunguka macho, kuona mambo gani tunaweza tukafanya ambaye inaweza kutuletea ufanisi na mali na afya njema. Unaona, kwa hiyo ni jambo la muhimu tuwe na hizi nani, tuseme kama hizo mifugo tukiwa nazo wako na nyama nzuri ambayo haitatupatia madhara, lakini sisi tutakimbilia zile ambazo zimekuuzwa kwingine. Tukizila hizo nyama zinatuletea madhara, na hayo ndio tunataka. Kwa hiyo mimi nasema nataka kuwasihi sisi kama Wakenya, ni vizuri tuone kwamba hayo mambo ambayo yanaonekana hayo ndio mambo ambayo tunasema azimio inatakiwa tufanye haya mambo, kwa sababu katika hizo sehemu ambazo ziko na ukame, tukiweza kupata maji sehemu hizo, au ng'ombe watazidi kunawiri, tutakuwa tunaweza kupata ngozi, tukatengeneza viatu, tukatengeneza majaketi, tukatengeneza kila kitu ile tunataka. Kwa hiyo ni jambo la busara kabisa kwamba ile niliona azimio ni jambo la muhimu, kwamba sisi kama wana Kenya ni vizuri tuzungumze pamoja na tuendelee kufanya kazi pamoja. Asante sana Bernard.
Okay, asante Jakindube, we appreciate that. Thank you, those of you that are watching. Please, let's keep inviting others to join in the discussion. It is important that we air our views, our perspectives. This is our country, and we should project and ensure that when it comes to electing leaders, we elect visionary leaders who can project 50 years from now and solve the problems that will come up 50 years from now. By the time those problems are rising, they find an already prepared solution. So that we project in 50 years from now, education will be to the country, the world is going now for what is called artificial intelligence. Okay, are we going to have people that are going to operate that artificial intelligence? Do we have that captured in our education? Are our children prepared for that kind of world? So let's not just look here at tumechagua MCN wetu is my cousin, MP ni my uncle, and the president is my distant cousin, and the governor is my grand, whichever. Please, Kenyans, let's now put matters on the table where competence and visionary looks. Let's look at the manifesto. Yes, look at the manifesto. Who is carrying the Kenya at heart? Who wants Kenya to move forward? Or somebody is dangling a carrot to us so that he gets in office, then he uses the office to do business with government. And that's another issue Alex will look at. Doing business with government. You are the deputy president, you are doing business with government. You are the member of parliament, you are doing business with government. You are the MCA, you are doing business with county government. This is the source of corruption in this country, and we need to put that to a stop completely. Kenya has to move forward. And if it will take some sacred cows being slaughtered, so be it. Let this country be free for once. No government official should be doing business with government. But we will deal with that. Henry Stanley, how are you?
Hi, everybody.
Hi to you. Karibu. Namna gani?
Asante sana nashukuru leo, and as usual, I normally sometimes when I have time to give my contribution, and nimefurahia sana jinsi huyo Mama Nyokabi bila amesema, and that's the reality. And I think I talked about this the other time, because what we can see in UDA is just those days what used to happen. What mnaruhusiwa woga, but he's claiming that yeye ndiye anaruhusiwa woga. That's what he's doing. Like the time he chased the reporters from where they had at that meeting, that shows clearly what his intentions are. People should be told the truth. We don't want to go back there. Those are the problems we have been facing, and they are the ones which are drawing our country down. Our people, please. And this is why sometimes I always say, please, let us not think of ourselves. Watu wanafikiria jinsi wanaweza kunufaika na kutokana na pesa ya umma. And this is what has brought our country down, as Bernard, you have just said it. In America, you can't do business when you are a government official. You can't do that. Because nani atakuuliza sasa? You are the boss and you are the one dealing the transactions. That's why we are losing a lot of money. And by the way, mimi sometimes, I don't know kama ni mimi peke yangu, saa ingine makamu wa rais akisimama akisema nchi yetu imekuwa pesa. Sasa, you know, mimi nasikia, I get offended too much because yeye ndio serikali. That's what we are talking about. Yeye badala ya kuuliza yeye ndiye anasema sasa serikali ni yani. Kama kuna mtu angeweza kulaumu basi ni mdosi wake. Kwa nini mimi there's no day I complain kwamba mimi nimefurusha kutoka kwa office. Is using that office to be a marketplace or an hotel, like I don't know, a social gathering place. What wanaenda not for the official function, but by the personal interest. We don't want to see that. Na mtu ataki kuambia ukweli. Akiambia, I don't know if there is somebody who is UDA or who is accompanying whatever they are doing in the UDA. I don't want to know. But nyinyi mkiangalia, when you listen to one of you giving speeches in the platform, talking all the time with Raila, we don't know whether Raila became Kenya. Now we can transform Kenya to become Raila, because we can't be all the time you go, it is Raila. All the time you go, Raila has done what? Kama hata watoto wake kama hawajakula, anaambia watu, imagine anahutubia watu, anaambia watu, unajua njaa. Kama leo niliona anawaambia, unajua kuna njaa imeletwa na Raila. You know what? You know, hata unafaa usima hata hiyo TV ama radio. So let us not tustanganya watu. Instead, nimeona tu kwa mfano Martha Karua mahali alikuwa leo, nimeona anauliza watu, wanaelezea shida wako nazo. Anaelezea hata she referred wakati most of the things which happened during Kibaki era, and he said they were there, except those who took over, instead of working for the people, they worked for themselves. You know, mtu akifikiria tu mimi nataka kuwa rais, hakuna kingine. Mtu akianza kuongea vibaya ama hawezi kukusupport, sasa huyo anakuwa ni adui. Let us be brothers and sisters. Tusionane na upaya. Nikifanya kosa, naambiwa hapo ni kosa. Hata mimi I must najinyenyekea kwa wengine. You need these people. Sasa ukisema huyo kama hako, sasa wale wengine, so we are Kenyans. Ni kama mkicheza mpira, nyinyi mko brother yako wako B na wewe uko A. Mkimaliza bado mnarudi kwa nyumba. Sisi hizi kura zikiisha tunarudi kwa nyumba. I'm sorry to say this, because all the time at inchi taelekea vile inaenda, why are you talking of una gusa ile kitonda ilikuwa hapo kitambo ya vita. Now this I ask, why is it that it's in Rift Valley all we have all these crashes, not another tribe? Can we ask us this question? Unambona you keep on wherever you go, hatutaki kuingia kwa wakati ule ulipita. Kila kitu makosa yoyote ni Raila, lakini uzuri wote ni yeye, hata sio president. You know, this is ridiculous. People should be told the truth. Na hata kama kuna mtu anaweza kumuuliza, hata kama and I'm happy. Azimio, they are not even interested. Hata wakisema, nilisikia the other time after akitoka kwa hiyo meeting, kuna clip hapa alikuwa anasema Raila should come out and he's blamed for throwing the stones. Kwa nini yeye Raila alitupa mawe huko Rift Valley? Sisikia Azimio wakiongea juu ya hiyo. I don't know, they said it is gonna be taken care of with those who are responsible will be taken into book. Lakini yeye mahali akienda, so he want like, so to me I can conclude that he's the one who is organizing all this. He's the one doing this so that he gets sympathy votes, or maybe lawama iweko kwa Raila. Why can't you say hata useme boss wangu ndiye ameorganize mimi nipiwe mawe huko Nairobi? Raila yuko kwa serikali. Hakuna siku aliambia wananchi mimi nimefukuza na Raila kutoka kwa serikali, nimefanya hii, nataka kurudi kwa ofisi yangu, ndiye ameichukua. Angewaambia sisi wananchi kwamba hata mshahara sipati, magari ya serikali wamechukua, askari wote wamechukua. The other time kulikuwa wakati walikuwa wanasema juu ya askari 256 mtu mmoja, na hapo kwao watu wanapigwa marisasi saa hii. He has 256 police officers, but watu huko kwa anaraumu serikali. Sasa anaraumu nani? Yeye mwenyewe, hata kuku zake zinachungwa na askari, na hapa wananchi wanauawa. That's a deal. Hata ndio tunaweza kusema hata ni yeye, because yeye anaweza kusema okay, I withdraw all these police officers wachunga watu wangu. So that's when people will see the interest anayo kwa wananchi. Lakini hiyo hata hawezi hata kuongea, because anajua itamuaffect pengine kwa kutafuta kura. So let us not deceive ourselves, because we want to be leaders. We want to be leaders because we are serving them. You can't be a leader who is leaning to one side. We want to do things in the right way, so that in Kenya, those of us who are outside Kenya, we in Africa, we are the richest country. Look at the billions. They are talking of billions. Akienda kwa mkutano anasema we can set 100 billion for this project, 200 billion, 50 billion. Lakini upande mwingine anasema serikali haina pesa. Wewe utaenda kutoa hiyo pesa wapi? Come, already you have said serikali haina pesa. And on the other side you are promising billions of money, not even millions. So we must be very careful of what we are talking about. Na nilisikia kila mahali anaenda, and this I have heard it about 3-4 times. Anaenda nasema hapa kulikuwa na watu walikuwa wameunganishiwa stima 30,000, lakini sasa imefika 1,100 ama 300 all over. Kwa hivyo watu ambao before aingie walikuwa every bank county ama district walikuwa 30,000, lakini baada na alichuaje hizi hesabu. So we should be told maybe yeye anakuwa MC, yeye anakuwa nini, bengine yeye hata anaweza kuwa driver wa watu wanataka wako karibu na yeye. Na that and another thing, nimeongea juu ya Gachagua, this is the second time, and as I can see the way they are doing their campaign, it is relatively central and somehow Nakuru, but tukiangalia kutoka wakati walisema walianza official campaigning, ameenda Meru, Kirinyaga, Kiambu like 10 times. So Kenya is everywhere. Go to people. Hata wale unasema alienda Mandela akasema Raila amesema hawatakikani. So we should not do this. Kama ni campaign, fanya campaign vizuri, ambia watu mimi nataka kura. Hata asipoenda huko, siku hizi the media like now, kuna watu wengi wanatusikiza. Aenda tu kwa Citizen, hata kama anawafukuza, aenda aseme aongee tu, na akiuliza swali ajibu vizuri. You know, look at the way they are answering the questions, the older people. I wish all of them were put somewhere waulizana, you know, ni upishi mingi, wanapishana. That's what they have. They don't listen, they don't express themselves. Wanataka tu, wanajua tu ile kupishana yao ndio inaweza kufanya wajulikane zaidi. So let us not deceive ourselves that now you see we are the ones who are going to make you have food at table. We are going to pesa kwa mfuko. Pesa kwa mfuko na yote umetoa huko. Hakuna. Pena mimi naona sasa unaanza mzuri. Okay, by the way, I'm happy this wote ambao tunasikiza, because bengine wengi wetu sahi ni wale wako nje ya nchi. Tujaribu hata ukiongea na mtu mmoja nyumbani umueleze uzuri wa hii serikali inakuja, hata kama hatujaiona, but some of the people who are in this government, we have seen what they have done before. Now that's why we are saying Ruto aseme mimi aseme kazi ya serikali, aseme ile amefanya kupigania wananchi. So tuwaambie ukweli, na nilisema hata wazilie serikali yetu inakuja, wanasanya pesa kutokana na kuongezeko ya mafuta ama mahindi. I think by the time they get in, watakuwa na pesa ya kuachiri walimu na kuleta bengine madawa like the paper care, like the 6,000. This is what they are getting the money. I want pesa itoke kwingine vile Kibaki alikuwa anasema. Anyway, I'm happy and very happy of what we are doing, and let this one spread to our people back there. Thank you very much.
Okay, asante Bwana Henry kwa mchango wako, maoni yako. Tunatazamia kuendelea kuchangia na kuhakikisha kwamba kila Mkenya anamakinika. We will play these videos and then Duke can come in unless otherwise. So hold on.
No.
Huku ni wapi?
Chefuku yapo.
West Pokot. Unasema Ruto hawezi?
Hawezekani.
Na si Ruto ni mtu wenyu?
Hata kama mtu wenu.
Wewe ni mtu wa nani? Wewe ni wa Ruto ama Raila?
Mimi ni mtu wa Raila.
Sasa ni juu Raila atawape 6,000 ama?
Mimi. Na wewe Ruto? Raila. Ambia Raila yuko watoto wako hapo.
Wapi huku?
Hapa je.
Unaitwa aje hapa?
Anaitwa Kingi.
West Pokot.
West Pokot hakuna mchezo.
Na Ruto si ni mtoto wenu?
Ruto mimi sitaki. Sitaki kukorogana ya Ruto. Hii Ruto amevuruta kama kari. Sipita bana. Raila anasema pepe.
Commission has obtained orders to freeze 18 million shillings belonging to a 30-year-old finance officer working at the National Treasury. Tracy Njoki is believed to have amassed the amount through receiving extraneous and facilitation allowances, despite an average monthly salary of 50,000 shillings. The Commission obtained the order to freeze the money in her various accounts in I&M banks, cooperative banks, pending the conclusion of investigations. NTV's Rose Wangoi tells us the details.
Tracy Njoki, a finance officer at the National Treasury, is facing allegations of embezzlement of public funds and abuse of office through receiving extraneous and facilitation allowances. According to the Anti-Corruption Commission, Tracy Njoki received a total of 37 million shillings in her bank accounts in the past 2 years. According to EACC investigations between February 2020 and March 2022, Njoki received 24 million shillings in her COP bank account, while between February 2022 and June 2022, she received a further 11 million shillings into her I&M account. Upon further probing, the Anti-Graft Commission found that out of the 24 million shillings received through her cooperative bank account, a sum of 6 million shillings was used to purchase treasury bills and 2.7 million shillings was left as balance. The Commission also established that out of the 11.8 million shillings received through her I&M bank account, a sum of 11 million shillings was transferred to a fixed deposit account in the same bank, while 498,000 shillings was withdrawn in cash, leaving a balance of 400,000 shillings. EACC also established that Njoki earned an average month salary of 50,954 shillings between March 2020 and May 2022, which amounted to approximately 1.4 million shillings during the period under investigation. Njoki has been an employee at the Treasury since January 2020, prior to which she worked at the Ministry of Trade, State Department of Cooperatives in 2018. The funds have been frozen pending conclusion of investigations into the matter. Ruzongoi, NTV.
Bwana Duke, karibu.
Good morning, good evening, wherever you are. You know, to a large extent, I'm against the media. The way the media presents some stories or some events in Kenya is questionable. In this, for instance, if you talk about this case, they are talking about millions in the account of a person. Well, this person is a junior officer, a worker, a subordinate worker in a powerful organization. So what we need to hear from the media is, how did this money enter into this account? From which sources? Maybe you know, if you have money in your account, there must be somebody who deposited that amount. So this is giving us, that's just the end story, is like we should critically be against that, because you can find that this young lady is used by the powerful men within the Treasury. For instance, if you talk about the case of Anne Waiguru, you see a Sarunist was used to transport money with sacks. You see, so we have to question, how was the money to transfer to her account? Who signed those? Who authorized those transfers? So that's how we can fight corruption. But if we victimize an individual, maybe somebody used his account and he was told withdraw that money and give to me cash. You see, so that's what happens. For instance, across counties, you find accountants who are told, balance these books, do this. And they are doing this because they are depending on their salaries to keep their families. So the media must give us the whole story. It's not about that money not found, they did not come miraculously into the account of that woman. Regarding today's presentation, I want to talk about corruption. And if you go to an hospital today, maybe you have a tumor or whatever the disease, the first step or the first procedure is what we call the diagnosis. You have to be tested which disease do you have before you have been given medication. So if you take medication without diagnosis, you may even die from those medications. So the first step is diagnosis. So when it comes to corruption, we have to understand how corruption operates. What are the loopholes? Why does it corruption? How does it corruption happens in the government and the institutions or across Kenya? So when we understand that, that's when we will be able to come up with measures which will be able to mitigate. So if we don't know and we come with whichever measure, so other measures can be implemented and they can increase corruption because they are not going hand to hand with the problem. So that's key. I'm speaking this regarding the conflict of interest. You know, there's me, I've been talking about that the public servants will not be involved in tenders or what. The law says that even today, if you are a public servant in Kenya, you are not allowed to engage business, to do business with the government. It is there. It's within the constitution. And to a right extent, most people don't do that. So corruption is not about conflict of interest to a large extent, but they are using at companies. They are what you call kickbacks. So the key main loophole which people use in Kenya, especially when we talk about mega corruption in the counties and the national government, is kickbacks, where if you go to a county, you want to have a contract of 10 million, they will say this contract is 15 million and you have to give us 5 million. So if they, you know, a contract, there is the amount which is given to, the amount is released in phases. So maybe if they know they have reached first phase, you have to give them their share. If you don't give them, maybe they can cancel the contract and say, maybe you not get the contract, all sorts of that. So that must be looked into. So just talking about the conflict of interest cannot solve corruption to a large extent because it's already there. If you, for example, you talk about the conflict of interest bill of 2019, all those proposals are within the constitution or within the provisions of the laws of Kenya. We have to look, for instance, if you come across the policemen in the police sector, there is corruption which is actually happens every day. My friend opened a wine and spirits somewhere in Ongatarongai, and he was having all documentation, all licenses, everything. But the AP police came, you have to give them 50 bob every day, and the Kenya police, you have to give them 100 bob every day. It's like no negotiation. They come with the car, they stop. You give them 100 bob and they go. If you don't give them, they can even say you have fake alcohol, they disrupt you. So these things are happening across Kenya. So we need registration for I talked to a large extent about changing the institutions, the systems. For instance, if we decide that all the policemen have cameras, so you can see what they are doing every day. So as we see in the US, if maybe somebody's taking proceeds of corruption, that can be traced and you can see that person can be prosecuted. So to a large extent, systems and technology can do. I'm a person who is proposing we do away with cash transfers. So for instance, you know, Kenya is reading in terms of money transfer. If we do away with cash, individuals have registered mobile money, if it's M-Pesa or if it's Airtel. So the government can trace every cent. It is very simple. If we do away with, we can do that. We do away with that. So those are the key systems which can be implemented, and then we can be able to have change when it comes to corruption. Regarding whether the IEBC is ready, I can say we are ready to some extent, but I'm disputing having an electronic register. Not because I know that if we have electronic register, it will be okay, but we have to be practical. what can work. For instance, if you look at the past history, the previous elections, you see systems failing, power interruptions, Kim's kits not working. Most, to a large extent, is about they fail by design. Because if for instance, you buy a phone of 10,000 and you're able to use that phone for 10 years, and there is a device which is bought at 200,000. It was around 16,000, and like 80% fail. Does it make any sense? Maybe there are individuals who compromise those systems intentionally. So if we have like purely, for instance, individuals are going to be identified using the electronic systems, and we have individuals in queues across Kenya, and the electronic system is not working, what happens to that? For instance, if it delays even for 1 hour, is it disadvantaging others not to participate? And we are in a country where we talk about cyber attacks or those, and an individual may even hire some attackers, and maybe they make the systems fail even within a sections. You see, so it means individuals cannot be identified, and that's curtailing the process. So unless and otherwise, the IEBC says that they are very sure the system will not fail. Actually, they did an experiment, this is 1 week ago, and it fails terribly. So practical is key. It's about what works. So that's what I can submit for today, unless I have some questions.
Alex, you have a question?
No, I mean, Duke, I'm going to have to give you a nickname. Is that okay? I wanna, Duke, you're my younger brother. I'm gonna give you a nickname. Is that okay?
It depends which nicknames. You know, you can give an abusive nickname. So it
No,
depends
it's not
what.
abusive. You know, every 1 minute you have to say, for instance. So I will just give you.
No, it means that I'm giving examples. So I'm
It's
just
okay. It's okay.
My presentation is more practical. I'm giving examples.
It's okay, but I can call you Mr. For instance. Is that okay?
Okay. Mr. For instance, mwana wa Ingo anauliza, Duke, are you IEBC? Mwana wa Ingo in the comments, eh? It's not me. It's asking, are you IEBC?
You know, you know, as a media, you should even you should have known that question is not serious.
Not as a media. A question is being posed by Mwana wa Ingo. Mwana wa Ingo, you know, is a
he should be able to question what I said, but not whether I might be so or not. So that is evident.
You have given us on the preparedness of IEBC. I'm sure that question is coming from your take on how prepared is IEBC for the elections, and you undertook by yourself in your capacity as Duke to tell us how prepared IEBC is for the elections. So that's why Mwana Wengo is asking, are you IEBC?
Bernard, Victoria is on the line, I think. I don't know if she did. She says she's trying to get in. Something is wrong. I don't know. Victoria sorted.
Wacha nikupatie link on your WhatsApp, and then you share with her if she's having problem getting it from the public channel. Thank you. So I think that's settled. Twende kwa Karis official. Karis, vipi?
Poa sana, mnanipata?
Unapatikana tena, safi kabisa. Naona Alex anakupromise nyama. Yaani nyama mnakula nyote wawili tu, mimi ni kwapi?
Bernard, hata usijali kuhusu hilo. Bernard,
Yes,
unanisikia vizuri kweli?
yes. Wewe endelea, unapatikana, endelea.
Oh, nimeshukuru. Alex, awache mchezo bana, kama ni nyama si nyama tu atapata. Kuhusu topic ya leo, naona Raila kufanya vizuri mlimani, hilo sawa, naona inawezekana, lakini kazi pia inafaa ifanyike. Personally natoka huko, mimi ni wa mlima, kwa hivyo baba anafanya vizuri, lakini hajafika pale, wakaze kamba. Mambo mengine KK nini Kajiado, hiyo naruka huko, sipendi. Then kuna kama gani naweza ongelea, what is mnanipata vizuri kweli?
Yes, we can hear you official. Endelea tafadhali. Toa tu mchango wako, maoni yako. Kama tuna swali tutakuuliza.
Mtihani wenye naupata ni kwamba mimi sisikii chochote, ndio hapo naona shida.
Pole.
Siko na mambo mengi kwa leo. Naona ni shetu hapa sofa.
Okay, thank you. Kama nini kuna shida ya configuration yako, kwa sababu unapaswa kusikia pamoja na kuongea.
Ndio maana sasa shida iko hapo, mimi sisikii, ni vile tu naongea.
So you can't get what I'm telling you. Pole basi, toka urudi tena ufanye configuration, alafu ndio utapatikana vizuri. If you can get me, you get out of the studio. When you get back, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio so that they are balanced. Then you'll be able to get feedback from the studio. Thank you. Any matter arising from Duke submission? Yes, Nyokabi.
Ningependa kuuliza Duke because amesema ati media wako na shida because wana broadcast something na pengine hawana ninio ya kutosha. But what I don't understand is sasa that video clip that you sent, it shows clearly that how much money is going into individuals. We are talking about millions here. Talking about a lot of money. And that's only to one person. Kwa hivyo, tukihesabu zote zenye zinaenda hiyo njia ya hiyo corruption nyingi, hizo pesa hazitaweza kusaidia Mkenya pale from the bottom. And I don't see how the media should sasa lazima waingie wajue hizo pesa zinatoka vipi kwenye hiyo account zikaenda hivi na hivi. For me, I don't think it is relevant because already tumeonyeshwa what is going on. Ni nini tena watu wanataka kuona? Kwani what is it that you're really looking for to really know what is going on in the country? Sasa ndio mambo zingine sizielewi kabisa because like there is one guy who speaks very, very, very well. Anaongeanga Kiswahili sana and I really appreciate that. Manake anasema kwa nini watu wanaona ukweli mahali huko but still don't accept. Sasa hizo ni vitu zenye mimi to be honest kidogo zinanishangaza. Manake as a country na mnaambiwa this is what has been going on. Na that's why serikali yangu haikuweza kufanya even more than what I wanted to do. And we have proofs and we can see it every day.
kuna kuja new cases, lakini bado watu hawaamini what is going on. Yani hizo ndio vitu zenye kidogo zinanisumbua, manake people are seeing and people are still not hawakubaliani. I mean, bado they are fighting against it. Na ndio mimi ningesema pengine especially for the old people, yani to go and really try to talk to them and put everything on the table to really see the reality of what is really going on. Manake I think this is a very big chance for us right now kubadilisha Kenya yetu to be a better country with no corruption. Everything should just go accordingly, na sheria itimizwe. That is all my intake in that, Duke. I'm very, very sorry. Asanteni, my phone is almost going off, lakini I'll charge it and then come back. Asanteni sana kwa kunisikiza.
So asante Nyokabi. And Duke, you want to say something?
Yes, I want to answer her. You know, it's not that we are disputing that there is no corruption. If corruption, for instance, you know, that was like somebody working in Pikoman. For instance, if you go as a sweeper somewhere, and we have maybe managers in a company, those who are powerful, and those individuals put money into your account, maybe through fake contracts, and they tell you go and withdraw that money and bring it to us. So I think the media should scrutinize those individuals who routed the resources. You can find that woman is like her account was used, but we have the influential individuals within the organization, the managers, those with procurement officers. So,
but at the same time, nobody is putting a gun on you.
Hold on, Nyokabi. Hold on. Do we have that information in the video, or is something that Duke is adding to what was in the video?
You know, from the video, they were saying such and such amount was transferred to the account of that woman.
Yes.
So we need to know, where was this amount transferred from?
No.
No, you know, that's...
The matter is under investigation. The media has reported so and so account was found suspicious for having received more money than it ought to receive compared to her salary. Okay?
But from where? Where did they receive, for instance, which company deposited that amount?
Look here, Mr. Duke. I think you're looking for something to divert the story from what it is and make it say what it never said. There is a probability somebody used the account. We cannot rule that out. But if that is not part of the story, we can't add to that story, except we want to turn the story to be the woman is innocent. We have not even gotten feedback from the woman. She has not denied the money, whether it was hers or was for her neighbor or was for her colleagues. So that kind of imagination, in my opinion, is just diversionary tactics, which we don't need. Let the matter be investigated. If the story is otherwise, it will come out otherwise. Like story ya Waiguru. Her hairdresser alikuwa anachukua pesa akibeba kwa gunia akienda. Then Waiguru comes and say he doesn't know her, he has never met her. So how can somebody be dressing your hair when you have never met her? You don't know her. So how do you tell the two stories? So I think tukubali ukweli vile ulivyo. There is money being lost. This attests to the fact that the president was saying there are 2 billion that is lost every day. So one of the avenues where money is lost is through this kind of fictitious accounts. People working in treasury and getting more money out more than it is due.
Penat, how can somebody access your account? How can we have, all of us, we have bank accounts. How can money be in my bank account without me giving them my account? Because nobody can do that. Even your bank will alert you and say, there's some transaction in your bank. So we don't lie here. You know, when you want to say, oh, some money went to Selina's account. How did they know my bank account, even if it is my manager? I have to give them my account. Whatever they ask me, the commissioner will get. So we don't lie here. That lady, if she was used the way Shambaya ile ya Eldoret, they use an innocent girl. Ata baba yake ana shamba, baba yake ako na 20 acres of land. How can a young lady access 100 acres na anafanya transaction ati aliuza shamba? When they look at her, the background of the family, the lady say, I was, so we don't have to come and lie here. Nobody will access your account if you don't give them. Because I think that is the most secret thing all of us we know. No, Duke, you have to be sometime, usiwe ukipinga kila kitu, hata ile inakufanya we mwenyewe, watu wanaona you are not right. Hakuna mtu anaweza access account yako bila kupeana.
So are you trying to say,
let Nyokabi respond quickly? We go to Wycliffe, please.
Yeah, exactly. Just like Mama Celine said, nobody can come and put a gun on your head and say we have to deposit that money on your account. Sababu ya kitu fulani na fulani. No, but that means even you yourself, you're not also trustworthy. Yeah, because if you're working for the government, na wewe umewekwa kwa sababu ya kusaidia watu, kwa nini unataka upate zaidi kuliko wenzako, ufanye mambo za kichini chini zenye I don't get it. I'm sorry, but me, I don't understand that. Now, that's why I was just telling Duke that the media doesn't have to. They say they are under investigation, and I think you should wait and see what is going to come out of them. But already we have gotten the information, and these are the things which have been going on for such a very, very long time, for many years. Yeah, so it's about time for all this to come to an end. And that's why I'm really on Azimio, because I think they're on the right track. And I believe that we are going to see a different Kenya as from the 9th of August. I really have so much faith in that. Yeah, okay. That's my intake.
Thank you, Nyokabi. We appreciate
Asante.
it.
Yeah.
Good. Let's Wycliffe. Wycliffe, go ahead.
Hey, greetings. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. Greetings to you.
Today I'm joining from Kenya, so Kisumu to be precise. So Duke, I think the only problem I have with you is, I think in your mind you have this mentality that if you take a different path than everybody else, it makes you look smarter. It doesn't work like that, right? Logic is logic. Follow it to the extreme end. If I may ask you, have you ever flown in a plane? If you have flown on a plane, when you have that bag, it is your responsibility for that bag. If anything is found inside your bag, it is you to answer for that, unless you say who put it in there. So when you have your hands in the cookie jar, take responsibility of it. Don't try to make excuses for people who do not, who have not said a word how they got their money. We know very well what their salary is. We know how much money they have in their account. Those two things don't match. What is so hard for you to see that? I mean, you're thinking, I don't know. It's just amazing. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. Yes, J Kola. Kawia majina mko nayo kweli.
Si Mr. Bernard ulisema there is somebody anaweka account, so maybe unanijua jina hata nikiweka hivyo ya.
I know. That's why I'm wondering hata kama ni kujificha umekuwa high tech.
Yeah, thank you so much. Acha nianzie Mama Serena. Thank you so much, Mr. Bernard, Mr. Henry, Duke, Mrs. Nyongabi, Mr. Jakindu Bey, Carissa Official, and Reverend Victoria. Thank you so much. The first thing I really want to thank the person who came with this idea of forming Tembe TV is because this channel is another way of giving. Kama hujapata any right from this channel, still you are in dark, nastahili ununuliwe miwani ya kuona mwangaza. Thank you. Today niko na two things. Sitaongelea siasa, but I need to mention two things. One, I need to maybe, because mumeongea mengi about siasa yetu, anaona Azimio wako sawa. That is great. Mother Karua, she's doing the best thing. I know we are winning with the runs right. That's one. Secondly, that another thing. You see now that mentality, these young people like me, people are between the age of 35 and 18 years old. You know, they have created that. The Udaku team, they have created that mentality in those guys. Even if you get money from anywhere, that is the money, that's your own money. Even if you steal, that's your money. No. Look at this now. We are losing very young individuals, 5 of them. I don't know who killed them the other day, but that is very bad. One thing, if you don't sweat to get something, it is sweet when you get it. But once you get it, maybe somebody realizes that this is something that you acquired in a wrong way. If that person comes for you to pick you up, know the ending gonna be bitter. So, young men who are back in my country, please work and get genuine money to your pocket. That is the only thing that will work for you. We have so many opportunities that are out there. These things of scamming people, please, I'm just begging you, because maybe today you're gonna do, somebody will inspire you to the government, or atatoa waya ifikie somebody. Wakikuja kuchukua, maybe gonna be your last day. Please avoid those tricks zenye mnatumia kupata pesa. Kindly work for anything that you need to have in your pocket. The last thing, Mr. Barada, I'm just asking a question. I saw Media Police post. There is another group of individuals who usually post on YouTube. They were saying there is a guy who was convicted with some maybe 21 guns. Is he linked to the UDA guy? That is, he's not my deputy president, because we can't choose somebody who steals from us and we call them our deputy president. That's not our ring. Is he ringed? Because I heard him before your case here, Bunduki was ringed to fake was it 100 million fake? Alikuwa na 100 million fake dollars. Is he linked to the other UDA leader? That is William Ruto, because that media it reposted like the guns are like, there is suspicion that they were headed to Karen. Please, whoever who knows that, thank you so much.
Okay, asante. Serious question indeed. I don't want to respond to that until I get to the bottom of the same. But there were some allegations about the deputy president participation into I think who is this? The West Pokot governor is on record to have said the 800 guns that were supplied by the deputy president and became the reason for the cattle rustling menace in the place. And but as at now, many things are at play. The only consolation we have is that the government seems to be on top of issues. As far as matter security are concerned. But right now, the political madness has many things. One of it is people either diverting attention or looking for attention. When you see such things begin to come up, there could be something that wants to be done. Then they want the country to look this other side so that they pass this other direction doing their thing. If you remember the time there was an issue that somebody tried to break into Sogoi home for the DP, and then the police took 8 hours, all that. So the whole country was facing what's happened in the DP's home, or how did the person break in. As we were all caught up into that, there were other many things were happening against NASA and against NASA campaign. We couldn't know because we are all concentrating on the invasion, the attack, what was the intention of the person. The whole media concentrated on that when the many big things were taking place on the other side. So right now, as we begin to approach the elections, nasty things are going to happen, and some of it is going to be that way. So mtu anaweza kutokezea hata anaweza kujisalimisha aanze kupeana story, but the really main story could be happening elsewhere, far away from that place. He just want to divert the nation's attention. But as at now, everybody to be vigilant. As Kenyans, tusicheze na tusifiche wahalifu. Okay, if you see something happening near you that is unusual, it is important that you come out in good time. I am in the church world, and there are some things that you hear and witness to that are really disturbing. Because there is some allegations that in 2007, okay, there are some machetes, pangas that were brought in the country, and they were received as wherever a container for a particular church, and a particular bishop received them and supplied them. Now you see such things, you know that if a container comes in the name of the church, it has what we call duty exemption. There is a lot of scrutiny that will not be looked. Wanasema hizi ni Biblia ama ni tracts ama ni nini. Then there are people who will use that avenue to transport their evil things and still bring in the country and perpetuate evil, and will still come out as preachers and say, now let us talk peace, 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 peace. Peace that is built on lies doesn't hold anything. So let us be vigilant everywhere we are. If we see anything that is not adding up, let's voice out in good time so that the relevant authorities will take good measures. What I believe and I'm praying for is that this country will hold together, will have a smooth elections, will have smooth transfer of power, and nothing will fall apart. But the wickedness of people will still manifest to some degree. So let us watch out. But the desperation by which the other side is looking for this seat, it leaves a lot to be desired. Oh, I forgot Dixon Mwendwa. Dixon Mwendwa, you are trying to get into the studio. You have arrived at the door, only that your device is not well connected, so we cannot add you. I advise you get out, then restart. If you're using phone, restart your phone from the beginning, switch it off, then switch it on. Then when you click on the link, allow StreamYard to configure. Don't disallow it or direct it. Let it do the configuration for you. Just allow it to control your camera and your audio. You will be added without problem. But if you disallow it in one item, it will not allow you to speak or be added to the screen. So please, if you can hear me, Dixon Mwendwa, try and get back again, because where you are, you can't be added to the screen and be able to make your contribution. So as Kenyans, let's be responsible. Hiyo story ya nyumba kumi tuitumie vizuri. If you see some fishy activities taking place in your county, in your village, or you begin to see strangers around, and clear things, let the authorities know. Hatutaki kusikia ile story niliona, niliota, niliambiwa, lakini sikufanya chochote. Let's not create a scenario whereby we saw things and we did not speak, and now we have been overtaken by events simply because somebody had information that he withheld instead of passing it over to the relevant authorities. It is important. It is said, a stitch in time saves 9. A stitch in time saves 9. So and the security of this country belongs to all of us. It's not the interior minister. It's the entirety of us. If we don't watch our back and we don't watch our neighborhood, we will not be secure. So let everybody be vigilant. Right now, many things will begin to take place. Nasty things. You've seen the series of how many aspirants have died in a short span. Okay, aspirants, just a road accident. Oh, this one has been killed and all that. All those things are not normal. All those things, there are some either evil forces at work, evil people at work. So don't leave anything to chance. Take full responsibility. Watch your surrounding so that our security is guaranteed, because everybody is watching. The Bible says, let him that thinks that is standeth watch lest they fall. So we are as secure as we are watching, not when we are standing only. Thank you very much. So I'll bring in Reverend Victoria, but just before she comes in, Bob, what were you saying?
I just sent you something to share with the panelists.
Okay, on WhatsApp.
Yeah.
Okay, let me find it. In the meantime, let Reverend take over. Reverend, is there something wrong with your audio? We can't get you. Oh, sorry. There's something wrong with your configuration. I think you will need to rectify it. Your audio is not coming out. Okay, you can work on that. In the meantime, Bob, you can make your submission as I get the video.
No, I was not prepared. I wanted to prepare myself. I was reading the menu. Ndio nimechukua sahani, sijaanza kuserve. Kwa hivyo unaweza kumpatia mwenzangu wote. Meanwhile, nataka niwasalimie nyote. Nashukuru sana kina mama wanaingia hapa kwa wingi. Nimefurahi sana.
Okay,
back to you, Bernard.
One moment. I think the video is ready. Let's hear it.
Itatoka shilingi 100 ifike shilingi 60.
Wapinzani wetu wamekuja kuahidi mabilioni hapa na pale bila kusimama na kuapa kupambana na ufisadi. Ujue hiyo ni ahadi ya mdomo peke yake. Mimi nimesimama nyuma ya baba sababu na muamini anataka kuinua hali ya maisha ya kila Mkenya, na kwa serikali yake amenipatia kazi ya kupambana na wafisadi wote. Na wewe unajua masaa ya kazi huyu mama hacheki na hachezi. Kwa hivyo mtupatie kazi, tuwe watchman wa pesa zenu na mipango yote, na baba amekomaa kwa mipango ya kiserikali. Amekomaa kwa kutetea haki za wananchi. Mimi naomba mturuhusu tuongee na wenzetu huko Gong. Hapa tutarudi, lakini mko na message. Na wale watu wanaongea kama mimi au kama mama yangu, agekoyo mwegoko motige kuhenio ategekoyo kiama kingi. Watu wote wa Mlima Kenya tumeamua tuko nyuma ya Raila Amolo Odinga. Tiga gwita ukionoria kura cito ciothe twekire gikabu kia Raila Amolo Odinga.
Ndugu Bernard.
Yes.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, all right. I've come in through my phone. I think my laptop is having an issue.
Oh, all right. You're welcome. You can now make your submission. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And let me start by saying hello to everybody. Wakenya wenzangu hamujambo. Yeah, and praise the Lord. God is
Amen.
good all the time, even this time. Amen. And huwa tunasema, and that is his nature. So jambo mawili matatu ningependa tu kuguzia. Na kwanza kabisa nashukuru ndugu Bernard kwa sababu kuna mambo ambayo leo umeguzia ukarekebisha, kwa sababu mawazo ya wananchi mara nyingi inaweza ongozwa na uongo. Na nilisikiliza kweli, nikasikia mjamaa mmoja aliingia akaongea mambo ya kukosa heshima, na sikujua sana anatoka upande gani, lakini ukifuatilia mtu kama huyo hata kwao nyumbani hana heshima na wazazi, hana heshima na watu wakubwa. Lakini sisi wa Kenya, kama umezaliwa Mkenya, unajua mambo ya heshima vile inawekwa. Huwezi kukosea heshima mtu mkubwa. You must honor them. Na ile kitu ningependa kuguzia sana leo, nimeona message hapo ya baba akisema Pili Pili Usioila Yakuwashiani. Na nikasema ni kweli. Mtu anajiingisha kwa mambo yenye haelewi kwa nini. Kwa sisi wananchi wa Kenya, tunataka tuwe watu focused. Tunataka nini kwa nchi yetu? Na kila wakati mtanisamea, lakini mpaka nishukuru Mama Martha Karua, maana nikimsikiliza kila wakati pia ninashukuru Mungu sana. Ana mwelekeo kwa maneno yake, na ninaamini hata kazi zake zitakuwa hivyo. Akiguzia mambo ya kura, aliongea nikasikia akisema kwamba mambo ya suit, mtu huwezi vaa suit yenye hujapima ikutoshe. Hiyo suit inaweza ukavaa kama hujapima vizuri, itaweza kukuangusha. Kama urefu hukupima, ama kiuno huku inaanguka, ama mabega zinaanguka. Na alikuwa anaelekeza kwa sababu ya uchaguzi ambayo inaenda kufanyika kwa siku chache zimebaki. Tukiangalia kwamba kuna watu wanaongea mambo ya suti na hawaelewi hiyo maneno vizuri. Nitaka kuguzia tu kidogo alafu niseme ile neno nilikuwa nayo. Kwamba alisema weka kila mtu kwa kilo. Sio mambo ya namna gani. Ukiweka kila mtu kwa kilo, ndio unaweza kusema huyu ndio anastahili kuwa kiongozi. Na ni ombi langu hapo. Alafu nitoe pongezi kabla sijaingia kwa ile kitu nataka kusema. Nataka kupeana pongezi kwa Mtembei TV kwa sababu mumefungulia wananchi njia ya kujifunza ukweli. Nimeingia kuangalia hata videos ya Mtembei TV na nikakuta watu hapo wanaongea ukweli. Na nitasema hivyo nikiguzia ile neno umesema Bernard kwamba a stitch in time saves 9. Watu waseme ukweli sasa hivi. Ni kwa muda ya masiku chache tu. Hata hiyo ukweli kama ulikuwa nayo na umenyamaza itakuwa too late. Sema hiyo ukweli ni nini, watu wajue. Na Mtembei TV naona iko wazi kwa kila mtu, kila mwananchi, ukiwa Kenya ama ukiwa diaspora kama sisi. Na ninashukuru sana. Neno ambayo nilikuwa nataka kusema kwanza ni kwamba kanisa kama Wakristo tunaendelea kuomba, lakini kanisa imekosea mahali fulani. Kama vile ndugu Bernard amesema, kuna makanisa imefanya mambo yasiyo stahili. Na sitaki kurudia vile ulisema Bernard, hiyo ni mambo mabaya. Na ndio sababu tumechukua siku 40 ya tumemaliza tukiombea kanisa na tukitubu kwa niaba ya Wakenya. Maana neno la Mungu linatuambia in Second Chronicles 7:14 kwamba if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wickedness or their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and I will forgive their sins and heal their land. Tulisimama kwa hiyo neno kwa muda mrefu kwa sababu tulipata maneno kama hayo Bernard. Maneno ambayo inasumbua sana. Na sio hayo peke yake, ni mengi. Na kwa hivyo kweli tumeomba Mungu atusamee na tuponye kama nchi ya Kenya na atupatie kiongozi anayestahili ambaye tunamuona ni rais Mheshimiwa Rais Raila Amolo Odinga. Amen. Tunamuita baba kwa heshima kweli na anastahili kuitwa baba. Kitu ya pili nilikuwa nataka kusema leo ni kwamba jana tulipomaliza kuongea nikakumbuka neno ambalo Mungu alitupatia hapo awali, na neno hili nataka kusema kila mtu aelewe. Na Wakenya wenzangu, tusikue watu haraka kuchukua kitu. Ukiambiwa kitu kwanza chunguza. Hii kitu ni nini? Fuatilia kabisa mpaka upate chanzo. Maana ninge encourage everybody right now, open your dictionary, usome neno hustler. Soma hiyo neno. Na kama huwezi fikia dictionary yako, naweza fungua yangu mara moja. Na hiyo neno sio neno nzuri kabisa. Sio neno nzuri ya kabisa. Neno hustler ni neno la kusumbua. Ukisoma vile inasema, na I'm sure all of us can understand English here. Let me open my dictionary. This one I just googled. This one I googled. It says, the word hustler, a person who employs fraudulent or unscrupulous methods to obtain money. In other words, a swindler, informal, an expert grumbler, or game player who seeks out challengers, especially unsuspecting amateur ones, in order to win money for themselves. He earned his, okay, there's an example of a sentence here that he earned his living as a pool hustler. So, hiyo ni Google tu. Lakini, napenda sana watu wao wakiangalia hii maneno. Sasa kwa nini mimi nauliza leo, kwa nini Mkenya mwenye Mungu amebariki na akili timamu na mwili yake na uzima aweze kujiita hustler? Mimi kama Mkristo na mimi ni kiongozi wa kanisa kama reverend, nimekataa na nina reject hiyo neno. Ninaomba Wakenya wenzangu, never accept kuitwa hustler. Don't accept to be called a hustler. Never accept even our country to be called hustler nation. In Jesus name. Nitawaachia hapo kwa siku ya leo. Na tuendelee kuomba. Tuendelee kuomba Mungu awapatie discernment. Msikuwe tunafuata tu maneno ovyo ovyo. God bless you. Asanteni sana. Bernard ni kama hayuko.
Ina shida, niko hapa, usijali Madam Pastor.
Okay.
I can hear you.
Asante. Kama kuna nafasi ya kuomba Bernard, mimi nitataka tuombe pamoja.
Okay. Siku hizi kuna watu wanataka kuomba sana na tutawapea hiyo nafasi, lakini maybe
chana liko na watu wote mpaka Waislamu. Bwana, msilete mshangao bwana.
No, okay. Kila mtu aombe, hakuna ubaya. hatuchagui. Kama mtu anasikia anataka kuomba, ni maombi, tunapeana kwa Mungu. Lakini nashukuru kwa nafasi ya kufundishana. Asante.
Sawa, so Duke na Jakedube mnaweza uliza maswali yenu. Jakedube kidogo kabla ya uendelee. Bernard, kuna request inawekwa hapa, kuna watu wanasema ati wanaweza taka kuomba kwa hii platform. Can you need to respond on that before I give my final comment on that? Alafu Duke na Jakedube wako maswali.
Okay, thank you. There is nothing wrong with praying. Only that we should be sensitive to other people who believe otherwise. But I don't think there are any restrictions. We can pray at an opportune time. So we can dedicate that time for prayer, and then we pray, and then proceed with the debate. There are no restrictions on the same. Just like we borrow from different understandings as we analyze the politics, we refer to the Bible, we refer to the Constitution, we refer to history. So we are all sharing many things together. So as a people, our belief in God and our dependence on God is unquestionable. Everyone here and those following, I'm sure they believe in God. They may not be able to express exactly which God they believe in or things like that, but there is some faith in God somewhere who they rely on. And prayer is that aspect of us expressing our dependence on God. And as a country, we need God at this point in time than ever before. So without being prejudiced against anyone, we will ask God to help us, because we all need God's help. We all need God's help. Only that we can't make the whole show to be prayer. We just have that segment. We can pray like we usually used to do prayer at the end of the show. But at this time, we can pray anytime. We just lay the same way we were taking a break to go and do statistics, tufanye hesabu alafu turudi kwa debate. So we can just do that. I don't think there is any problem with that. So Njiru, you are at liberty. Just allocate that time, and then let's pray. Being an atheist, Geoffrey Ruto, we have hosted here the chairman of the president of atheists in Kenya, and I was part of the hosting here. And we in fact the video is still on Mtembe. Go and look for it. We have respect for everybody, and we want in fact we are waiting to rehost him again. So in the course of time, we'll know. Being an atheist is a self-proclaimed issue. It's not an issue of you cannot deny an existence of a God who is not there. You can believe it. Bernard is not here as long as you want, but that will not remove me from here. So it's okay. It's okay. So
Bernard, you're going behind the curtain.
I'm sorry,
Bernard,
my
you're going
browser.
behind the curtain.
Sorry, my browser has issues. Njiru take over. Ni kama nimevamiwa, lakini niko salama. Nashukuru. It's okay. In fact, it was time for me to sign out, but it's my browser. I will see you later.
Okay, fine, thank you. Bwana Bob, usiingililie Bernard sana. Bernard alikuwa shadow but he was going, So
what does Bob want from me?
Bernard ulisema browse ama blouse?
Alex, I know your problem. Your problem is that your English teacher was very articulate. You would not listen to him properly.
Bernard,
yes.
Ukiende kabla sijasema neno hapo, tafadhali.
Okay, sawa. Nipo. Wacha nipembeleze network yangu isinitupe. So, Njiru, I think Reverend wants to pray now.
Wacha maswali ulizwe alafu aombe.
Sawa. Thank you.
Yeah. Asante sana. Mimi sikutaka kuuliza swali, nataka tu kusema kwamba nampongeza na muunga mkono, lakini vile vile nataka kuwakumbusha sisi wote wana Kenya ambao tunapatiwa na nafasi katika hii channel ya Mtembei kwamba nawakumbusha kwamba tutoe sadaka kule kwa namba ambayo Bernard anayo. Bila shaka mkiangalia katika sehemu hiyo nyingine ipo hiyo namba. Tafadhali tuweke hiyo msaada pale, kwa sababu itatusaidia katika mambo kadhaa katika hii channel. Kuna mambo ambayo inahitajika ifanywe na channel, na kwa hiyo kwa sababu inatusaidia, inatufaa tutoe msaada mara kwa mara. Tafadhalini, mimi nawaomba wote kwa ujumla kama wana Kenya wenzangu, watu ambao ni wa azimio la umoja, yani tuvute pamoja, ni jambo la muhimu kabisa. Asanteni sana. Nitakuja kuzungumza baadaye juu ya baadaye nikipewa nafasi. Asante sana kwa hiyo nafasi.
I think that one is quite in order.
Sasa kitu Jakindu pole sana. Mzee, wakati unasema sadaka una explain kidogo, kwa sababu mtu atashtuka sadaka ni nini. Katika hii channel we spend a good more than 10 to 14 hours a day, and the person that mostly helps us from the beginning to 3/4 of the show is one Bernard. It's sort of like we have employed Bernard. When he's not here, we are not having a debate. When his internet is not working, it's like we are not having a debate. When his internet is having a problem, so we even take time for his family, everything, because we are having a political debate to help our country. So at some moment, at a time yake ya kukimbia, tusitumie hiyo jina Reverend ametukatasha, tuseme kuhaso, kukimbia nje kufanya kibarua, which I think is the same thing. Yes, yo hustler. Ni mtu ya vibarua, mtu ya mkono. Badala sasa yeye aende kufanya maneno ya mkono huko nje. Tunasema Okibo, sijawahi ona kitu yako. Kasuti, sijawahi ona hiyo Riyadh kutoka huko mahali huko. Reverend, tuko na kikundi kidogo inasaidia sisi wakati internet yetu imeisha, bundles zimeisha ama tumevamiwa. Tunaweka kapesa kadogo, si pesa nyingi. Tukiwa wengi tunaleta pamoja, inasaidia kulipa hizo our expenses. So tunaposema sadaka, haimaanishi kuwa tunalipa Bernard. We are paying for our own expenses in terms of how we are having a debate here. So Okibo, leo nataka uanze kutoa hiyo sadaka, na Kasuti, Reverend, na I think Mama Selina wamekuwa kitusaidia, Njiru amekuwa kitusaidia, Jakindube amekuwa kitusaidia, sisi wote na wale ambao wanasikia pia kwa panel, ili tusaidie Bernard na sisi wote tunapokuwa na huu mjadala. Huu mjadala unakuwa from Monday to Monday, Sunday to Sunday. Bernard is here whether he's sick or not. Ako na sisi 8 hours a day. Tuseme ukweli kabisa. Can he be effective again akiwa hivi tena aende kufanya kazi nyingine? It's like we have employed him. So we are urging that it's not that I'm a force. We have seen it through conventional wisdom and the spirit of giving that our gratitudes, tunalipia wifi na vifaa vyetu ili tukue na mjadala mwema. Asante sana Jakini, unaweza endelea kufafanua hayo. Tusiite tu sadaka watu wafikirie sisi ni watu wa kuitisha tu pesa.
Asante sana Alexa, ndio maana nakupenda mwanangu. Ni vizuri sana kuwa na vijana sharp kama wewe. Kwa hiyo mmeelewa kwa nini nasema hivyo. Manake naona hata angalia channel zingine kuna namna ya kusaidia channel hii izidi. Kwa hiyo ni vizuri tuitolee, tupeane msaada mara kwa mara, tuwe na na njia ya kuisaidia ili siku zote tuwe na hii, manake inatusaidia kuelimisha wenzetu na hata sisi kuelimika, inatusaidia sana. Na hii ni kujenga nchi yetu, tunajenga nchi yetu, si kwamba hii ni jambo la muhimu kabisa, tunajenga nchi yetu. Hii ndio hii ni kujenga taifa. Tunataka tujenge taifa, alafu tujenge nchi. Nilimwambia Alex afafanue, wale ambao hawajui kwa Kiswahili awaelezee kwa Kiingereza. Bernard, unisaidie kujenga taifa na kujenga nchi, ndio Wakenya waelewe, sababu naona wengi saa zingine hawanielewi nikisema hivyo, na mimi na wa challenge ni sisi wa Kenya. Hii ni channel yetu ambayo sisi wa Kenya natakiwa tukuze lugha yetu ya Kiswahili, lugha ya taifa, lakini Wakenya wengi hatupendi kukuza lugha yetu. Tunakuza tu lugha ya kigeni. Wakoloni wale walitunyanyasa, lazima tujaribu kukuza lugha yetu vile vile. Asanteni sana. Asante Bernard.
Chekendube, ni kiongezea kidogo Bernard, ni ya kwamba can you imagine kama sisi sasa vile tumezoea, tunasikia mambo vile inakuwa pale Kenya, tunafuata. Can you imagine tukiwa kwa kisa siku 2 siku 3, tutafanya nini? So asante sana, tuliweka Chekendube na Bernard hili na Alex ili waweze kutusaidia kuona ya kwamba internet ama mambo ya penalty ya sisi kukua hapa. Tumekuwa crazy, unasikia mtu analala na anaamuka. Bernard saa hii hata niliwaambia, nashukuru familia yake kwa sababu tuna release Bernard wakati wote saa 10 saa 11, na ni baba ako kwa nyumba na ako na mama, but amevumilia hili sisi wengine tuweze kusaidika. Jameni, vile nilikuwa nimeomba na nikasema hata familia ya Pena tuambie asante kwa kuweza kuvumilia baba yao akae chini kwa sababu ya nchi ya Kenya. Na ni pastor, ni reverend, tunasema Mungu asante kwa sababu mnajua pastor hata Sunday anatuacha asubuhi na anaenda kuhubiri na usiku tunamngojea. So Alex, hiyo vile tumesema, my sister Reverend Victoria, umesikia hiyo kazi tunafanya na ni ya Mungu, na asante kwa sababu Mungu amekuleta ndiye tukue na wahubiri wawili ya kuweza kusimamisha Mtembei TV. Tuko na wengi, lakini asante sana tuweze kusimamisha. Hii ni nyumba yetu. Kama hatuwezi simamisha hii, tutasimamisha aje Azimio? Kama hatuwezi kuwa kwa hii kidogo, tuko watu wachache na ile kasi kubwa iko Kenya, tunaweza. So tafadhalini, kama hatuwezi peana mkono kwetu Kenya, tusaidie wale wanarun kwa Kenya, wacha tusaidie studio yetu iweze kusimama, na kila wakati ukiwa kasi, kama utaingia live ama umeingia live, unasikia Mtembei TV the whole day ukiwa kasi, umeweka earphones na tunasikia yale inafanyika. And especially sahi tumepakisha karibu 45 days to election. Jameni, hatutaki Bernard akose hata internet hata siku kidogo. Wacha nisiwachokeshe, lakini nafikiri with ample, unajua hii inasemekana mkono ya kupeana. Tusoee kupeana ndio tupate, kwa sababu najua Bernard baba akiwin ama sisi wote vile tumekaa hapa, hata watu ya UDA, they get chance to come here. We are brothers and sisters. We are not saying tunatoa kama Azimio, tunatoa kama panelist wale wanapenda kwa hii kuongea ama kujadiliana mambo ya nyumbani. Najua sikukuwa nataka kuongea, but nikasema kama mama siwezi wachia wasee peke baba na kijana peke yao. Nyumba inachaa kama kuna baba na mama na sasa kuna vijana. Hiyo ndio mama baba Raila ametuonyesha wakiwa na mata ya kwamba hata hii Mtembei TV hatutakubali wa baba wakuwe peke yao wana decide. Lazima sisi kama kina mama pia tunaingia na to decide. na ikiendelea hivyo Victoria, Reverend, tunaweza fanya juu chini sisi wamama, tulete wamama wengi hapa na tuwaonyeshe wababa we can do it. Kama tuko na deputy president, mtakuta siku ingine hata tuambii sisi tunaweza simamia mambo ya penat, na wamama yote tufunge leso na tuseme we are here to support our pastor, our reverend, our son, our brother. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Mama Selina and Jacinto Bay and Alex. Like I said, I was signing out. So let me, before I hand over to Njiru, Jacinto Bay ameuliza hilo swali la kujenga nchi na kujenga taifa. Msomi mzuri ambaye ataeleza hayo maneno ni Kasuti. Na mimi yeye ni amebobea katika lugha hizi zote na ametoroka class. Kasuti, rudi ujibu swali. Wacha maneno ya kuhepa wakati swali linawekwa. Rudi. Hakuna mahali unaenda. So Kasuti akikuja endo atafafanua yeye ni mzee wa kanisa na anaelewa maneno tofauti ya kujenga nchi na kujenga taifa. Ataweka kwa Kiluya, alafu aweke kwa Kiswahili na awekee kwa Kiingereza ili kusikwe na yote ambaye anachanganyikiwa. Lakini cha muhimu, let's keep the spirit, support Mtembei TV. You can join Mtembei TV as a member. Those of you on the YouTube, unaenda tu kwa profile, you will get there an icon on join. When you click on it, it gives you an opportunity to join Mtembei TV as a member. Then when you are a member, like for example, we are having problem with hackers who are trying to hack our system. And so we may end up locking out everybody and remain with members only, because if security matters reaches that level, hatutakuwa na choice. But all in all, let's do our very best to keep this channel on and also project, because we don't want to end here. We are looking into doing this permanently and on a high scale. We are envisioning to be a CNN of some kind from this end of the world. So let's pull together. Let's do our very best, and with a good heart and commitment to what is good, because we are in this for Kenya. A better Kenya means a better life for all Kenyans, and that will help us sleep soundly. But if there are some Kenyans who are going to bed without food, there are Kenyans who are homeless, and they are suffering, nobody will be comfortable going to bed. Sababu ya hawa mabwenyenye kutengeneza nyumba wanaweka gate kubwa ni nini? Kama hakuna insecurity, hakuna mtu ataweka hiyo gate kubwa, haike ilani ya kusema umbwa kali. All those things is because of insecurity. But insecurity is also being contributed by our inequality and our lack of ensuring that the country has enough resources for everyone. So let's campaign for the same and work out for a better Kenya. Thank you very much for everybody for your support.
Penat,
moral support.
please.
Yes.
Penat,
Kasauti anataka kusema kitu. Kasuti.
Sorry.
I want to say something only. Nipatie Kasuti.
Yes.
Penat.
Yes.
Victoria anakuwa nainda. Tunataka kutafuta siku moja yenye utampatia tuwe na maombi as the way you have Mount Kenya kwa politics na ile group ingine, kwa sababu wanakuwa na group kubwa ya kuombea baba, and they have been doing that. Nilikuwa na request tutafute siku yenye hatutasumbua watu, but tukue na hiyo nafasi tupatie Victoria, because hako na group kubwa sana wamefanya kazi ya maombi. I can talk on behalf of ya kwamba tupate a day ya kuweza kurutisha shukurani kwa Mungu. Thank you so much, kwa sababu tuko na watu ya Kenya, pastors wako Kenya wanaomba pamoja, so ningeomba tu hiyo, otherwise utatupatia siku alafu tuone. Asante.
Bernard, mimi nasema hivi, naomba tu aeleze kwa Kiingereza, kwa sababu naona saa zingine nikieleza na lugha ya Kiswahili ni kama watu hawaelewi. Nasema narudia sasa, kujenga taifa ni kujenga watu. Kujenga watu ni kufanya watu wawe wamoja, wasijibague, waone kama wote sisi ni Wakenya. Alafu tukisha kuwa na hiyo msingi kwamba sisi ni wana Kenya, ndio tunajenga nchi. Kujenga nchi ni kujenga madaraja, mashule, mabarabara, mahospitali. Kuna tofauti hiyo, kujenga nchi na kujenga taifa. Kujenga taifa ni kujenga watu, na kujenga watu ndio msingi. Ndio hakuna nchi inakaa, hakuna vurugu, watu hatubagwani, hatuleti mambo mengine kama hasla. Hiyo ni kitu haifai, mimi naitukia. Sitaki mtu alete ateme sisi wa Kenya ni ati hasla. Tumebagwana muda wa kutosha, haifai sisi wa Kenya. Hiyo mimi naitukia sana. Nimeifokea hata kwa YouTube. Nilijaribu siku moja nikaweka hiyo, nikasema ni marufuku na ni jambo mbaya kabisa. Inatakiwa iwe ni kila Mkenya afokee hiyo. Hatutaki tena kujibagua, tena kuchanganya eti badala ya sisi wa Kenya tunaleta jambo lingine tena ati sisi wengine ni hasla. Hatuna nation kama hiyo Kenya. Tuna nchi inaitwa Kenya. Kama ni nation, tuna nation inaitwa Kenya. Hakuna nation inaitwa hasla. Hiyo ni kutuchanganya, ni kutuletea utapeli. Kwa hiyo mimi nawasihi wa Kenya, tuacheni na mambo ya mtu analeta mambo ya kutuchanganya. Hiyo ni kutuletea mambo ya kutugawa, na kazi ya uongozi ni kutuleta pamoja. Sisi hapa wote tulio hapa tunataka tuwe watu wa moja, na hii platform ya Mtembee inatupatia nafasi nzuri ya sisi kuzungumza kwenye watu wa mrengo mbalimbali, wale wa UDA, watu wa ANC, watu wa ODM, watu wa Azimio la Umoja na watu wa Kenya Kwanza. Tunaongea kama ndugu. Sisi wote ni wa Kenya. Tofauti yetu ni vile tunaangalia mipango, vile tunataka tuendeleze Kenya. Hiyo tu. Asante sana Bernard.
Okay, thank you Jakindu Bey, and it's important that we do that. Kwa hivyo Reverend Victoria, Mama Selina anafikiria atanipatia namba yako, alafu tutapanga kipindi paswa cha maombi ambacho we will work together to organize that. You will give me details on how you want it to be done, and if you have specific people to join, we will do that, and then be able to carry out maybe an hour or 2 hours of prayer, and then on a different show other than this, so that this show is dedicated for political analysis. Then we will do that for prayer. There is no limit to that. There's other shows we do, like talk shows discussing different issues. So doing prayer is part and parcel, and we are unlimited in terms of how many shows we do in a day, and how to focus on a specific matter. So be at liberty. Mama Selina will give me your number, then we will arrange. When that is done, we will organize and then go on air. Haina shida. Asante sana.
Thank you so much. Asante sana Bernard. Nashukuru kweli kwa hiyo jambo. Naona tu kuna ndugu anaitwa Fred Kasuti amejaribu sana na kusema kitu. Wacha tumwache.
Mzee wa kanisa huyu anataka kunipatia transfer niende Lodwar. Unajua yeye ni mtu wa PhD. Fred, mimi siende Lodwar. Mkitaka kunipatia
Ngoja kidogo. Unajua Alex anataka kutufanya tukae kama wale mafarisayo wakipeleka kondoo kanisani, wanasema tumepeleka sisi ndio tumeleta hii, na saa zingine wengine wanajifanya kama Sauli, wanapeleka zile zimekonda alafu wanaweka zile zimenona kwa manufaa yao wenyewe. I want to tell Alex ya kwamba I'm the person who believe in altar, and once you take care of the altar will take care of you. And whosoever is ministering on altar, he eat what belongs to the altar, what is being brought in altar. So asiche kusema hapo na kunivictimize ya kusema ya kwamba sijaona. Alikuwa anataka aone. Sikuwa nimepata hiyo ujumbe ya kwamba Alex anataka kuona sadaka yenye unatoa kwa madhabahu. So asifanye hivyo tena siku nyingine, hiyo ni kudiscourage watu. Alafu kitu kingine, as we have the freedom of worship, let everybody kila mtu ana belong, kula ana belong. Wewe kama ukubaliani na filosofia ya mtu akijiita hasola ama nini, wacha jiite tu hasola, kwa sababu Biblia inatuambia ya Kaisari ipewe Kaisari na ya Mungu pia ni ya Mungu. Kusema ya kwamba mimi ni hasola haimaanishi ya kwamba Mungu hayupo. Mungu hapo na wanajua hata wao wenyewe. So tukianza kusema ati blah blah blah, it means that all these people who call themselves hustlers, we want to ban them. We want to make sure that this platform is big, is a big family, and it accommodates everybody. Paka others wako hapa, hata wale wa Illuminati wakipatikana wakuja watuambie vile wanafanyanga hizo mikutano zao. We are ready to listen to them. So it's a big family. So we are not limiting anybody to be here. Whether you call the hustler, you call it whatever. As I always say, there is no position called Assistant Jesus himself. So it's the same way there is no can justify hustler. So these people who call themselves Assistant Jesus, who knows the Bible very well more than others, but when the time comes when God started to put them separate the light and darkness, now it's the time you find out that he quote Matthew and it is in Ecclesiastes. He quote Ecclesiastes and is in Hebrew. He quote in Hebrew and it is in Isaiah. So God doesn't want, Mungu hapendi Mungu achanganyikiwi. God is very strict na akisema hapa ndipo ilipo. So nilikuwa nataka kuongea na Alex na mzee Jakindu Bey kuhimiza watu tu, Mungu hupeana mbegu kwa mpanzi. Maana mzee Jakindu Bey unasikiza Kiswahili vizuri. Mungu hupeana mbegu kwa mpanzi na mkate kwa mlaji. Period. If God gives you a seed, go and sow that seed, because at the end of the day you will harvest what you sow. Okay? So tushikilie hapo. Wale hawatoi sadaka nawaambia mtoe sadaka, lakini si lazima tujue. Si lazima tujue ati mnatoa sadaka. Sawa sawa. So I wanted to say that one to clarify, Alex, to know that we understand. We understand the importance of
unahepa kujibu swali. Achana maneno ya sadaka na wale wanatoa na wale wasiotoa. Swali uliulizwa kujenga taifa na kujenga nchi in English.
Kujenga taifa, kujenga taifa ama in English building the nation, to build the nation or kujenga taifa. Kujenga taifa yani it's what we call our daily activities concerning to the nation. Our daily activities concerning to the nation. Not building people, not building whatever. You wake up early in the morning, you go to a particular place, a place of your work, you do something in order to make sure that your nation, you contribute to the nation. That's how to build
nationalism. Ngoja kwanza. There is nationalism, okay? And then there is national development. Building the nation and then developing the nation.
Be useful to your nation, my friend. Do something that can help your nation to grow. Be useful to your nation. Hata hao mahasola pia ni wanajenga taifa. Ama namna gani?
Wewe inaonekana umekuja kuniangusha kabisa. Kumbe geography pia ulihepa ukiwa standard 4 kama mimi. Sawa tu.
Ungeniuliza kwa Kinyara.
Ngoja kwa Kinyara kwanza, yeye itakuanguza flat. as I leave, I must leave. Hata kuna mtu amenifogea huko kwa comments ati mimi naongea sana. Mimi nataka kuondoka niwaache nyinyi muongee. So there is developing the nation and building the nation. The building of the nation is the nationalhood where people are constituted as Kenyans. Ukenya ama utaifa, to be one people. Then developing the nation is what we are talking about, development ya infrastructure, ya barabara, ya mashule, ya hospital. So if we do national development without nation building, we will end up, our lack of building the nation will destroy our national development. Just like every time we have political conflict, we bring down everything we have done in terms of development. So as a people, we must accept the two responsibilities of developing the nation and building the nation. They must go concurrently. Na watoto wakienda shule wakuwe inaugurated ama initiated into that program of national development and national building, that sisi ni wa Kenya, sisi ni watu wa umoja, na lazima tufanye nini? To pull together to see to it that no Kenyan is discriminated against at any level. Si hospitalini, si shuleni. So that our nationalhood is what will make us even make it easy for us to do national development. Kwa sababu hii red capital spend pesa tukifanya negotiation, we will spend that money now doing development of the nation, because we are a nation and we are all pulling together in the same direction. Thank you very much. Tutaendelea kufafanua mpaka dakika ya mwisho.
Asante sana Leonard, Bernard, asante sana. Nafikiri ni kidogo na kupata vile umewaelezea wa Kenya ambao ni Waingereza. Nafikiri hivyo nafikiri hiyo itawapata wafahamu vizuri. Asanteni sana.
Okay, thank you. Njiru, hakikisha mzee Penny amepewa nafasi. Unajua network yake huwa inamsumbua. See you later. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Okay, so
God bless you too.
Bernard, asante. Thank you for your time here. Yeah, it is unpayable, and we appreciate having such a program which is running 24/7 is not a joke. So we appreciate that too much. I hope the message is home. Yeah, so maybe to heckle what, so that I can give somebody, another person to talk, maybe to heckle what akina Jakedo walikuwa wanaongea hapa story ya nation building. Yeah, you know, even like, you know, it's always good to look at advanced countries and to see what has happened. There is always, I have been reading this book of this Singapore president, the one which is explaining from third world to first world. And you can be able to see what that guy was explaining there. So when you are talking of building the nation and doing all those things, it's like putting that working infrastructure within the methodology of governing a country, whereby you come up with the structures to fight corruption, you come up with the structures to bring people together, you come up with the structures to make people love one another, to make people love work, whereby you reach at a level whereby even the citizens of that country, when they are committing crime or they are doing bad things, they are feeling bad. Like, for example, we reach a level whereby you feel bad to be corrupt. You know, I watch some people getting prosecuted because of corruption issues in some nations. Unaona vile, as those people are being taken through the court process, venye wanalia hapo na wanafanya vitu zingine, they feel so remorseful kama hiyo kitu ingetokezea. Whereas in Kenya ama kwetu, mtu akipatikana kwa corruption, that is the time when they are highly denying, and that's the time when they are looking for very many lawyers to help them. I think we have a way in which we have to build our ethics, and I think part of what we are saying is we need to build our ethics. We need to raise a population which feels bad when they do bad things, and I think that's where we have not reached. Tukiongea tu story ya corruption, people are just seeing as if they are normal things. You know, yesterday I was listening, namfuata kidogo, Wajakoya was being interviewed, I think, by a TV station from Tanzania, and he said a good statement, which I can say it here, although he is not my candidate. Alisema, in China, criminals, people who are criminals, they get executed. In Japan, they actually even execute themselves. In Kenya, they go to parliament. That's a statement he said. People do money laundering, they do a lot of bad things, they want to go to parliament. So, and we enable them to do that. To the extent tunasema ati huyu ni mwizi wetu. Andi nashangaa sasa huyu ni mwizi wetu aje. I think we need to get away of that. When people steal, they steal on their own. So this idea of getting solidarity when people steal ni vibaya. So let's get Bob niliona ameandika message was ready. So Bob, if you are ready, you can give your presentation. Then we get Penny Nyagaka. Duke, you want to say something? Duke, unaonekana ni kama unataka kuongea.
Yes, I was actually having a comment on what you have said.
Okay.
It's true that national building is important because it's one which drives the national development. However, when you talk about national building, it does not mean that all of us, we should be unified politically. But we should be unified in terms of having equal opportunities to every person, justice. So you have to draw the line between politics and the key aspects. You getting what I'm saying?
I hear you. Okay. I think you learned that one more better. So Bob, you can make your presentation, then we get Penny. That was
Jambo mingi nyote panelist pale, Jiru, Duke, mwanaharakati wa UDM kubwa hapa, mzee Jakendube, mzee wa mawaidha kabisa, Mama Sali, Bwana Kola, Victoria Soti, Fred Kasuti, and mzee wangu Pen Bioro mwako na Bwana Kuse. Now,
Biyande. Olumwana lukukuliri na kurangelia. Biyande. Thank you.
Asante. Nachukuru kuwa nanyi. Nataka niende kwa menu pale ni jiserve kidogo. Raila Turuto hata sitaki kuingilia hapo. Mzee ni huyo, ni mzee wa busara kabisa, anajua ni nini pali anataka kutupeleka, na mawaidha yake have never been wrong. Karua blazes in Central. Martha Karua is really giving me a lot of hope, especially matters governance and also getting the vote in the Central. And more so this evening, I was very proud of Martha because this evening, or let me call it a few hours ago, she has hosted Muslim leaders in Nairobi, and her message was very clear, and she appreciated their contribution towards building of the nation and fidelity to the constitution and the country at large. So she's very articulate, and she's doing a very good job and a very sober campaign. She has managed to disarm the UDA brigade. They have nothing on her. So they have now turned their guns to personalized attacks on the Azimio presidential candidate. And it is quite a cheap campaign that is being fronted by the UDA, because they have tried to incite the Kenyans on matters violence. They have tried to incite Kenyans on matters living standards. And, Kenyans are wiser than that. And for instance, today they have blamed the Uhuru Kenyatta and the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga on issues to do with food. And right now, as we speak, you know, the whole world, there is food shortage in the whole world. Russia has managed to block the Black Sea, which has essentially stopped the flow of grain from Ukraine. And we know Ukraine being a major exporter of bulk grain. So it is not something that is something worth talking about, because for me, the UDA team is actually enjoying the suffering of its people. It does not want to give the people the correct message, the correct hope, because even if they were to be given power, I don't think they would use magic to give us the required amount of grain that we need. So when you kind of enjoy the suffering of your own people and continue to lie them just to get power is really a sad affair. So on that front, I think it is an act of desperation. They have basically missed the point, and they are clutching on straws and trying to hold on to anything that they can hold on to. On the preparedness, I personally want to believe that the IEBC has made some strides, but there's a lot more needs to be done. And that a lot more means the security of that register, because we all know from the last presidential petition, election petition, that there were fellows who had a free ride in logging into their servers and what have you. So my major concern is that register. That is the only thing that can try to tamper with these elections, because we need to be assured that nobody can infiltrate the IEBC systems. That is the only way Kenyans, I think, will feel safe. And we also need details of the past, the details of the audit, and what action has been taken, decisive action in terms of prosecuting the people who are trying to tamper with that register. That is one, it will go a long way to instill confidence in the people of Kenya. For now, I think I'll leave it at that, and we continue to debate and exchange ideas. Thank you very much, Njiro. I'm still around.
Okay, sawa. Thank you for that, and thank you for your presentation. Yeah, we value it. So, akwapi Penny?
Amekimbia huyo mzee, anakuanga yuko mbio tu kila mara.
I wanted to give him a chance. Okay, maybe before I give another person, Victoria, you can make your prayers. Then from there, so that maybe because unaweza taka kuenda after your prayers, we can have Jose. So I don't know, is there anyone else who ambaye akuwa present? Because I think J. Kola, had you presented? Okay. So we will have Jose, then after Jose, then we can do the usual repetition. So tutaanzia sasa na Mama Serena sasa. So maombi, Jose, then Mama Serena, then we keep the roll. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeru, you can hear me? Yeah. So I just want to say thank you again, even to Bernard in absentia, kwa kukubali kwamba we'll have a day of prayer. And I'll make a short prayer because, you know, a prayer is a prayer, short or long, is inafika kwa Mungu. Mungu anasikia. Na tunaelewa kwamba Mungu is always there all the time. He's attentive. So I'm going to just pray, and I ask that you all just agree with me. Just humble yourself. It doesn't matter which religion you come from. If you believe there is God, then I'm asking you that we are just humbling ourselves before Almighty God in a word of prayer. And thank you, Njiro. All right, so let us now go before God in prayer. Almighty and ever-living God, creator of heaven and earth, we come before you at this time, Lord. You know each one of us by name. You know every nation. You know everything. And you are God who reigns above all. We come to you at this time to acknowledge you, to say, God, we cannot do this without you. And Lord, we humble ourselves as Kenyans here. We represent Kenyans at home in Kenya and Kenyans abroad in diaspora. And Lord, we want to ask tonight, as we come before you, that you may forgive our nation of Kenya of all the filthiness. Lord, we are coming before you and we are admitting that our country has been filthy. We have been labeled names, which some are true. Corruption has been high in our nation. And even at this time, as we come to you, Lord, we are coming a people tired of all these things that are not good. They are not good to us and they are not good to you. And so we ask, oh God, that you may forgive us and give us a chance to enter into a moment of healing, a moment of being refreshed again, a moment that even our young ones can learn to be people of integrity and can be able to do what pleases before you, O God. And so we are praying together as Kenyans at this time, as we thank you for providing a channel for us to pray at this hour. We are in different time zones, and yet, Lord, you can hear our prayer as we pray together in unity. We ask, oh God, that you give us unity in our country, even as we go into this election. And after this election, Lord, we pray that our country shall remain united, even as you give us this one leader that we see, oh God, is a humble man, a man of integrity who desires to unite our country. And so thank you, Lord. We thank you for our current president, Uhuru Kenyatta. We thank you, Lord, for the work that he has done. We thank you for his support for Honorable Raila Odinga. And we thank you, Lord, that even as we prepare for the elections, you are preparing Kenya for the next thing. And so we want to surrender everything to you, Lord, as we pray that God be with us every single day into the election and after the election. For we pray all this with thanksgiving in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you for your prayers.
Amen, amen, and thank you.
Thank you for your prayers. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much. God
We
bless you
appreciate.
all.
Yeah,
Mbarikiwe
yeah.
nyinyi na nyumba zenu. Amen.
Thank you. Inakaa
Amen.
roho ameanzia kukuja hapa. Hata jana ilikuwa maombi ingine, leo ni maombi ingine. Sawa,
Amen.
asante.
Asante.
Thank you for that spirit, and we appreciate. Kenya is a praying nation, and that is good. And thank you for the initiative. Oze, it's your time.
Yeah. And Nijiru, before I leave, because I'm going to leave, we have prayers that run all the way to midnight. I want to just ask if there's anybody here who would like to join the prayers. Again, we are open to anybody who wants to participate in prayer. I think Bernard alikuwa amesema tutapeana contact so that people can join if they want to join. Asante.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you, Pastor Victoria. We appreciate. Thank you.
God bless.
Yes, good evening, Njiru, Duke, Cheb, Kola, and Papa. Ni Papa amepotea wapi?
amesema tu ako
shida yako nini?
Ameona mimi anafikiria tutarudia jana.
Mimi ninakuangalia vizuri kabisa.
Lazima turudie. Hii maneno bado bwana. Hii maneno bado. You have seen what the IEBC, yesterday we talked briefly about IEBC. I believe it is the last item on the topics, isn't it? The last item there, it is election countdown. Are we ready? Now, I sometimes I don't understand what Kenyans are really all about. In 2017, when we were going to the elections, there were challenges with the electronic system. And there were a number of issues around it. And when the issue of using manual registers as an option B came, so many people were up in hand complaining that no, we can't go manual. We should go electronic. Now we went electronic and there were challenges. Some areas could not do real-time live transmission. Although later on, as you all are aware, it was indicated that it was stage managed. Now, experience across the world has shown that if you want to be electronic, you can actually do it electronic. And there are bigger countries with huge voting numbers that have used electronic without hitches at all. And it works. Now, the truth of the matter is that if you go electronic, about 50% of the malpractices will be no more. Now, then the question is, why don't we then go electronic? What's the problem? Now, some people are saying that if everything is entirely electronic, some people will be stopped from voting. Now, IEBC have come out, Chebukati has come out twice to indicate that they will go electronic and that there will be no problems. Now, doubtful Thomases are still going to the extent of even going to court to stop IEBC from going purely electronic. And they have said that the systems are working. At least, I think one thing which has come out is that identification of the voters at all costs will be electronic, which I think is the way to go. Now, there have been questions of how, in the event that the systems fail, in the unlikely event, so to say, what will happen? IEBC says that, nevertheless, the backup is still electronic. So where is the problem? Why should anybody go to court to insist that they want manual backup? The irregularities associated with manual backup, we are better off doing without them. If they can have enough systems, even 2, 3, 4 of them, all electronic. If the first one fails, the backup is also electronic. The second one fails, the backup, the third one is also electronic. So where is the problem? I hope this time round our courts will not let us down. That backup they are looking for is available. It's only that it is also electronic. So where is the problem? You don't want a situation where dead voters vote because they can only do it in a manual system. People who are physically don't walk into the polling stations will vote so long as we are doing things manual. There are very many ways of controlling an electronic voting system. At least its issues of turnout will be up to date. You will be dealing with spoiled votes and valid votes, but turnout will be very, very accurately managed. So I think they should give IEBC a break and let them go electronic, so long as they have up to four backups. So there should be no worry. IEBC should be given a chance to run that thing electronic the way they have said.
Also, I want to add something as
Yes,
you continue.
Okay, yes.
You know, I don't understand why anybody would doubt the electronic system, because the electronic system comes in for a very short time when they are uploading or sending the results after the voting. But within the polling station, the application is localized to the gadgets that are available there. Therefore, there should be no problem absolutely, because once a voter is identified, according to the CEO, is instead of striking like the manual way, once a voter is identified using the kit, the record is archived. Therefore, nobody can come in and vote again. Unlike the previous time when you could strike out a name and somebody still comes back and strike on top of the struck record. Therefore, the electronic issue comes in when they are uploading the results to the to the main tallying center. So therefore, that should never be a problem. In fact, I personally encourage that, because the physical register is prone to abuse. Proceed, Jose.
You guys, you know it was rigging. So the people who want to rig, they don't know what to do. You know, you are right. So we have to go electronic so that they cannot rig. We don't get dead voters and nobody will vote twice. So and Jebukati has said the truth, because the other time they say it is not working because they wanted to rig. But today, because they want to be transparent, so those people who went to court, to do that, they know they cannot rig. Mambo hapa ni rigging, wanaona imepotea. There is nothing else. Hata hiyo miaka ingine ilikuwa inafanya kazi, ndiye sababu waliwin. Sasa leo wameona wanapatikana, and they want kujaribu tena kusema twende manual mahali iwesekani. Wacha iharibike. Kama umetuambia wako na parking, hiyo inatosha. Ya kwanza iharibike, ya pili, ya tatu, ya nne, election imeisha.
I agree. I fully agree with you. You see, Bob, what's going on? Eh? What these people are calling manual was basically the printout from the computer, which was hard copy. Now, if you have things marked in the hard copy, you do realize they are very difficult to how your computers do the checks and balances. Now, instead of printing, assuming our first system, Kim's kit, fails, there's no problem. We have spare 2, spare 3, spare 4 to still do the identification. And when it is done, even when it is done on the spare 2, you are able to control from the computer system, unlike doing it on the hard copy. And that is what Chebukati is determined to do without. So the idea of a backup for a failed first Kim's kit or the other should not arise. They have alternatives, which is also electronic. That is what Chebukati needs to educate the public, the masses, that this is what is going to happen. We are simply saying that the manual backup, no. The so-called second backup, third backup, they are all electronic. So that whatever they do, whatever you do in the servers, you can't interfere with. The moment you do them offhand on a hard copy printout, that is where the problem starts. Verification will be a big problem in the event of a challenge. If they are all in the server, the better. So I think people should give Chebukati a break. If they have decided that they'll have a backup for any failures, so be it. Yeah? So long as nobody is turned away and refused from voting. Now, the other issue is to do with Papa. The reason why I was calling you back there is this hard life, which is now sweeping the entire world, but in the Kenyan one, it is being blamed on on the wrong people. Now, I think today, was it today or then yesterday, the DP and his entourage spent a lot of time blaming what he calls the collapse of food security on the president. Now, it's just that maybe in Kenya, people forget very fast. We have had issues of illegal imports here. If you all remember the so-called maize Mexico or maize eco, is it maize eco or Mexico imports? The maize imports is what interfered with the farming system in Kenya, especially around Rift Valley. By the end of the day, you realize that the inputs, the fertilizers, for whatever reason, all the prices went skyward. Now, the imported maize was dumped into the cereal boards, and in the process, the little that the Kenyan farmers could take to the cereal board, they had no chance because they were competing with cheap imports, which were being dumped and money siphoned out through the cereal boards. Now, that is something which the DP is very well aware of. To turn around now, this country has gone all this time for more than 2-3 years with food shortages. And he knows the genesis of all this. It is the illegal imports of the maize, the sugar imports, you can't forget. You remember the sugar imports? They use our local factories, the Nzoias, the Sonis, the Mumias. They bring their sugar and pack it in Mumia's paper bags, Sony paper bags, and local factory paper bags. You think you are buying Mumia sugar, kumbe you are buying something else which has been brought in by looters. The same thing happened with rice. At one point, I think it was the sugar which had mercury. Which one had mercury contamination? Now, the food shortage, you remember during the first term of this government, they brought in that irrigation, that huge irrigation project in the Gulana Kulal project. If you check what was estimated to be harvested from that project and what it gave, it is very shameful. Now, that project never saw the light of day. Where did the money go? Now, to turn around now and tell us that the president, because of the handshake, food security has collapsed. You see, personally, these are some of the propagandas that they keep talking about. And if those who have the data would bother to come up with the facts, all these things will be demystified, so that people can know where the rain started.
I want to ask you a question.
Yes.
When do you think when is the last time Kenya was safe in terms of food security? Relatively, not necessarily.
You see
what has been happening
even during the coalition government. We had problems. What has been happening is that we have been going down and down, and the graph keeps going down and down.
Yes, that is why I'm asking you. Just a minute. I'm asking you relatively, not absolute. When is the last time Kenya felt food safe in terms of food security?
I think it is way back, even before the 2008 problems. That is when things were a bit manageable. From that time, down.
Yeah. Now my take is this.
Yes.
Since the time of for me, it is from the time of 2002 to 2005. That is the time when we recovered, and we were almost getting to a level where we, at any one given time, we had 5 million bags of grain in our reserves. Now, since then, after the appointment, and this is, if you can go and check the facts, after the appointment of one William Ruto to the ministry, having taken over from Kipruto Arab Kirwa, since that day, Kenya has never been safe in terms of agriculture.
Precisely.
Because if you
That
look at
actually, that is what I was driving at. You see, I wanted to indicate that. You see, the DP cannot come up here and start saying how food security has collapsed. And somebody, if you bother to check, somebody may ask him, why was he sacked, or rather suspended in the coalition government? It was because of the mismanagement in the maize farming, the maize imports and skyrocketing fertilizer prices. Now, from 2002, our cereal boards were at least having some storages, which were meaningful. Now, the thing was dwindling down. When the coalition government came into force, things only worsened. As much as President Kibaki inserted in, the agricultural sector has never recovered. We have never fully recovered. Now, during the 2013, that is why I'm bringing it forward. You remember this Kulal project is it in where? In Eastern, Northeastern? It was going to be a very big game changer for food security. You can imagine the scandals, all the money, everything got looted. Nothing more. Now, that is part of what the Jubilee government, okay, call it the earlier 2013, told the public and promised everywhere, every corner of the country to come on board. They went ahead and started budgeting for the SGRs. They budgeted for the laptops, which nobody saw. All the funds which were budgeted on those mega projects, they only helped to take the food security and the agricultural inputs. And you remember how they were promising that Wananchi would not even be going farming. They'll be using tractors. I remember when during the 2013, 2017, I think 1 or 2 counties actually brought in some tractors. I don't know which counties they were. I think was it Kericho and which one? Brought in tractors, and those tractors could be hired by the locals to go and farm for them. And that was all. Issues of fertilizer, seeds, mbegu, and the maize imports, which collapsed our cereals boards. They have just come from bad to worse. Now today, somebody wants to apportion the blame on the president that because of the handshake, now food security collapsed, and yet he knew that he had challenges. 2013, 2017, he had challenges in the agricultural sector. He was the Minister for Agriculture, and the issues which were causing friction in that coalition government was to do with his Ministry of Agriculture was top on the lead.
You know, Ose, what I want to tell you is that let us not mince words. In as much as we are having food shortages, which have been occasioned by various factors, the war in Ukraine, there's COVID, and much more of other factors. But the truth of the matter is that for the last 10 years, the agriculture ministry has been in the hands of people who are aligned to the deputy president. And it is only recently that Munya took over from I think somebody called Bet or somebody like that. And even if we were to have the problem now because of factors outside our control, we would have been in a better position had the last 10 years been managed well, because at least we would be having enough reserves to cushion and dictate the pricing of grain. But due to the mismanagement of that sector by people who are aligned to the deputy president, we are at this point right now. And if you are to look at, take for an example, an issue like the dam. Right now, as it is, the people of Mount Kenya will be enjoying benefits of the Thiba Dam. If you look at it, you can Google. It is. It costed. The project was about 11 billion Kenya shillings.
You call it?
It is going to serve
which dam?
Thiba, THIMBA. If you have a look at that project, it is almost going. It's almost complete, and it's going to serve the people in Mount Kenya very well, the rice farmers and many more other small scale farmers. And in terms of boosting the food chain within the country, that side of the country will be doing very well. And it costed
wait a minute. Wait a minute. Which dam was Wairia saying that Nairobi should pay them for supplying water?
No, that one was Ndakaine.
Do you remember it? Huh?
Yeah, that is Ndakaine.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It has nothing to do with that. But the Thiba Dam was started at the same time when the supposedly Aurora and Kimwarer were meant to have been started. But look at it, the other side of the country. I mean, nothing has ever taken off in terms of the Kimwarer. And you can see where we are in terms of the food security. I see one Gordon Ojuang at the comment section saying that we do not have food shortage. Now, I want to.
Forgetting what we are talking about is what the DP was addressing today. He was explaining why we have shortage.
I want to tell him that had we, if we had enough food reserves, we would be able to there would be much more supply. Hence, the price would be lower. So the issue is not foods. I mean the food being on the shelves. It is the pricing, and the pricing is why everybody is up in arms. So therefore, we are personally trying to say that this problem is man-made. It is not something for us. We are a small country, and we should be able to manage our food reserves well, so that in case of anything that can jeopardize the supply chain, we are safe for at least a considerable time. And I just want to imagine, hypothetically, if you try to imagine that, what if there is war in this country for about 4 years? I think we would be in a position worse than Somalia, which ideally we should not. Also, wind up, because I'm sure Duke is ready to defend his UDA counterparts.
No, this one Duke cannot defend because they are facts. Now, let me come to the corruption. You see, I was saying that the food shortage graph has only gone down and down and down. Things have gone from bad to worse, and now I don't know if there is anything afterwards. Now, what is happening is that, Duke, you are aware of all this. I'm not telling you anything new. What you need to understand is that the resurgent, let me call it the resurgent of high corruption in this Jubilee government, starting from 2013, it made sure that the farming and the agricultural sectors could not even recover at all. Remember, there are times to have these dams. None of them. You have almost nothing to show in terms of completion. Nothing to show. And how many were there? I think there were almost 60 dams around the mega dams around the country. Now, the challenge is that you go out in a borrowing spree. Okay, as much as you borrowed, we have the white elephant, SGR. Now, the debt position has become so bad that the country cannot manage. As much as I saw them increasing the debt ceiling, if you don't have any more borrowing capacity, I don't know whether we still have. Nevertheless, anyway, they have gone ahead and increased the debt ceiling yesterday, I think. Now, at one time, the most argument was that so long as you borrow and invest properly, things would be okay. Now, the DP 100% supported that borrowing. Now, what has failed and collapsed into negative is using the borrowed funds properly. And Aror, the Kimorets are good examples. Now, I'm sorry I have to talk again about this CDF thing. You see, when you see CDF, I'm told, is one of the expeditiously disbursed funds by Treasury. Why? I mean, I didn't know that our MPs are so powerful. If they put their foot down, sometimes I don't know which year. I think it was last year when they threatened not to pass the budget unless their CDF funds are disbursed, which was the government had no choice. I think there was a lot of arm twisting and they had to disburse the CDF funds before the MPs could discuss the budget. The CDF funds have been so much misused that it is almost like it is official. If you find that the CDF managers are families of the same MPs, you see, the MPs are so daring. You have that the manager for the CDF fund is his wife. Surely, how can Kenyans tolerate all these things? I said that as far as I'm concerned, this law about recalling MPs with looting and corruption behaviors must come back to the Integrity Chapter 6, so that anybody who has issues on the CDF funds and have looted, there is no two way about it. There is no two way about it. They cannot go back to Parliament again if you still have CDF funds. We wanted to work the impeachment way, whereby if you have been impeached because you mismanaged the funds, why should you want to go back to be elected? To continue managing, to continue looting? No. The same thing. We cannot re-elect you if you have managed our CDF funds. I don't know how categorical that will come in the Constitution, but somehow it should find its way there. The same thing with the governors. I don't know whether you are aware that close to 42 governors have issues on county funds. A good number of them are seeking re-election. Why should that be allowed? No. No.
Jose, when it comes to the CDF,
I'll end there for now.
Yeah, let me just say that when it comes to the issue of CDF and the county allocations, my take is that Treasury is the one that is sleeping, because the auditors from Treasury should be visiting these counties on regular basis, and not wait for a long period before they come and audit the counties or audit the CDF funds. So here, for me, it is a case of additional manpower to ensure that these funds are not misused.
Hey, Papa, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. If you are, if the Treasury or the Auditor General delays in auditing you, is that now space for you to misuse county funds? No, not really.
No.
Yeah.
No, that now you're not even getting me. You see, the reason why I'm saying this, the reason why I'm saying this is because we have auditors who are on the ground, as in the office of Treasury, the office of the Auditor General, but they don't have capacity. And if they had capacity, some of these things would not happen, because if you listen to what Raila is proposing on how to deal with corruption, he's talking about preventive, and these are some of the ways you can prevent either wastage of funds or corruption. Regular audit is one of the ways to strengthen the internal controls of any institution. That is the role.
I fully support that. I fully support that. It's only for me,
yes,
those who have gotten away with the funds, they should be made to either return it or they should come no near being re-elected.
Yes,
those,
and
yeah.
what I'm saying right now, my point is that it all boils down to governance issues. There are people who can be given an office, like the Ruto government was given an office, and in as much as a government has got systems in place, you as a manager, you are supposed to continuously improve the institution, the institution of government. But if the president and his deputy, they seem not to have had capacity on how to manage affairs of government, because at the end of every financial year and even quarterly, there are reports that normally reach them on their table. They have a cabinet secretary for finance who should be having meetings with these principals and brief them on what needs to be done to increase efficiency. But if when you see these kind of things going on, and corruption and corruption all over, it tells you that management is the problem. It cannot be that Kenyans are just perpetual thieves. No,
I agree with you. Management has a contribution to make, but at the same time, in the event that you see, you can also make things so tight, like they do in Singapore, whereby you will dare not. Even if the management is absent, you will dare not, because if you are found, the consequences are clear. Now, you see, like here in the US, in most cases, you are put on your own defense. In other words, I put it to you that you have stolen XYZ. Prove that you are not, so that you are set free. But in our case, it is the opposite.
Yeah, let us give Duke a chance.
Just hold on a minute. You see, those who steal with the pen and through digital, you know, they are so smart. Sometimes they are smarter than the people they're stealing from. For you to be able to go around and prove that they actually stole is normally a headache even for the judges and the courts. That is why, for example, you see in the US, for example, if we found you with a traffic offense, the first thing we do is to give you a ticket, a fine. No discussion about it. If you think it is not right, it is unfair, you yourself go to court and prove that you did not commit the offense. So you see, in other words, you are guilty, prove yourself innocent. In Kenya, it is the other way around. I'm innocent until you prove me guilty. And that is a very, very big hurdle for the courts. Very, very big hurdle. And you see some of the thresholds beyond reasonable doubt. It is normally a very big challenge for the courts. In other words, you need almost 99% proof that I killed the XYZ before you can jail me. That it is the threshold is almost you cannot accomplish. And that's why I was saying that our legislators, it's like most people know this. You go there, the next minute you are out on injunction and they keep just stamping. Utadu. And if that goes beyond...
Yeah, let's give Duke a chance to give us his
personally,
perspective.
I think you need to tight tune chapter 6. Mpaka these people don't pattern those rules ya kupenya out and they get away from things which are even very obvious.
All right. Can we give Duke a chance to tell us how...
I'll stop there.
All what Jose is saying is right. However,
Duke, karibu. Jose, mute.
Yes, Osea, what you are saying is true, but we have to talk about institutions. The institutions must have the capacity and they have to be transparent. They have the capacity, they have the mandate, and they have like autonomy. They are able to do that without political curtailment. So that's why we are focusing on building on institutions. For instance, we are talking about anti-corruption, and those individuals who have the mandate, they are corrupt. That the institution itself, maybe, I know in Kenya, if maybe you have a case in court, we have some powerful lawyers who can even go and negotiate how much are you going to pay so that you cannot be imprisoned. So those happens in Kenya. So it's like we want to overhaul the system. However, you are trying to say that maybe it's about yourself. You should actually prove otherwise. So if it happens that way in Kenya, then I think it will be very difficult because you will have false allegations and then you are tainted. It's like when others were saying that if you have been mentioned or if you have a case in court, you should resign or you should not be allowed to contest. But we were talking about what about in situations where individuals just take cases in court because they want to prevent you from maybe contesting. So all comes to building of systems. Actually, I'm the owner. I understand that prevention is better than cure, because I think the best way to solve corruption in Kenya is to prevention measures. For instance, automation of systems. In Kenya, we are too advanced in terms of mobile transfer. If, for instance, we do away with cash money, you are not allowed to deal with cash transactions, regardless of the amount, even if it's tempo. I think we can be able to trace the resources accurately. So here is a case where, for instance, if you talk about the NYS scandal, we know how much was lost. But you are telling me that the intelligence, the institutions, they are unable even to trace 1 cent. They are unable even to bring evidence to court to jail specific individuals. The same applies maybe when you talk about it comes to the scandals of the Kimware, if it's true. Such amount was lost.
You see, Duke, they are not able to trace And personally, I think it is by design. It's not that they are incapable. It is by design, because imagine if I'm the one receiving the loot, and I know that it is Duke who is coming around. Like, I'm sorry to tell you, I know of about 21 counties where anti-corruption went. This anti-corruption authority went there to investigate. You will be shocked as to what happened. The fellows who had gone to investigate themselves needs to be investigated. I don't know whether you understand what I mean.
Yes, I understand.
And that is why it pains me what our county governments do, and how they just loot public funds without. Now the same person comes to be re-elected. You see, you heard Papa saying that the audits should be more regular, and the checks, the investigators. You can actually do that. But if you have a situation whereby the investigators themselves need to be investigated, then there is a big problem.
Yes, actually, in some counties, the auditors and the investigators come and they have to be given money. So if they are given money, they do nothing. The report which they write, it's based on how much they have been given or they have not been given to a large extent. However, I differ with you when it comes about electronic identification. That is when it comes to IEBC. I'm differing with you because you are talking about having an electronic backup or electronic, but you have to know that the electronic systems is based on a program. So if, for instance, a program fails, it means even the backup will not work. It's, for instance, you have a system. Sometimes we have issues maybe with maybe some applications, or even you go to a specific ATMs, they are not working because the system is compromised in a way. So it's not about what's backed up, it's about the systems. Also, even if we have an electronic identification, it's a person who's going to key your ID inside. So if maybe that person is compromised, people can come with IDs and pass, and then they mark the ballots. So it's not that if it's there is a pure electronic identification, then it will not allow for maybe.
You see, Duke, I'm not an IT person, but I know a little enough to tell you that part of the reason, I don't know, you are conversant as to why the server could not be opened in 2017. Now, so long as what you have done it in the server, you are safe, because it will not be lost. It will not be lost. You see, this monkey business they do on hard copies, we'll never see the records. It will never be in the system. And that is why once it has happened, you have a huge challenge tracing where the verification. They are saying that the election must be verifiable. Believe me, if you have to go to those printouts, you cannot verify. But when you say that the system is based on a program, and if the program fails, no, these things are independent. Remember, even the polling stations during the polling day, they are all independent. They are only harmonized and integrated at the time of transmission. So a failure of a KIMS kit here does not mean that your backup KIMS kit will fail. No. The backups are properly guarded and they are actually like independent. The only thing is that whatever change you make there, whatever correction you make there, you can't lose it. And I think that adds a lot of value in the electoral system.
No, but the backup have to be, they are integrated in a way. For instance, if maybe you have a computer and you are checking those who are voted, and then that computer fails, it means if you are bringing the backup, it should also have information of the people who are voted. So there must be a connection between the backup and what is being used. So the backup cannot be completely independent in a way.
You see, the independent systems have the same programs and the same approach. but they are not interlinked. You see, when you are going to the next system as a backup, you are only isolating the file you are dealing with. In other words, if things are to be verified, at least you can trace it somewhere. Not in those hard copies. And if somebody, one of the colluders, one of the clerks colluded, you know, the IEBC systems are very, very intelligent. They will tell you who did what, at what time, and for what reason, who authorized it. You get? The moment you go those hard copies, you lose entirely that. There will be no trace. And that is the problem IEBC were being blamed for having did this and did that. They could not, they had no control. Chebukati had no control on what has happened in which polling station. If they were not integrated with the hard copies. So either way, and in any case, you know, Chebukati has was refusing to say that they'll use hard copies. But if the worst gets to the worst, they will actually still use the hard copies. It's just that you cannot go to the polling station believing that you are going to use manual. No. And when that happens, it has to be diarized, it has to be recorded properly, and everything has to be explained why it went like that.
Jose.
Yes.
How are you?
I'm done with my.
No, I was just saying hi to you because I've been listening to you for almost 2 hours complaining about the IEBC and the register. So let me just play a video here for you.
Na karibu tena mtazamaji, unatazama taarifa za KTN leo. Huenda tume huru ya uchaguzi na mipaka IEBC kalazimika kurejelea utambuaji wa wapiga kura kupitia daftari za sajili maarufu manual voter registers kufuatia rufaa iliyowasilishwa katika mahakama kuu leo na tume ya taifa ya kutetea haki za binadamu na watu wengine 6. Kwenye rufaa hiyo, 7 hao wanasema IEBC iliafikia uamuzi wake kuhamia sajili za dijitali kinyume cha sheria na huenda kuwafungia nje mamilioni ya wapiga kura, kama anavyoarifu mwanahabari wetu Murimi Mwangi.
Ikiandamwa na mapepo ya uchaguzi tata wa mwaka wa 2017 pamoja na uharamishaji wa ushindi wa Rais Uhuru Kenyatta, tume huru ya uchaguzi na mipaka IEBC imetangaza marekebisho kabambe kwenye harakati ya utambuaji wa wapiga kura katika uchaguzi mkuu wa Agosti 9.
The reason why the commission has decided to use a digital register as opposed to physical register is to prevent certain malpractices that were actually there before.
Lakini maamuzi ya IEBC sasa yanakumbana na kizingiti cha kwanza baada ya tume ya taifa ya kutetea haki za kibinadamu na watu wengine 6 kuifikisha IEBC katika mahakama kuu wakiitaka kuregesha mfumo wa madaftari ya usajili. Kwenye rufaa hiyo, walalamishi wanahoji kuwa huenda mamilioni ya Wakenya wakafungiwa nje ya uchaguzi iwapo mitambo ama mashine za IEBC zitafeli wakati wa uchaguzi, wakisema IEBC ingali haijasuluhisha matatizo ya kimitambo iliyokumbana nayo kwenye chaguzi za mwaka wa 2013 na 2017. IEBC ilikuwa imefanya maamuzi ya kufutilia mbali daftari za sajili za wapiga kura, ikilenga kile ilichotaja kuwa matumizi mabaya ya daftari hizo na maafisa walaghai kwenye uchaguzi, waruhusu baadhi ya wapiga kura kushiriki uchaguzi zaidi ya mara moja kwa kuwatambua kidijitali na baadaye kuwatambua kupitia madaftari ya sajili. Aidha, ipo hofu kuwa huenda madaftari hayo yalitumika kuruhusu ushirikishwaji wa wapiga kura wasio halali kwenye uchaguzi kwa kisingizio kuwa hawangetambulika kidijitali. Baadhi ya wataalamu wa masuala ya uchaguzi pia wakihoji huenda madaftari hayo yalitumika na maafisa laghai wa uchaguzi kuzidisha idadi ya waliojitokeza kupiga kura ili kuongezea waniaji wa viti fulani kura, njama ambayo huenda ndiyo iliyozua kizungumkuti katika mahakama ya juu zaidi mwaka wa 2017 kuhusu maeneo ambako waliojitokeza kupiga kura za urais walizidi wale waliopiga kura kwenye chaguzi za nyadhifa zingine kwenye uchaguzi huo. IEBC sasa ikitetea maamuzi yake ya kidijitali kufuatia tetesi za juzi kutoka kwa mrengo wa Azimio la Umoja One Kenya anaouongoza aliyekuwa Waziri Mkuu Raila Odinga.
The fact is the digital register is the same register as what would be on the hard copy register. So the fear that voters will be turned away, that's not true. Nobody will be turned away so long as they have an ID and they are registered.
The previous elections, you have heard of dead dead voters voting. Previous elections, including the 2013 most controversial election, presidential election, we had a minimum of 7 registers, including another one called Green Register. So I support the idea of one register which is in the law, an electronic way of identifying voters.
Kulingana na takwimu za IEBC, jumla ya wapiga kura milioni 2.5 walitambuliwa kupitia madaftari ya sajili kwenye uchaguzi wa 2017. Kizungumkuti kinachoikumba tena IEBC kikiwa hatma ya vituo 1200 vya kupigia kura ambavyo havina mitandao ya 3G na 4G inayohitajika kupeperusha matokeo. IEBC ikipendekeza kutumia mitambo ya satellite kwa shughuli hiyo, na pasi na shaka Chebukati na wenzake watasalia machoni ya Wakenya kwenye juhudi zao kujinasua kutoka kwa mapepo ya uchaguzi tata wa 2017. Murimi Mwangi, KTN News.
Na serikali inashirikiana.
So I don't know if you want to comment on that before.
Oh yes. Let me tell you what's going to happen. IEBC have found a foolproof way of using the electronic register without turning away anybody at all. Now, if you go there that you want to be identified through the manual register, they'll tell you no. Our electronic system is working, so why should we use the manual register? Now, in the event that the first electronic version is having challenges, they have another independent electronic backup, and a third one and a fourth one. Now, in the event that all this fail is when they will go to this thing you call manual. And manual, as Chebukati has told you, is purely the exact printed copy of the electronic register. And as Nani has put it, is it this senator, Mutula? In the past, you could have as many as 7 different registers. Now, the register need to be one. It is the backup in that system up to the 4th one. They are all the same thing. Not that you have a different register this way. You have another one so you call green this in another place. They are all the same register. And the main issue here is to make sure that you have an electronic count of whoever is you are trying to identify. That way will help you in determining, in terms of turnout, you'll have the exact turnout of the people who turned out there. The challenges that they faced during the voting aside, you cannot turn around and see that, oh, in this polling station, there were like 630 registered voters. Only 400 are voted. So you want to do monkey business with the balance. You will not, if it is not captured in the electronic system.
So let me ask you, sir, which one do you have confidence in, the manual or the electronic voters register?
You see, I don't know why this registers. I think if you are listening to Chebukati, it is the same thing.
No, I'm asking you.
The only difference is that the other one is printed.
I know the difference between the printed one and the electronic one. I know the difference. The question I'm asking you is, which one do you feel comfortable having in the upcoming
the one they're using, the electronic one.
The electronic one.
Yeah, the electronic one.
Now,
which is the same as the other one.
Yeah, so it is
only
the same.
That when you use the other one to identify somebody, and you don't go electronic, he will not be captured in the system. So in terms of trying to find out how many people turned out to vote, you will not get that accurately.
Now, there's a video also I saw. I'll find the video and play it for you. The CEO of IEBC said that in case there's a failure in one of the electronics, the KIMS kit, I think they call them the KIMS kit. I don't know if is it the KIMS kit or the BV. I don't know but you know the KIMS kit, right? So he said that if they have a failure, one device fails, what they do is just take out I think the SIM card or something, and then place it in another one. So my question to you is this: do you still have confidence that the second one, that the one that they replace, the failed one, has to be replaced? So the one that comes in to replace the failed one, do you still have confidence that it is tamper-proof? It cannot be, altered?
You see, if you have a conversation with the IEBC officials, especially the IT experts, if they explain to you how that thing is done, you realize that there is no difference. What these people are after is that whatever you do, even if we identify you through another register, it should be traceable. That is what was totally lacking if you use the hard copies. They are not traceable. When Chebukati is sitting at Bomas in Nairobi, he has no way of tracing the number of people who turned up, who voted for who. You see what they are going to do this time around, they are going to reconcile the voters vis-a-vis the people, the ballot papers. The people who walked in to vote must be reconciled so that you know that so many people turned out to vote. So by the end of the day, so many voted for Richard, others for Bob, others for Duke. They should reconcile with the total number of people who brought themselves forward to vote. The moment you deviate from that and go manual, you lose that tracking.
Before I bring Duke in, I don't want you to answer me this question right now. I want you to think about it for a minute.
Okay.
Chebukati said that there was a lot of transfer of voters from one place to another, one region to another. And the KPMG, the consultancy firm, was supposed to clean up the register. Right now, he's given us figures, and he has assured all the voters that the current voter register has been cleaned up. Unfortunately, we do not know who or where these voters have been taken off from, or where they were transferred from, or where they were transferred to, but we still have an assurance that the voter register is clean.
Oh, yes.
So I would want somebody to tell me, with this electronic voter register, how sure are you that the voters that were transferred illegally have not been cleaned from that register? Number two, I want somebody else to tell me if the dead voters have not been taken out of the register. I would want somebody to explain to me how you get to know that without necessarily seeing the hard copy. Duke.
I want you also to imagine this scenario. Maybe the KIMS, if we refer to history, just 2017, around 90% of KIMS kits never worked. They are using the same KIMS kits this time. And now they are going to say that they have to work. And now imagine a scenario where voters have gone to a polling station. Maybe they are lining up, they are like 100, and it's not working, and they cannot use a manual register. Then chaos starts like that. The people will start throwing stones, and we will have chaos even before it has started. Also, the issue of talking about dead maybe voters, even if we have an electronic system, it's a person who's going to identify you. You go with the ID, he enters the ID and says, go and vote. What if that person...
There are biometrics checked as well.
No, biometrics sometimes don't work to a large extent. Actually, biometric almost never worked to a large extent. They are going to use your ID, maybe they enter your ID, you are there. So assume people are coming, and then this person has other people goes, they enter just without being checked. Or sometimes you can assume maybe some people have not come up, and he's told just indicate that they have come, and some people thought like that. So I feel that integrity does not depend on the electronic system or the manual system. Actually, it will be very easy for the electronic system to be compromised to a large extent, because if it's a manual, if you go there, your name is actually like crossed like this, you see? Unless you say they have two booklets, then that's when the issue will come in. I think that's what I can put across.
Okay, Duke, also you've reminded me one thing. I also heard the CEO talking about the manual register, and I agree with you to a certain extent that it doesn't matter whether you have the printed copy, that's the hard copy, or the electronic copy. If cheating is to happen, it can still happen. The CEO said last time what happened is they had people coming in, their ID and the voter register. So they check their ID and cross their name. They go vote. And then they go outside and then come back again. And then they cross the same name, the same name. And one of the reasons why this was not easy to detect is when you have the register and you print that register and put it outside the polling station, it is very easy for the people who live around there. Because let's say a stream has 800 people, I can identify that I have not seen Osea coming in to vote. So if I know where Osea is, I can either come to you and tell you, hey, you need to come to vote, or rather I can also use my ID and collude, work together with the people who are the IEBC officers who are working in that station, the polling officers, to vote a second time, knowing that Osea is not coming, or Osea will not come in to claim that he has not voted and he found his name crossed out. So there are pros and cons of both.
Richard, what I can say is this. You see, one thing Duke need to understand. You see, Duke is saying that biometrics don't work. That's a total lie. You see, what happened earlier on before Richie came, we did talk about this, and I indicated that what happened there was by design. Even going manual was by design, so that these people would do these things. When it comes to tracing, you would not trace. And one of the commissioners there did indicate the challenges they had during the other time, the malpractices. They happen, and the biggest problem is that you can't trace them. Now, the secret about going electronic is that you can do whatever you think you want to do there, but the same way we arrived at Chirchir, we will arrive at you if we want to. So, in other words, it has reduced the number of people who can compromise the system purely upon IEBC. The people who are allowed, the users in that system. Non-users would not. In 2017, people who had nothing to do with it, people who don't even know, they could not even be identified in the polling stations, could do anything they wanted. Those dead voters, where do you think they came about? Now, let me tell you, you see, you are saying that biometrics don't work, but the server will record that somebody tried here an identification which failed. It will be on record somewhere. That is very, very important when you are dealing with voter turnout. Even if you are not identified, you are identified through some other means, there will be a record of that trail of how it happened until the time you are identified.
Osea, I agree with what you're saying, but you also have to understand, for you to realize that there was an attempted breach of somebody wanting to vote twice or something like that using the electronic, you have to identify that from the logs. And that is what, yeah, exactly. And getting the logs, unless somebody launches a complaint and it has to go through the court and all that, there's always that process. You cannot, the IEBC cannot just go and produce the logs and say, this is what we had for poll station number 123. Those are things that will come later if you do an audit.
I agree. I fully agree with you. What you didn't get when I was saying is that there was a multitude of people who committed these irregularities and illegalities during the voting. Now, by doing it the way Chebukati's team is saying, you reduce that. You will only have now possibility, instead of having something like 100%, you reduce it by an entire 70% possibilities of these issues. You see, even the way it is, the electronic way, those things, malpractice can still take place. But reduce the number so low that the people who can commit them, one thing which is brought by this Chebukati approach is that they will be traceable. You can commit the offense, but you will be traced. If the worst come to the worst.
Okay, good. Let me bring in Duke because I want to ask Duke a question here. Duke,
something else I needed to add.
Okay, go ahead.
Let's say when you go even now that you have to go to the manual for whatever reason, according to what Chebukati is planning to do right now, it will be like a recorded matter. It has to be minuted separately that the following had these challenges, and that report must be submitted to Chebukati. That's why Chebukati is saying nobody will be turned away for not voting. But in the event that you have to go the difficult way, which Duke is fearing, it is minuted. So each polling station will have to minute, if at all, there were people who had that challenge and they could not. Not like 2017 when everybody, it was free for all.
Okay.
No.
I want Julia, hold on just a minute. Let me ask Duke a question before I bring in Julia. Duke, I have a question for you. You know, Osea is trying to show us here how it is very hard to actually breach the electronic voter register. But I want to ask Duke a question here. How did the deputy president know that 800,000 voters have been transferred from his strongholds? Because that might actually shed a light on what we are saying.
Also mute.
Number one, I am not the deputy president. However, I'm just supporting him. However, the IEBC has not said the exact number is the exact number which was transferred. There is a differences of figures. It's not that the exact number is put across is what IEBC confirmed. So it means he was not aware of that. However, there is a way which you check. I think that's a way you check online whether you are registered voter or not. So if, for instance, if you voted in 2017 and you have not changed anything, you should be allowed to vote in 2022. That's the system. So if a person who was registered in 2017 tries to check and finds his name is not there, and several people checks on the phone, for instance, if maybe we have 10 people checking and 2 are not registered, then you can use that to come up with approximate percentages of people who have been removed from the register.
Okay, and that should be 800,000.
Hold on,
hold on. And Duke, by saying that, so you are very specific that the deputy president knew that it was 800,000 voters from his strongholds. Because from what I gather, you said that there's a way you can check. Why is it that Raila Odinga did not complain that his voters have been transferred from one place to the other? Why did the deputy president, mention even the figures? Because from what I gather, with the kind of people that he was talking to, I believe he had enough information, because he was talking to the EU. And I believe he had enough information, and he had evidence to prove that 800,000 people. How does somebody who does not work for IEBC, for the IEBC, come out to complain that 800,000 people have been transferred who support him? Julia.
Thanks, Makiadi. Hi, Makiadi. Hi, Duke. Hi, Bob Papa. Hi, Kuseo. Kuseo, today I'm not misquoting you, I promise. Hi, Wangira. Okay, just to pick on what Makiadi and Duke are saying, I'm still wondering, there's a way people are checking, and I'm still nagging my daughter to check. You see, these young people are not interested, Makiadi. I'm still nagging her to find out whether she's still registered. So there's a way you can find out. So did these people from DP Stronghold give him a call and inform him, sir, I'm one of your supporters and I didn't find my name. And when they gave him a call, the number was 800,000. And why didn't Baba's supporters give him a call to tell him? The point Makiadi is driving that it is possible DP has infiltrated the IEBC registers and those people who are working. It is possible. And it is possible that he was trying to do something that may lead to him winning. It is possible. Otherwise, we don't know where he got those records. So that's why we treat him as suspect number one. I just thought I should log in to wade on this debate. I think I heard, you people made something clear to me. I think it's Kuseo and Makiadi about the SIM cards. Now I understand how the digital register is going to work, because they are going to have SIM cards. But Makiadi asked a question that if one digital thing is not working and the SIM card is transferred to another one, how then? I think that is possible because the data is saved in the cloud. I'm not good in technology, but the data is saved in the cloud. Just like if you change your SIM card, Makiadi, you still find your contact numbers. So the data is saved in the cloud. So I think that data doesn't disappear, right, Kuseo? Yes, Kuseo, you want to add that, what I said?
You see, what Richie said is true. There is still some level of malpractice that can take place, but they have been seriously reduced. And remember, I said that in the event of those extreme cases, they are minuted.
Okay, let me go back. Don't go back. Don't give so much details. I was just talking about the SIM card. If the SIM card is transferred from one thing to another, the data is saved in the cloud. You know, when data is in the cloud, it is very hard to manipulate data that is in the cloud. Unless
you can manipulate, but there'll be a trail.
Yes, if you manipulate at your center, you'll be caught.
Yeah.
Because the data is circulating in other data banks. You see, it's circulating data banks. I see something that we do here, Makiadi. A lot, the US good thing, they use a lot of technology in their schools, and even anything you enter about a student, you cannot change it unless you contact the people in charge of the data bank. You can, because it goes round and round and round. So I think that's what is going to happen, that if you want to change something, I mean, it's going to be hard. The other things I think is Duke talking about voter, manual register. People who wanted to, I want to agree with Kuseo. People who said most people who said the digital one, because even me, I use the biometrics to vote. Even I think I didn't have to have my name identified later, because once I used my fingerprints, my name went in that I had voted. But I think majority of people who decided that the biometrics were not working, it was by design to rig. It was by design. So that what Makiadi was saying happens. You go and you find Julia has not turned up today. You come back and you say, cross Julia's name. You see, Makiadi votes again. You find out, but Papa has not come. You know, in the village, we know each other. Si unajua tunajuana. Bob hajapia. You go back, cross his name. You vote for him. You know somebody died last week. You go back, cross their name, vote for them. So this is what I think IEBC is trying to prevent. Those are the things that in the event of a contention, or when we decide to look at now what exactly happened in this election, we can say that Makiadi was in charge of this, was the presiding officer in this polling station. And in this polling station, we had 800 people. And by the time the voting came, 50 people were dead in that polling station, but they still voted. So we will take Makiadi to court. We will arrest him, because how dead 50 people voted, we want to know. You know, those are the things we'll find out. We'll find out. Because with the digital register, you don't have my ID. Even my mama never had my ID. So my mama cannot vote on my behalf. I mean, unless I gave her my ID copy, or my sister. So there's no way they can go use my ID number and pin in my number, because they cannot. Once my number is pinned, another thing, once your number is even if my fingerprint is not working on the biometrics, then they're gonna use my ID number, and once it's fed, it cannot be fed again. So it's going to be a fight against a lot of malpractices. And now I understand, like, I'm trying to be to be a bit, to think like somebody who doesn't have a lot of technology. So actually I don't have, I just have basics. So I think these digital registers are going to work like our phones. Okay, so that if my phone died, my phone dies, I can remove my SIM card and ask Kuse for his phone and still give Duke a call. You see what I'm saying? I can even transact my M-Pesa having removed my SIM card and used Kuse's phone. I think that's how they are going to use. Now, the last thing I would like to say, Duke is saying this is the same gadgets they used. Duke, are you working with IEBC? That it's the same, exactly the same. You know, these things we are saying, this is very wrong and very unfair. That this is the same things they used last 2017 and they failed and they are going to fail again. Are we seriously, all of us here? Anybody working for IEBC here? And I'm here too. Now I'm a counter check. Account the same gadgets they are using that they failed. They are going to bring them back and they are going to fail. That's what I'm saying. You know, me, I belong to that school of thought. Let's give them a chance. Me, my take is Makiadi. My take is, let's go digital.
Okay.
Let us wake up one day, that day. Let's go digital. Let's say in Makiadi's place, the digitals are not working. Let's find out why they are not working. You see, let us not generalize that they will not work. Because when are we going to cross this river? We got to cross it, right, Kuseo?
You see, what I can add on what you are saying is this. I don't know whether you have noticed the confidence in Chebukati. Because he knew what happened. He knew that whatever happened was made to happen. The best way you can deal with this for everybody's sake, so that it's fair to everyone, make sure that, let's say we are in your stronghold. Most of the offenses committed in the strongholds, in your stronghold, by the officials and the agents, which had been bought and designed to commit those offenses. Now, one of the things which I started by telling you here is that the electronic, one of the things it has to capture is turnout. People must physically turn out, and there must be a login that somebody is trying as personally come. That way you cut off all the dead voters. So if they go still doing their monkey business in there, what is going to happen? It will be very easy to trace and try to verify. You will see what exactly happened. How come the number of people who turned out? It is like, you see some of the banks today, they have a way of counting the number of people walking in. So if you walk into a polling station, you are counted. Be rest assured, dead voters would never appear in that count.
And another thing, Kuseo, it will discourage these poor fraudsters. Because, you know, let me say this, I'm Julia. With this kind of sensitivity, and I get anipate kibarua, hey, I won't joke with my life. Nyinyi na kwendeni uko na Raila wenyu na Ruto wenyu, wacha nichunge maisha yangu kwanza, because I don't want to go to jail. You see, with this kind of sensitivity that everybody must, you see, once you use your fingerprints on the you use biometrics, your name is archived. So hii maneno ya kina Kuseo na kina Bob na kina Duke kuniletea ati na kina Makiadi hawako ati we vote for them. I won't joke with my life, because my children need me, so I'll be careful. So many people will be careful. I'm telling you.
You see,
all right, okay,
one last thing,
there are people who have not spoken, and I'll give. Okay,
one last thing.
1 minute.
There is this matter which has gone to court about IEBC that they must accept the voter register. Believe me or not, they are going to say yes. Okay. But they know, but the way they want to conduct the elections, they will never get to a point where they use those manuals.
Okay. Thank you. Two issues that I thought of when Julia was speaking. Julia was talking about, I'll give you a time, Bob, just a minute. Julia, you're talking about biometrics. I thought about if you have a sister, Julia, and your sister knows that you've not voted, you traveled, and she has access to your ID. You go to a polling station with your sister's ID, you try your fingers, they don't work, they identify you as a voter using your sister's ID, and you're allowed to vote. Is that possible? Number two, why does the IEBC have to use biometrics while it's very easy if you take a picture, somebody's picture, and they show up at the polling station? I mean, I don't think I think if the IEBC was serious enough, then they would have moved from biometrics to basically facial recognition. I mean, that's just a suggestion, so that even if you show up,
let me cut you short. Biometrics, you know, when even if you got the CID, use your fingerprints. You know, you can easily get away with my picture. Maybe we are twin sisters, but you cannot get away with my fingerprints. You can get away with my picture. We could be twins, but you cannot get away with my fingerprints, right?
But my argument is this. My argument is this. Because even if you go to the polling station and your biometrics don't work, you will still vote if you have an ID and you are a registered voter.
If you have my ID.
Remember, it will be minuted.
Yes, if you have my ID.
If I have your ID and you are registered there, I'll go there. I can even scrap my fingerprints and go there.
It will be minuted for Chebukati's use. In the effect of verification, it will be minuted. In the past, they were not doing that.
Okay, that's okay, Kuseo. Makiadi, totally agree with you that I'm here. I could give my sister my ID and she can go and vote on my behalf, which will be rare cases, which will be less than 0.1%, 0.000 something.
Okay, Bob Azimio, 1 minute, Duke, 1 minute, then we move on. Karibu.
Mine is that I just want us to move on from this IEBC thing, because I don't know why people are very worried about this process. We have made strides, and my major concern would be when they are transmitting results, and not when we are doing the voting at the polling stations. That is my major concern, because at the polling station, all those gadgets will be offline. There is nobody who can hack offline. And we will any serious candidate would have agents there and to ensure that these nitty-gritty things are done. And with the aid of the gadgets and the manual register, it's very unlikely that people will vote twice. My major concern is during the transmission, because that is where a hacker can come in. But at the polling station, minimal. There's minimal fraud, unless somebody has got an alternative view. That's what I just wanted to say.
Yeah, Duke.
Julia said that in 2017, Kim's kits and other devices which were used failed by design. So it means that individuals organized for that. So why are you assuming that the same individuals can? You are assuming now we are now in heaven. There is no such kind of individuals who are going to try to curtail the process and then they don't work. So also, this is about the dead. The dead people voted. It's false. Actually, as the Pope said, the figures were inflated when they were electronically transferred. That's why they stopped using the electronic transfers and they brought maybe false forms from returning officers. Maybe if the electronic transfer was about 1,000, then they are bringing a false form reading 15,000. And that's what actually why the server was not opened up to today. Also agree with Bob that we will focus more on electronic transmission rather than electronic identification. Also, however, hacking, Bob is trying to say that hacking cannot take place at polling station. It can take actually the network. A person can hack using the network, and actually there is a connection with the National Tallying Center in a way, because I remember in 2017 there were some updates on how many people voted by noon. So it means there must be connection of the devices across Kenya. That's why they were able to give those updates. So that's what I can say.
Okay. Just to answer you on that, you see, the hacking, they will be okay. Maybe it can happen, but it will be almost impossible. Imagine you are working offline, and when you're doing your email, and when you want to do click send, is when you put it online. It is there integrated. So you see, hackers normally require a lot of time to be able to accomplish their job. Now, if I am just clicking in less than some 10 or so seconds to transmit, maybe it can happen, but you can see that the possibility is so much reduced. It's so much reduced. The whole idea, I remember earlier on I said that the rigging, so many multitude of people participated. Right now, you remember when you were asked that how did the DP know that 800 people have been moved this and that with this one? What people are reading between the lines, he has access in the IEBC system, because you can only see it if you are a user in that system. And I remember you answered that you are not the DP, so you don't know. Now, that is it. It's just that it is not so that it is impossible. It's just that the errors are so much reduced. The malpractices will be reduced almost from 70 to just a mere 0.1% or thereabout. And if it is to happen, it has to be by IEBC.
Let me say something. Makiadi, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Julia, I want to give you time to give your submission.
No submission, just to add on what you have said, that hacking can happen, but I want to ask a question. If Kenya Commercial Bank can protect my account from being hacked and my money from being stolen, just one institution, why a government institution that has all the funding cannot protect its systems from hacking unless they want to hack themselves, unless it's the people working with the IEBC? Right, all of us transact. I transact my money from here to KCB. Why I never lose my money? It means systems, institutions can protect themselves from hacking. So hacking can happen, Mr. Duke, but hacking only happen if IEBC is not taking measures, unless IEBC wants to hack itself.
All right, let me play a video here before we go to Wangira. Julia, umekata kupeana submission, but ni sawa tu, you'll get another opportunity.
Now, Azimio la Umoja presidential candidate Raila Odinga is questioning IEBC's decision to disallow use of manual voter registers across the 46,000 polling stations as a complementary mechanism to electronic identification of voters in the August polls. Through his chief legal advisor, Paul Mwangi, Odinga wants Chebukati to explain the rationale of his administrative directive and measures taken to ensure that the electronic voter identification system will not collapse by default or design and deny the electorate an opportunity to exercise their democratic right at the ballot. We begin our broadcast with our very own Francis Ashuri, who reports that Odinga terms Chebukati's directive a dangerous tool in the hands of anarchists.
When he received an audit report on the 2022 voter register, IEBC Chairman Wafula Chebukati maintained that manual voter rolls would not be used in the August 9th polls as a complementary mechanism to electronic identification of voters through the Kenya Integrated Election Management System, Chebukati terming his administrative directive the ultimate solution to electoral malpractices.
As a result of the 2017 election and the post-election evaluation, it was found that most of the malpractices were as a result of the physical register. And we believe that using the digital register will cut down all those malpractices.
A decision that has prompted Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party flag bearer Raila Odinga to pose 7 questions to Chebukati 47 days to the polls. Top among them, Odinga through his chief legal advisor Paul Mwangi questions Chebukati's change of heart after rooting for manual identification of voters and results transmission as a complementary measure in the 2017 general election. According to Odinga, who was in the 2013 and 2017 presidential races, technology failure on the election day is likely. He terms Chebukati's directive risky since it is based on an assumption that the KIMS kits will work seamlessly.
I am wondering, do you have any other redundancy that you have designed in case of failure of technology of that day? I ask this knowing very well that this has happened before.
In case a kit fails, then we can now just be able to replace it with a working kit, and all we need to do is basically just to remove the SD card from the KIMS kit and insert it in the new Kimskit.
In the run-up to the 2017 general election, a 3-judge High Court bench ruled that it was not possible for IEBC to conduct an exclusively electronic poll, a verdict that was upheld by the Court of Appeal. Odinga questioning Chebukati's interpretation of electoral regulations, holding that a complementary equipment does not mean a complementary system of identifying voters and results transmission, as required by the law. Chebukati's decision to buy use of physical copies of the voter register would, according to Odinga, be repealing electoral regulations through administrative directives without the input of stakeholders in the August 9th polls.
And I believe perhaps a date can be set for this conversation before we print the ballot papers so that we can have a further engagement on this.
With recent cases of irregular and abnormal transfer of voters from polling stations without their consent, attributed to errors of omission and commission by some IEBC officials in an audit conducted by KPMG, Odinga is apprehensive that similar infiltration and sabotage could occur on the voter register, leading to a crisis on the polling day. Chebukati promising to convene a session to address issues raised by the stakeholders, even as 7 civil society organizations moved to court to seek orders quashing his directive. The 2022 voter register has 22.1 million Kenyans spread across 46,232 polling stations countrywide. More than 5 million eligible citizens failed to enlist themselves as voters. The register has 11.2 million male and 10.8 million female voters. 8.8 million voters are in the youth category as defined by the Constitution, which is 39.8% of the national voter population. Francis Gashuri.
Karibu Wangira.
Oh, thank you very much, Machiade. How is everybody? Good morning and good evening wherever you are. You know, in the presidential petition number 1, the judges described the IEBC then under Chebukati as a law unto themselves. And I tend to think that nothing much has changed in that regard because Chebukati seems to continue operating as a law unto himself. And this is my reason why I believe that Chebukati could be operating as a law unto himself. Because in this country, we are guided by the Constitution and by the law. And if you go to the Elections Act, of 2012, or Section 44A, Section 44A is very, very clear that we must have a complementary system in the general election. That's very, very clear. It's not negotiable. That's the law, that we must have a complementary system. And so, if Chebukati tells us today that we are only going to rely on the electronic system, then on the electronic voters register, then what is he telling us? Because we don't have a problem with the electronic voter register, but what is the complementary for the electronic voter register? It's not telling us what the complementary is. And again, remember, we are talking about an electronic voter register that has not been published, so we don't know what it is actually. Remember, Chebukati told us that after the close of the registration of new voters that we were 22 million. Then just the other day he was telling us that there were around a million registered voters who were there and procedurally, either through double registration, either by using documentation that were not theirs, the dead voters, and among a number of them. So even before he tells us that whether he has removed the so-called a million, he's still telling us that the voter register still stands at 22 million. So what is he telling us? What happened to 1 million that he was talking about? He has not told us what happened to it. And again, even when we talk about electronic voter register, and I heard my brothers there talk about the biometrics. When we talk about biometrics in terms of the voter register, what are the biometrics? The biometrics in regard to the Kenyan voter register is not my face. It's not my face. The biometrics are my my fingerprints. And so if there are issues, if from the, there are people who registered, for example, I registered in 2012, and I've been in that register since 2012 and I have not changed. So if something happened with my fingerprints between 2012 and today, then what is Chebukati telling us? Is he telling me that because there will be no complementary voter register, I'll not be eligible to vote? Those are some of the questions that we are asking. And again, we are not being told about the reliability. We are not being told about how reliable and stable the internet will be on that particular date. And I want to take you back to 2013. And that was the first time that Kenya invested in technology. And those people who voted in 2013 will tell you that after having invested the billions that we invested in technology in 2013, on the election date that was 2013, virtually all over the country, the technology failed. That people were forced to go back to manual identification. It is on record. That happened in 2013. So what surety is there that such a thing cannot happen, that there can never be technological failure come the 9th of August? And if you're insisting that we must rely on the electronic register, then what happens in case we face a scenario that like the one we faced in 2013, where there was technological failure virtually all over the country? What are you telling us? Will there be an election? And again, there has been a push and pull between the IEBC and the Communication Authority of Kenya over the 1,110 polling centers, which can translate to around 11,110 polling stations that don't have 3G or 4G connectivity. Chebukati is not telling us 46 days to the general election what he's going to do about the 11,110 polling stations that don't have 3G or 4G connectivity. And until last week, it was a pull and push between Communication Authority of Kenya and the IEBC. So I tend to agree with my party leader Raila Odinga that we don't want to take this assurance of electronic register from face value, because at face value, knowing what IEBC is, IEBC, the way it has operated in the last two elections of 2013 and 2017, we cannot bank on any word that they give us as Kenyans, because they are known to tell us A, and when it comes to the day of the elections, we end up having B. So there must be serious assurances here, and that's why I support the civil society organizations that have moved to court, to ensure, to force IEBC that it must have a complementary register, and that complementary register must be a register that we can see, not this register that we're being told that is electronic, which has not been published, which we don't know what it's reading, which we are not sure whether it has been manipulated or not. We must be sure. This time we just want to be sure. Hii si mchezo, we just must be sure of what is happening with this IEBC. Maneno ya one man show in the name of Chebukati, no, and I say no. Let me just leave it at that, because I'm not a technology man. That's my layman perspective of this issue. So if you're a technology man and perhaps you found me to be a too layman, understand that I was just arguing as a layman. But from the history we have in this country of 2013 and going back to what happened in 2017, I cannot be sure with anything that IEBC and especially this man called Chebukati tells me. Let me just leave it at that and allow somebody else to come in. Asante.
Thank you, Mr. Angira. I can see Ndemba is here. Ndemba Karibu. I'll give Stony PK an opportunity, first of all, to give his brief submission, and then we can move on to Ndemba.
Thank you, brothers. Themba, Richie, Omariba, Ndemba, Bob, Papa, Angira, Julia, Nakuseo. I'll begin with the IEBC. If there is anybody that has made Kenyans very tired and they wish that every morning we we wake up, we wish that tusikie imezama, imeenda, somewhere, somehow. You know, those fairy tales we used to read when we were boys. Ile inaamka boom boom, hakuna. The day we would wake up, na tukuta IEBC haiko, I think it would be the best of our time. To me, IEBC is the recipe for chaos in this country called Kenya. It's the worst. It has never been ready, and it will never be ready. As long as we remain Kenyans, and Kenyans, we don't want anything fair. It is in Kenya where we don't want to talk of things like corruption. That word should not exist. It is in Kenya where we don't want to talk of free and fair election. Yeah, hizo vitu mbili hatutaki kuongea. Tunataka kuongea wale watu hawakubalingi kushinda, wale hawakubalingi kura. Wale watu wa kitendawili, tulishinda. And that has been the narrative. Up to today, I hear people saying, we won, you know. And because this guy who leads the brigade that says they won, kuna watu hawakubalingi kushindwa, he was very sure the system will be in place vile walitengeneza. So for him, it was a smooth sail. The mediocrity in IEBC was designed for Ruto to become president. And that's why you see he's mad, and Chebukati also is cornered. He doesn't know what to do. When he comes and reads, he says, oh, now we are going to be electronic. Now, this is terrible. Kenyans should go to the streets. Kenyans should not go to vote because it will be sham. These guys have not given us any proof that anything is going on. How do you tell people at itakuwa sasa electronic when we know what happened, what Wangira has said? How can you tell? Yani ni kama unanipeleka tu kichinjio kuninyonga, and I can see Kenyans, we are being put to slaughter ourselves because it will be shambolic. Utasikia hiyo system itafail saa 2 asubuhi all over the country. I participated directly in 2 elections and I know what happened. Then what do we do? People will start saying, hapana, tukubali tu. Yeah, this system will fail. It failed even at Bomas when they were doing the dry run. It failed. So these guys, they should simply say they are not capable of holding elections. And as Kenyans, we sat there saying, oh, Chebukati is protected by the law. He cannot, the commission is independent. That independent nonsense is really bad. You know, we have gone 48 days to elections. We are not, we are just, you know, he's holding press conferences there that cannot even convince a rat to enter into a trap. You know, the question asked, Baba akiuliza anaambiwa yeye ndio, the biggest question anaulizwa, atakubali akishindwa. How do you keep on asking me ama nitakubali kwanza, and there is no system? You are not telling me system umeweka itatoa elections, what will be counted, what will be voted ndio itatransmitiwa na ndio itakuwa tallied. Assure me that first. Then ask me, je, ikiwa itakuwa hivi, utakubali ukishindwa? But you are running to ask me. Kwa hivyo hata ukikuja asubuhi saa 4 useme nimeshindwa, I'm supposed to say yes, ewala, nimeshindwa. I wish I was back at home. I would mobilize, we riot, tuanze tena, Chebukati must go. Hata afadhali to postpone hii election. Because truly speaking, it is chaos. And that is where Ruto wants to sail through. I come to Mother Karua. Mother Karua is doing very well. In fact, in Laikipia, she held a session unique from any other, and she has set a pace. The way they synced with Indirito, I think that is what Azimio should do. You know, being real, addressing real issues now. Maneno ya Azimio, that now should be shelved a little bit, and get to woo these people who are still doubting. You know, like Laikipia specifically, it was so technical because Ndirito began by, you know, articulating, tying his successes to what Azimio wants to propagate, you know, out of the 10 points. And that is where Mother Karua came in. So the people sat there Some had come maybe to resist, but they were wondering, Allah, Ruto gives an example of what happens when money is not stolen, that when he came in, thugs were there. Out of 100 shillings, there's only 4 shillings that was reaching the county. But when he stopped stealing, 100 bob ikaingia na akadevelop XYZ. So he applied that to the entire country, that Azimio is going to do this and that. And the emphasis now, which is very good on Azimio, is corruption. Number one is corruption. Forget about the 10 points now. Yeah. Corruption should always be the first. To every Azimio person opening his mouth, any leader campaigning now, you should commit to people that you're going to fight corruption. And mother, I counted the times she repeated that word in her trip. I lost count. And I just said, hallelujah, because that is it. You can, unaweza sugarcoat hizo zingine zote, but corruption. Mother amesema, we are committed, we will die fighting corruption. So for me, that central, this time around, mother has put in a very, different gear, and it's the right way to do the remaining days, because people want to hear. You are telling us jobs zitakuja, 6,000 zitakuja. You will activate industry. How about if activate industry and the money inaenda to what will you use to do all that? Lastly, KAJIADO, KK, that one I really didn't follow, but I saw whatever talking things there. I'm not anymore interested in yellow fever. 47 days. I think that is all. KAJIADO, I'm not interested. I stopped following the KAJIADO. Thank you. Koseo has a question for me. Through Makiadi.
Oh, say 1 minute.
I'll start with Wangera, who was concerned about the biometric. I am not sure, but for us, though, when we were doing the registration, it was not one finger. It was not one finger. And then secondly, I'm not so sure whether our faces were part of the biometrics. They even capture your eyes and your eyelids and what have you. I remember our photos were taken. What I'm not sure is whether it was part of the biometrics. But in terms of fingers, so don't worry if you were one finger, it's not having issues. But in any case, as I said earlier, even if you are not identified, the main difference now, the so-called complementary, is also electronic. The reason for that is so that we don't lose track and trail of whatever is happening in any polling station. Remember, the very first thing is to use electronic counting of the number of people walking in as voters to vote, for purposes of reconciling the people who have voted and the turnout. Earlier on, maybe when you were not there, we did say that one of the challenges is that the rigging was contributed by a number of factors. Some were officials, some were agents, some were supporters. By doing electronic, what it means, the only kind of frauds that can take place are the ones by IEBC officials who have user numbers or user IDs in the system. Before that, anybody, that is how the dead voters were voting. Anybody who cannot go into the system could actually contribute in the rigging. Then something else you need to remember. In the event that you are not first identified through biometric, I told you that Chebukati team is going to still use electronic identification as an alternative, the way one of the commissioners explained there. But nevertheless, since the matter has gone to court, they are still going to have that manual register you want, but they will not use it. The reason for that is to make sure that whatever happens is minuted. And the people who have challenges in terms of identification, they are minuted and the report will be sent to Chebukati. So that if a particular polling station, you want to know, you can't afford to have, let's say, 2,000 people having the same problem. If there are one or two, they could be realistic. But nevertheless, they are minuted. So that when it comes to verifying the election, it is easy. What happened in 2017 was not verifiable. Now, to talk to the issue PK was bringing about the demos, that demo was particularly targeted on areas, the sites which have no good connectivity, to demonstrate to the public why IEBC are proposing to use these satellites. Now, somebody did ask during that conference that suppose even the satellite failed, what did the commissioner say? He said, in that case, the returning officers will be forced to move to the nearest polling station where there is coverage. But according to them, that will be almost very, very exceptional. I think that those are my issues.
Thank you so much, Julia. Hey.
Sorry,
let's do 1 minute each. Let's do 1 minute.
Yes.
Okay.
Wangira, you said that the digital registers, you have not seen them. You are not even going to see the manual one. So because you don't work with the IEBC, you will not see either of them. Now, Mr. Stone PK, you want evidence from the IEBC. What evidence do you want? You don't work with the IEBC. They will not allow you to penetrate into their records. Neither me, even not Uhuru Kenyatta, should be allowed. So what other evidence do you want, apart from just having faith in them? I think people, I want to conclude by saying this. These people who are saying we cannot go manual, I mean, we cannot go digital, are so afraid of the digital thing. And the time has come for us to go digital. In fact, you people, you are like a man that refuses to marry because the wife may run away, because another person's wife ran away.
Okay, I want to bring in Demba, but before I bring in Demba, let me play one video here.
The time I saw inspection, I think, of your project, you were the president. Yes. I mean, you. All these guys, Ken, are my friends.
But
they are my friends. The fact that in politics, yes, I think they say they are no permanent friends or permanent enemies. I don't know why this has become a big deal, Ken.
It's a big deal because you took a position, Governor, that you sold to Kenyans.
I'm saying, it is not a big deal. I said to Kenyans, I have only one reason I can give for joining Kenya Kwanza. And that one reason, Ken, is the fact that the DP agreed with me that on my proposal that additional revenue to counties will be based on population and not anything else.
And Kiambu is the second highest.
And second highest.
Yes.
So we were going to get the second highest share. And that would be put in writing. Of course, we have an agreement that we signed. And the agreement was just a general agreement awaiting specifics to be put in the agreement, which unfortunately, until now, they have not been put. So
wait a minute. This agreement with the deputy president on the
one we did at our race course is just a general agreement.
The general one, the specific one.
Some meat was supposed to be put into it.
So that meat has not been put in writing.
No, it has not been put. Why do you look surprised?
I look surprised because I have sat on a table with other people who support Kenya Kwanza, and they say what you talk about with the deputy president is put in writing, and you take a copy home when you conclude the discussion.
When we were having the express train going to Kiambu, you heard them say on live TV that there's nothing called Kenya Kwanza. There's no party called Kenya Kwanza. It is UDA, Jibebe, ANC, etc. It's a marriage to me that appears to have been a marriage of convenience.
Wangira, 30 seconds. 30 seconds in Pati and Demba because I'm running out of time.
Yeah, I'll do it in 30 seconds. One thing, Julia, you know, the goodness with the manual register that we are used to is that, you know, at least we are sure that one day before the general election, that manual register is pinned somewhere at the polling station. That one we are sure that we can even follow to know whether you are there or not. Unlike this electronic one, which we are not very certain on how it works. Secondly, on the second, on my second note, would be that casting of the vote in this country, remains manual, and because the casting of the vote remains manual, you know, casting of the vote in this country remains manual, and because it remains manual, the problem that we have all along had in this country is what we call vote stuffing. So I just want somebody to perhaps my brother Kose there to tell me that how even with the electronic voter register, how will we handle this issue of voter stuffing, vote stuffing? How will you handle it? For example, if the Kim register says that 500 people voted and the votes cast as counted as reading 650, how will you deal with such a situation? Just try to help me.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wangira. I think Osea note that question down because you'll respond to that. And then Bakaribu, I think the only two people that have not spoken are Martin and Black, who have just come in. And so if you do your submission, then you can take over the moderator.
Thank you, and I greet you all. Hope you're well. I will not want to wade into the IEBC thing. My understanding is limited, and I don't want to speculate. My overall thought about it is just rigging takes place in a process, not in one particular thing. So that's all I can say, but I will allow those who want to wade into it to do so. My comments for now will be on the emerging issue, specifically on the video that Makiadi shared. I listened to Kabogo giving his views, according to him, on what's emerging. And that was in the backdrop of what happened when they complained, him and Moses Kuria, on the alleged mistreatment. And they wrote a letter that has not been responded to. While that is expected, and I don't think I trust both of them, I had said here a few days ago that they are better in Kenya Kwanza or Kenya Kwisha than anywhere else, so that they keep Kenya Kwisha busy as much as they can, as opposed to, I had some people suggesting that Kabogo ought to come to Azimio. I don't think so, and that Azimio train has already left the station. Azimio train, especially in central Kenya, there are gubernatorial positions that we've already arrived at who is going to take it. So when we are oiling our, we have just fueled our vehicle, we are already on our way out. When you want to say that someone should come in so that you start negotiating again, I don't think that is prudent at this time. They already laid their bed. They should, lie in it. And if at the point at which they were making decisions, they thought Kenya Kwisha was better than Azimio, I mean, so be it. And when I could hear him, he's a frustrated man. And there are several highlights that came out that I think we need to note. One, that as much as he used some words that were very telling, the politics of deceit and conmanship. If you listen to that, he says that this is a politics of deceit and conmanship, that Kenya Kwisha is using. Far from what the picture we have been given, that the agreement is always ready, and when they're signing it, it has captured everything. That is the impression that Mutua gave us. Kabogo says that the agreement was never specific, and it doesn't say anything. According to him, it was a framework, and the specifics were to be put later. And up to today, in a very frustrated way, he said that has not happened. In his own words, he said the number 2 in Kenya Kwisha has told them that there is no Kenya Kwisha party. There's no KKA party. There's UDA. And we have said here before that there's no Kenya Kwanza party. There's UDA. And that is why everywhere you go, you see yellow. I don't know. That is not something new. I don't know why it took Kabogo that long to understand. It took him to be told by Gachagua that there's no Kenya Kwanza. I don't know why him, having been in politics for a long time, took that long to understand that it is Kenya. There's no Kenya Kwanza alliance. There is UDA and others. And what the deputy president did was stick to his initial agreement, initial position. He was like, all the small parties should fold up and join UDA. And that was his point. So what he did, he brought them on. He gave them some carrot and stick. Told them that you come, I'll give you a better deal. I'm not going to tie you. But then in that particular agreement, he told them you're going to fight for the position. And therefore, it is clear there's no way even Gachagua can talk without the deputy president endorsing what he has said. So fast forward, Kabogo is coming to tell us that he has been conned. He has been, there's politics of deceit and conmanship. I don't think that is something he need to be doing now, crying fall, while he had all the time. He also suggested that they voted for Kindiki, 27 of them. There were 27 votes for Kindiki. There was 3 votes for Gachagua. There was 1 vote for Muturi. And that 1 vote for Muturi was Moses Kuria's vote. So democracy, according to UDA, is that the majority will have their say, but the minority will have their way. If you want to know how UDA is going to govern, see what happens. He called these people, then he told them, can you guys vote for the person you want us to have as the deputy president? Then those people got involved and they voted. The majority voted for one person, but the person that had his way was the one who had the minority of the vote. So what does that tell you about the way UDA is going to rule? It doesn't matter what you people think. Whatever the deputy president or Ruto says goes. So, that's what you call dictatorship. And in effect, if they're telling that Gachagua is a dictator, then in effect, they're saying the deputy president Ruto is a dictator. Because how do you even explain to someone that we have voted, you have told us, let's vote who is going to be the deputy president. Once we have voted, then you are picking the least among the ones who have voted. Actually, the person who was picked was behind 7. Is it 3 times 7 brings 27? So was behind 7 times. So how do you explain how this person qualified? So for me, I find that very interesting. Actually, the more he keeps talking, the more he's exposing to Kenyans the kind of government. And if you look at his voice, and if you body language and the way he's speaking, it tells you something. It tells you that he knows something that people need to. He was worried. In fact, when Muturi posted, they went and they gave him the address down. He asked Muturi, you came with which vehicle? How did you come to Kenya Kwanza? Because you didn't even have a party. DP refused to come with him. The DP party. So he's actually, Muturi, generally what is there, he's there to look for some job, in the event that Kenya Kwanza gets in because he has no political party as a person. Secondly, I want to talk about Kuria. Kuria, I don't think Moses Kuria is genuinely in Kenya Kwanza, because when they came out and they wrote that letter, according to Kabogo, it is Kuria who drafted the letter. And according to Kabogo, it is Kuria who knew what time the meetings were taking place. So when he was asked, is Kuria back to Kenya Kwanza, he said, I cannot talk for him, and I don't know if he's already back there. I doubt if Kuria is in Kenya Kwanza because after writing that letter, definitely I don't think you'd want to trust such a person. So even internally, he's not trusted, and this is why I think he's not trusted. He writes a letter, then the next day he's coming to say that I'm here. Then he posts that, you know, if there's a problem in heaven, hell is not an option. I mean, who can trust such a person? And secondly, Kuria is the one who drafted the letter. The response has not been given. In fact, they have been bashed. Then he now walks and then starts talking like now Kenya Kwisha is going to be in government. I see deceit and conmanship, and I think what he didn't have an option. Kuria has no option. Where is he gonna go? He can't come to Azimio because Azimio is already, the train has left the station. So he's probably chosen to rock the boat from inside. And how does he do that? Immediately he goes back. The next time you see a poster, and the poster that Kuria is bringing out is saying they are going to launch Kiambu Hustlers Fund. And where are they launching it? They are launching it in Karen. I doubt that that has been endorsed, because if you're going to launch Kiambu Hustlers Fund and you're going to launch it in Karen, and UDA has a candidate that has been campaigned for by the deputy president, and you want to launch it at the Hustlers Mansion in Karen, you are going to create a conflict. So the deputy president, or Ruto, is being put in a catch-22. If I allow this Hustlers Fund to be launched in Karen, is Wamatangi going to attend? And what am I going to tell Wamatangi? And which people are going to be coming to Karen at that time? Are you going to bring the UDA colors, or are you going to bring the CC Chama Cha Kazi colors? So he's already creating a dilemma inside there on how to deal with it. And if he brings it there, how are they going to manage that? Now, those are Kenya Kwanza issues. How they are going to manage it, I think. But what we are getting from them, first of all, they have politics of deceit and conmanship, which is emerging so clearly right now. They are being rocked from within. The fact that they're even responding to it, it shows you something. And even coming out so loudly and even insulting Baba the way he does, that is giving Azimio more boga points. Because when you miss in Azimio, whatever, you find that the references that are making to Baba, he's carefully not even responding to Karua, because Karua is giving them a serious beating. Now, finally, Kabogo is trying to push a narrative. Kabogo is trying to push a narrative. He's saying, according to him, he thinks Wajakoya is making headway and headwinds. I want us to go back to, in every political, cycle, there has come someone who seems to excite the other people, who brings something different. There was a time it was Dida. And Dida really excited people. And people are like, I think we need to even think about Dida as a president. There's usually someone who seems to come and excite. Wajakoya may excite the people in town, but where else? Where else has Wajakoya campaigned? I haven't seen Wajakoya in going across the country. Wajakoya going to even the deepest of the places. If you don't have that kind of deep-rooted networking in terms of voting, there's no way you can force a runoff. So I think that's just a kind of propaganda he's trying to push for. He's trying to push for, and maybe that is what they're trying to cook. There's a serious machination, and if we listen carefully, there are people who are imagining that there has to be a rerun. There has to be a rerun. So how do you do that? introduce someone else who is likely to bring those people. I don't think, I mean, to bring the vote to upset the voters for either Baba or Ruto, which I don't think is true. So that is what I wanted to say as far as the debate for today is concerned, and I want to just let it there that I think most of the other issues will comment as we move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Ndemba. I think you can take over from me. I'll take a few minutes break and then I'll be back.
You said who hasn't talked?
You can begin with Martin.
Black came before Martin.
No. Just the way they are. Martin, then Black, then Nyumba.
Okay. Habari ya Mato. Habari ya Black.
Safi sana.
Habari ya Nyumba. Thank you. Martin, your audio iko na shida.
Niko ndani nakusikiza, unajua I'm a calm man nowadays naona uchokozi tu uko nao, lakini Nyumba alikuwa ameinua mkono, so
alikuwa ameinua mkono.
Ni salamu kusalimika.
Haya, Mato, endelea.
Okay. It's nice to see you guys. I haven't been here for a while, unajua, but I always appreciate you guys. Mimi sitakuwa na vitu mingi sana za kusema leo. I'll just go straight to the point. There's kuna kitu moja imenibamba sana, and I'll go off topic kidogo. Mother Karua. I'll say the truth. When Mother Karua came, I wasn't sure about it because I was a Sabina Chege person. But I watched her and I've watched her. And one thing she did today, and I'm going to connect that with Kabogo. Mother Karua, I don't know if you guys watched when she was when she agreed to get a Q&R. Na akaita watu wote mpaka I think the last person ilikuwa a Rasta guy, kijana. Akamwambia sisi hatuna place ya nini tunaweza penda kuwekewa places za mazee za kujibamba, na alimuongelesha kwanza Sheng. But she's taking that. I watched Mother Karua very well, and she's really amenishtua this time. UQR aliita watu mpaka kutoka hapo, and the police ndo walikuwa nakuja na mwambia relax, tuko sawa nini, the police hawakuwa na shida naye. And then after that she went to the Islam dinner ya Waislamu, and I watched it kama amejifunga. This lady has changed everything of what you call Kenyan politics. Amechange kabisa. And if you realize, she doesn't really move along with Baba unless wamepatania mahali they have something. She does, anafanya tu vitu zake, ako huko yeye anaenda anafanya vitu zake. This is a whole new politics, the ones that most of us have been talking about in this, na tumechapiwa hapa, tumegongwa kugongwa until at some point we had to kwanza nyamaza. This lady has made politics be about thinking, reasoning, and talking. And when you hear her talking, I think it's not even Baba, because Baba is on the political kind of way of doing it, but Hash is on another different kind of way of politicking. And that's why I believe the politics that are happening right now, enyewe ni ukweli, ni usiku na mchana. When this show started, I was confused. And even nowadays, I get confused because I'm watching Raila on the other side because I want to have the high politics of Kina Junet Mohammed. But then Mother Karua is doing something here. Kina Joe are doing this. Yani, it's so hard to follow everything with Azimio. very hard. And guys, I'm telling you, this time mimi naogopa mimi. I don't even think 70%. But I also wanted to say, Uhuru Kenyatta, you guys say Uhuru Kenyatta doesn't politic. I don't know if you guys really understood what Uhuru Kenyatta was talking about akipeana lands. Akisema, we need to tusipatie watu tu kwenda kuangalia lands and everything. If you listen to that conversation, ilinishtua. Because Uhuru Kenyatta is politicking silently for Azimio and for kina Martha Karua. Me, I think it's done. I had a call from a very big person today, akaniambia it's done. And then the last one nitasema before sasa niongee, because hizo tu nilikuwa nimeandika. And I heard Alex talk, I've been following. You know, the games are on right now. This is the game. Sasa sasa ndio inaanza kutokea. This is the time that people wanaanza ku-exit. This is the time that people are starting to exit. Saizi, this is when all the cards zilikuwa zimekwa are going to start from now on. That brings me back. Nilikuwa nawaleta kwa Kabogo. Did you watch Kabogo? The uniform walikuwa wamevaa? Have you watched Kabogo when he used to talk when hata wakifanya na kina Miguna and all those things? Kabogo is not somebody that anaendanga to. He's not one of those guys that just come in and just say something that they don't know what they say. Kabogo, I believe Kabogo is coming to Azimio. Hello, can you guys still hear me? Can you guys still hear me?
Endelea kuongea. Kwa nini? Anyway, we wait for him. Black, karibu.
Mjambo wenzangu kwenye panel na wote wenye wanatuangalia wherever you are. I hope mko salama. Kama kawaida, kazi ni kazi. I think it is obvious.
Black bana, usituletee mambo ya kazi ni kazi bwana.
Mute mic bana.
Bob, mbona unataka kuwa unruly na ni jioni karibu kipindi naisha bana?
Sasa yeye akituletea mambo ya kazi ni kazi hapa. We are not in a UDA rally.
Hey, Bob, papa
unanisikia nilipotea?
Bob, heshimu Black. Acha Black aniongeleze. Mimi anaongeleza.
Wewe, nini mbaya bana? Relaxini, wacheni Black aongee. Why have you decided to be hecklers now?
Wewe sikuwa nimeuliza ama nimepotea.
Sasa wewe unajua ukitoweka na hatukusikii unafanya tunakuwa kwa silence and this place does not like silence. You want to finish?
Aki poleni, nilikuwa ni mtu amenipigia simu tu ikaharibika. Poleni. I ask for forgiveness, pole.
Do you want to finish ama you'll finish later?
Wacha nimalize haraka. I was just about done. Please.
Maliza basi.
So I was saying Kabogo is coming back to Azimio, and if you watch what he was wearing, and the other thing, what I also watched with him is that also what he was doing, he had some people that had Martha Karua the other time, Azimio people, a couple of people that we know in there. If you watched, the bodyguard too was it was Azimio guy, but Kabogo, I think that was a decoy, and also the fact that he's doing Martha Karua politics of walking the streets. Guys, honestly, to this one, I was talking to somebody back at home. Nisiwadanganye, hii imeisha ikiwa hivyo. We are going Azimio and it's going to be won so fast. The only problem I have is about Nairobi. I don't know about Nairobi. I'm hearing there's a problem with how we're going to get what's his name, Poli Kapigade, cause Nani, I hear Nani atakuwa poa, and I feel there's a problem there. So that's all I'm saying. Ukambani, we've covered everywhere. Nyingine mnaweza tuambia, but just wanted to say that this Kabogo thing and the defections that are going to happen is gonna be so hard right now to know who's where is gonna be, because the defections now, this last month, this one is where it's all gonna happen, because they've said watu wenye kama like Azimio, they say people will be, they said they will look at how many people in Azimio in one seat, na nani atakubali na nani atakubali. So I think that's a problem that we have on Azimio, in case mtu mmoja kata kukubali. The problem that we are having with Kiambu. So you guys, if you guys can talk about that, I would really appreciate. But ni vizuri kuwa hapa na nyinyi. I know I haven't been here for a long time. And Themba, thank you so much, Richard Makiadi, nyinyi wote. I'm always listening to you guys, man. Thank you.
Asante. Black.
Yeah. Asante tena. Kazi ni kazi. Now moving forward, in regards to KKA in KAJIADO, our president, the fifth incoming, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, had issues in regards to the food security. And among the reasons he mentioned was that in this term which is ending, a huge chunk of it was spent with the government more into the BBI issue, whereby they lost focus on what was a priority to Kenyans and was more into changing the constitutions to benefit a few people. It is well noted that in this BBI, as the caravan was going around the country, CS were involved. A lot of CS, cabinet secretaries, were involved. The time that they could have utilized to be serving Kenyans, they were going around with the caravans singing a song of BBI when they should have been serving Kenyans. By the time that we were having these issues to do with food insecurity, the price of fertilizer had already gone up and the Ukraine war had not even begun. So we cannot put this issue of food insecurity on the Ukraine-Russia war, because ilianza hata kabla hii vita Ukraine and Russia. Now, perhaps the issue we have could be in the way that government was handling this matter. For instance, right now we have a government that has gone ahead and increased the debt ceiling to 10 trillion. Fine. But it is worth noting that the money that is being borrowed now is being borrowed from the local market, is being borrowed locally. Now, when a government borrows locally, inafanya paka wale watu locally wapate shida kupata mikopo. Why? Because banks will be far much more attracted to lending to the government, far much more than lending to people, because it seems far much more secure lending to the government than to lending to the people. And the government is borrowing so heavily from these banks such that the little that is left for the banks to lend to the consumer, such as you, me, and the farmer out there that would have perhaps wanted to get a loan, the loans now end up becoming far much more expensive due to its limitations. So the government in itself, just putting it in a nutshell, has a lot to be blamed for. Now, moving forward to the IEBC, sorry today I'm not feeling so well. Moving forward to the IEBC issue, I think you already know my stand on this. Hussein knows this, Julia knows this. I still don't believe in what IEBC has put forward in regards to the safety of, or rather guarantees of the election being free and fair. Now, up until now, I'm still on the same matter. The 481,711 people that were registered more than once, duplicated. They did not remove them there, but all they said is that these guys will not be able to vote more than once. Fine. But the question I was wondering is, why couldn't they just delete them? Simple as that. Why couldn't they just delete them? Yes, hawawezi vote more than once. It's fine. But mbona msidelete hizi extra records za watu? It's easy as that. If you could delete more than the 200,000 plus dead voters, if Adam is registered twice, why don't you delete that extra registration of Adam? Abaki na moja tu. Mbona useme tu eti kwamba Adam can only vote once, even if amekuwa registered twice, he can only vote. Just delete that extra registry of Adam. Simple as that. This is the question I'm wondering, because if they would have gone far to delete those extra registered accounts of these people, then the numbers will go far much more less than this 22,120,000. Let me just leave it at that, and tuendelea as the program goes on. Thank you.
Demba, allow me just to play very, very short, 2 videos, very short. Then we'll move on from there.
IBEC, Intergovernmental Budget Economic Council. Mwenyekiti wa hiyo council mnajua? Sheria, it is the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Ni kina nani wanakuwa katika hiyo Intergovernmental Budget Council, Economic Council? Chairman, Deputy President, members, all 47 governors, all 47 CECs in charge of finance. CEC ni wale tunaita mawaziri, iko mawaziri wa mashinani. Wote wale wanasimamia mambo ya fedha katika county zote 47. The next, Cabinet Secretary Treasury. The next, Controller of Budget. The next, Commission on Revenue Allocation. Kama kweli tuna haja ya kusaidia mwananchi wa kule chini, huyo tunaita mama boga, huyo tunaita wheelbarrow, sijui imani kitu gani. The place to do that decision is at the IBEC. If we are serious about strengthening devolution in this country, tuache kushinda tukiongea urongo hapa. Sijui hati tu iko mambo iko sijui iko chini wapi. When you are chairing, when you are the one who is chairing that committee, that powerful committee, we should be making this decision for the last 9 years, and you have not done it. Unakuja kutuambia mambo mengine gani hapa? Surely.
If you are borrowing the money to build the standard gauge railway, as we have done, or to expand our road network, as we have done, or to expand our generation and distribution of energy, as we have done, that is investment in the right direction. And that is why even our multilateral development partners agree.
Back to you, Ndemba.
That is what you call politics of deceit and conmanship. And I think let me allow Nyomba and Adams, and then we have an open session kwa sababu wamekuja wajaongea bado. Nyomba.
Asanti Bwana Themba.
kwa kunipatia hii nafasi kuwasalimia wenzangu wanaume wote wenye wako hapa na hata kama akina mama wako background. Salimikeni wote asubuhi. Na kumekucha, kukikucha Themba anajua kazi yangu, so nitaongea kwa kifupi sana. Unaona najua Kiswahili, mimi naongea Kizungu mara nyingi lakini hata Kiswahili naelewa. Sasa acha niongee kwa Kiswahili, lakini ikinishinda nitaenda kwa Kizungu kidogo. On the clip, let me talk in English. The two clips, let me start the one for the National Assembly Speaker. Hiyo ni rika yangu. Muturi, University of Nairobi, nilikuwa nakuja kufanya hiyo naita nini evening revisions pale inaitwa ADD. ADD is Architecture, Design and Development. That's where the department or the faculty was in. And that's the easiest. Other people used to come, even the lawyers, Muturi being among them. Is somebody now, we can't remember each other. Those are many years. But I'm surprised. Rika yangu mimi ni mzee. I think I tried politics a bit in 2012. But if this is politics, I would rather not do it. At my age, I should not be udanganyifu ama kupinduka kama chameleon, you know. There's somebody, I mean, tulikuwa tukisalimiana wakati huo, but we're talking how many years now? Is it almost 40? Yeah. But he used to come ADD, huyu Muturi, ni marika yangu. So I get very bad feeling. At this age, I'm supposed to be guiding the young people, giving them the truth. Kwa nyorosha pale wanaenda kombo, giving them wisdom. Sasa hii kurukaruka unaona ni aina gani? Na mwenzake, lakini kwa kikwetu na Julia yako hapo. Julia, habari yako? Asanti. Kwa kikwetu tunasema mshahara na mkodwa kwa utake. Yeah, thank you, Stone. The people you move with, you share the same character. Kama kwa kizungu ile nasema ya birds, the birds zinafanya nini? Zina flock, sijui nini. Hiyo unajua kizungu sijui sana, but they mean all the same in Kikuyu. And I know other languages they have. And this is there's peer pressure when you are in a certain group. Like now, you see, having been addicted to Mutembei, and I don't know the antidote. I don't know the antidote for this infection of addiction to Mutembei. The one for pro Azimio behave the same, but there's a different people like black. Although he's not more black than I am, you can see him. He's also infected with the kutoka yule mkubwa yao na kuja kina speaker na hata black. But I like black because of his resiliency and his contribution and his actually modesty and his actually composure, you know. And this other friend, nikumbusha anaitwa mgani ule mwingine, I said they have got thick skin. Hawakuji kutukana watu hapa. Their contributions, I like the way they do it. Although in two different worlds, them they are lost. Follow me, wakinifuata ndio wataona njia tunaelekea wapi. Now, so hata hiyo ya Ruto simeona is the same. Thank you Bwana Makiadi. They are the same. Hiyo ya Ruto clip na hiyo ya Muturi, they mean the same thing. These are people who double speak. Na ni sawa kwa politics, but there's some extremities. Kwanza, it is a shame hiyo ya Muturi, you could see a stand and all of a sudden sasa ako huko. And was categorical. In politics, you should not be categorical because you don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. Wacha niwachie hapo. Sasa nimekuja late kidogo, hata sitaongea habari ya nini. Ningeuzia tu hii ya Mother Karua pia because I think somebody requested to be offline kidogo na akakubaliwa ni Bwana Themba. So I'm following. I don't have to ask permission because I'm following the pattern you established. Mwenye ulipea ruhusa aongee, nafikia ni Ndeto, Bwana Ndeto. Hata mimi wacha nifuata hiyo kidogo. Mother Karua, mnakumbuka hapo mbeleni kidogo, a few months ago, Mother Karua alikuwa ameshikana na Moses Kuria, Mwangi Kionjori, and funny enough, tuko na relation kidogo na Mwangi Kionjori, ni distance cousins huko. Sasa ulikuwa unaona Martha Karua, Kionjori, Moses Kuria hapo wanakutana, sijui wanatengeneza kitu kingine naitwa Mountain Group, and you know already the forum Mount Kenya, hii matajiri walikuwa wametengeneza Mount Kenya forum. So these guys, although Martha Karua was among them, she was not doing that for personal gain. The others were doing for personal gain, and now they are frozen. Mwangi Kinjori is frozen. Sorry, nifikisha hapo. Hello. Wote, my dogs are fighting, ndio nasikia zinanisumbua. Wacha niwaachie hapo, I've talked. Let me get out of this. Take care of my dogs. They are fighting. Thank you, Bwana.
Thank you, Nyumba. Adam, karibu.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I wanted to talk before he left, but it's okay. He's a very wise guy. Mr. Nyumba is. I got somebody who know him so well. This guy is impeccable. Mr. Nyumba was just saying that you're an impeccable man. Your wisdom cuts across. I happened to realize today that you went to the University of Nairobi with my uncle, who was the head of the founder of LAPSET, and he just retired. So you're a great man. You're a great man. Anyway, so I'll just go directly to the topic of today, IEBC, and I watched closely how Raila Odinga laid claims about the IEBC register having not been given the manual backup, and he complained through his lawyer, the senior counsel Paul Mwangi, that it is very dangerous to come up with a system whereby the backup for the register is all manual. And I also heard him say that they've twisted the law administratively, which is a fact, because the IEBC, as it is constituted in law, it is by law that they are supposed to have a manual register backup. That is not a story. That is how the law is. They're supposed to be, the voting is supposed to be electronic, but supposed to be backed up by a manual register. That's the law. That's how it is constituted. But according to Chebukati, he twisted this administratively. So that is why Paul Mwangi came to throw in the hot metal inside. But this is what I want to say. Ever since 2012, 17, even 2007, 2012, 2017, up to now, we've always have electoral multipraxis. That is why the likes of Chris Musando disappeared mysteriously, was killed brutally. It was because of this IEBC thing. So I've never doubted Raila Odinga when he start putting question marks. Those 7 questions, I believe, and I bet they should be answered correctly. We may water it down, but those questions need to be answered, because he always complains, and whenever he complains, it always comes to pass. So if it has come to pass 4 times, what about this one? Something needs to be done. I believe that we need to have electronic voter system the way it is, but we need a manual backup just in case. I was watching this show before I got in, and some people were saying inside here that, where is that guy? Jose was one of them. That is impossible to hack. I don't know what you can't hack the system. What are you talking about? Those are theatrics. There is no system which cannot be hacked, my friend. They can hack anything. It can be hacked on election. It can be hacked during transmission. But more dangerously, the voting, the elections are always being hacked on transmission. Voting, we don't have a problem so much, maybe a few percentage. But the bigger percentage where we have problem is during transmission. That is when 2007, when you remember, that is when something called Tarakaniti was created from nowhere. Tarakaniti came from nowhere, where people voted, I don't know, 150%, and it just came in the boom. It was popped there. So it is basically during transmission. I agree with that. But saying that the system cannot be hacked the way it is constituted, I don't know what. I also heard my friend Julia say that the way she was explaining that she normally remit her money from the United States to the KBC bank, it has never been hacked. That's fine. But, you have to interest. How many people are interested in your account? Almost, if there is, then very few people. But this is election. Everybody is interested in this. This is government, forming a government. So the systems can be hacked. Even the system of the United States, the most protected one, the Russians were accused of hacking it. They were accused during the Clinton and versus Trump. They were accused of that, of doing it. So electoral systems have been hacked world over, say even in the West. So these are things which are possible. It can be hacked. So if they come up with the electronic system to back it up, and they can explain it, and I'm very happy with Chebukati. He said he will have a meeting with the stakeholders to explain further and consider some of the things, and they explain further so that people come to a common ground. That is better, because let's not call a spade a spade. William Ruto and his surrogates, the likes of my friend Mr. Black, they know they've lost this one. But they will fight to the end. They are not going to back up. They will fight to the very, there is like a boxer. William Ruto is like that boxer who've been knocked down, the 11 rounds he has lost it, but he's still rising up and throwing those punches. He will fight up to the 12th round. So right now we are at the 11th round, but the likes of blacks are still punching, and they're punching so hard, even though they're tired, but they will punch up to the last minute until the 12th round is done. So even William Ruto himself, having stolen a lot of wealth from Kenya, he can pay people. He can pay those people, and they pay hackers and to hack the system. This man has been just thumping how he'll win this thing, and he knows very well that with the vote he can't win it. So hacking is one of the ways maybe he's preparing himself to how to win it. So we cannot really rule out the story of hacking. The system can be hacked. Actually, as we speak, that is the processes they're doing. That is why Chris Musando died, because he refused to submit his fingerprint, his thumbprint, whatever it is. So we have to check those laws very well. And those questions that Raila Odinga raised, the 7 questions, I believe and I hope, I'm very optimistic that it will be answered accordingly to the satisfaction. But I never doubt Raila Odinga. When Raila say nay or questions the IEBC, the Electoral Department, he has never been wrong. He has never been wrong. He has always been opposed to when he questioned it, but when all settled, it come to be that there is a problem. So when he started questioning this one, I don't doubt him. Something must be done, and it has to be done now in time. Martha Karua, this lady has just is out of the world. I don't know how to describe it. Martha Karua has become somebody that you cannot predict. She has become, nobody can even predict this woman. The way she handled herself today with the Muslims, with the clergy. You know, Muslim people are people who, there's a way in which the Muslims view women. But the way she went to them and she was speaking to them, reasoning, her reasoning ability, the way she carried herself, she just bugged the Muslim. Martha Karua just bugged the Muslim, just like that. It's just gone like that. I mean, I don't know. Rigathi Gachagua cannot go and do that. This woman just went there and just bugged the Muslims like that. She's just like somebody who's seducing a girl, and then somebody has been trying so much, then this guy just appear once and get a woman, a girl, and just boom in the box. So I'm like a 2 box once, boom, he just bagged them. So that's a very good thing, and we echo this woman. I think this woman is God sent. Martha Karua is God sent. And there's a reason for everything, for each and everything that happens under the sun. There must be a reason, and that reason is genuine. And in this case, our reason is Martha Karua. For now, let me pause there, and that is my brief submission. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Adams, for that. Papa, yuko hapo? Papa Bob. Julius, uamshe huyu mtu wako.
Yeye ni jirani wa Koseo, amelala.
Haya, response dakika moja kuzee.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Adams. Adams, I think when you are multitasking, I'm told multitasking normally is done by a certain category of people. You don't seem to belong to that category, because nobody talked here about impossible hacking. No, we didn't. In fact, we were trying to say it is possible. And one of our people, I think in the comment section, did say that, you know what? All these polling stations will be working offline. Technologically, you cannot hack anything which is local, offline. But then we did say, oh, there is a small window when you are doing the transmission. It is like you work on your email, then when you want to set it to send it, click send, you put it online, you send, and that is it. You can see it's a very short time. In fact, what we said was that hacking would be difficult. We didn't say that it is impossible. We said it will be difficult because the systems are integrated and harmonized for that purpose only for a very, very short time. So hackers, we know they normally spend hours and nights figuring out how to do their thing. So as far as that is concerned, hacking is still possible, but it is very, very difficult under the circumstances that Chebukati is proposing. Now, I want to tell you why. I don't know whether you have noticed that Chebukati is coming out, and you can see him now even giving a speech with a smile. He's so confident because he knows what they're after. You have to remember what happened in 2017, as we had said here earlier, for those who are not there. A good number, a good proportion, about 75% of the errors and the, call it the irregularities, they were by design. They were by design. And that is why Chebukati knows if he deals with them, he will put things to light. How does rigging take place? It takes place through politicians. It takes place through agents. It takes place through supporters, hackers, and IEBC itself. If you have all that, then you can imagine the magnitude of the irregularities that you'll end up with through the rigging. Now, if you go electronic, you reduce the irregularities by almost 75%. You'll only have 10% possibility, which is basically the IEBC themselves. Remember, the IEBC, you cannot just log in unless you are a user created on that system. Now, what is Chebukati suggesting? He's suggesting that in the event that you have to go back manual the way Adams is suggesting, it has to be minuted, and the officers guiding you through logging into the system to assist you must be on record. That was completely absent in the previous elections because they were doing them on the printout which Chebukati himself never saw. So the malpractices they were bringing on board were all domiciled in each polling station, and nobody got to know exactly what they were. Now, you have said that according to the law, there must be a manual backup. No, there must be a complementary backup. It can be manual, it can be any other adequate kind of backup. And right now, as we speak, Chebukati is having second backup, third backup, fourth backup. They were all electronic. But given what went to court,
have you read that law? What are you just saying?
I'm saying given what went to court, Chebukati is going to have the manual for purposes of satisfying those who want to see a manual register, but they will not use it. They will not use it. All the identifications which require manual checking, we can still be done, but they will be minuted, remember? And a list of the people who have gone through that process submitted now to Bomas. So each polling station will have the challenges they had and a list of the voters who had that issue submitted there. In 2017, there was none of that. If you look at that, you can then see that Chebukati is going to remain only if there are collusion within IEBC itself. Now, those are the rigging methods that he has to deal with. All the others, politicians, agents, hackers, will all be put aside. So that way, at least the rigging possibilities will be reduced to almost something like 10%.
Now, do you believe that the 7 questions that lawyer Paul Mwangi raised need to be answered?
Yes. And what is happening?
Thank you.
It's not that Baba is not very sad. Baba is leaving no stone unturned. He's cautioning. You remember, I've just said that the IEBC people who are suspected to be colluding with other external fellows are still a worry to most of people. Now, what I think the Azimio is trying to do is that we know you are doing a lot of improvement, but they are not. They are not. It's just a caution, so that they know they are being watched and they are not tried. But the manual register, as some people have gone to court, will be there. But the way they explained, I don't know whether you saw what one of the commissioners explained there. If one Kimskit fails, they still have a more reliable alternative complementary, what they call complementary backup to deal with, which is also electronic. The advantage of going electronic, for one, you cannot cheat about turnout. Remember, by the time you count, you talked about Tarakaniti 150%. This time you will not see it, because whether you vote or not, you are going to be recorded in the system and counted through the electronic version. They will know by the end of the voting how many people actually went in and to vote. Whether you vote, that will now depend on spoiled vote or whatever, and how the ninis are how the voting is distributed. Now, secondly, remember that the agents are also there, and then the idea of having an audit trail. You remember when they couldn't open the server? This time, everything will be captured in the server. Even the other time, 2017, what we were looking for in the server were just half of the irregularities. Most of the ones which took place through the manual system, they were not going to get them. But turnout is very important. If you track it, you are about 25% or 30% done towards a non-rigging, countering non-rigging activities.
And this time around, do you have any idea where the server is hosted?
Adams, hold on. It can be a conversation between you and Kuze. Because kuna mtu ameinua mkono pale. Julia, tafadhali.
Okay, I just want to emphasize what Kuseo is saying. Adams, we didn't say there is no hacking. But my point was, just the way KCB prevents my money from disappearing through hacking, and KCB is just a small institution compared to the government of Kenya and IEBC. IEBC should do the same. If there is be hacking, unless IEBC wants to hack itself, or IEBC will have allowed it. And that is the responsibility on the side of IEBC. So just the way banks struggle to prevent hacking, institutions work so hard to do that, we expect IEBC to do the same. So hacking can be there, but we expect due diligence. We expect them to do what it will take them to prevent this hacking. That's what I'm saying. Another thing, I think it's Wangira was talked about the register, manual register. The manual register is a copy of the digital register. And then he asked that, how do I know that my name is there? I think people have been asked to confirm whether they are appearing in the registers. And I think the registers are going to be put on the polling stations before then, so people can go and counter check. And there's a way you can send your text message. So my take is, it's not good for us to stay here, keep fighting this digital, because I think even the Western world, that's what they have gone to improve efficiency and effectiveness in the way they do stuff in institutions. We can not forever remain there and say that we don't trust our system, so we must still go back and use the manual register to check in. Manual register, just like Demba says, is one of the processes people read, because even dead people voted. Those 98% voter turnout, I don't believe they existed, and 80, I don't believe they existed. So I think first we shall stop that. And then now we can deal with the hacking. So we expect IEBC to stop the hacking. Then, so if something else happens, then we can tell IEBC, you messed this election. You see, we can have a starting point that you messed this election. So, and about the digital stuff failing, let's start. Let's do it and see where they fail. Let's see where did they fail. Let's do something about it. We can't remain there. So even Baba and his complaints, I would rather we look at this thing like we got to start somewhere to improve efficiency. And I think the world has gone digital, and it's only digital that we are improving efficiency, because just like I'm saying, it is so hard to steal my money in KBC. And in KCB, somebody steals my money, it can be traced. Ni nani aliguza hii account? Iliguzwa wapi lini? Ni nini kiliendelea? It can be tracked. It can be tracked all the way, like what happened to this person's account. Even if it takes 1 year, it can still be tracked. You see what I'm saying? But with the manual register, Adams comes and says, decides Julia is not here, ako US, tick, check, tick, Julia may vote. Somebody died yesterday, check, I may vote. You see, we got to start somewhere. That's my take. So all these irregularities, like the hacking can happen. So Kikwetu, I didn't say the hacking cannot happen. But if KCB can prevent my money from being stolen through hacking, then IEBC should up their game too and prevent hacking. That's my take. Asante Demba.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I think we can't exhaust the debate. IEBC got to do its job, and all of us need to do our part. Tuma message, ona kama umeandikwa, umesajiliwa. I mean, encourage people, everyone, to send a message to know if they have wamesajiliwa, kama ni wapiga kura. And of course, the rest we have to keep holding our institutions to check. They say you have to put demands on the systems for it to deliver. So the demands are okay. Kenyans have to keep asking the questions, and we have to keep getting answers from them. So, I mean, this will not stop. IEBC has misbehaved before, and the demands will keep coming. So I want us to start taking our closing remark, and I will give us at least a minute, everybody, so that we can move on. Thank you so much, all those who joined us in the comment section. Gitash Day, All Blacks, Patrick Mushiri. Patrick Mushiri, uza sera yako, wacha kushinda umepiga kelele tu hapo. Kupiga kelele sana haitasaidia sana. Just uza sera, uza mtu wako. You have said that okay, enough. Ushasema kwamba Ruto atashinda. That's okay. Now move on to the next point. You know, and if you're saying that, oh, Azimio mtakaa hapo mpate nani ameshinda, you've said enough of that. So you look for another point. But thank you for coming here to help Mutembe keep making money, because the more you comment there, the more Mutembe makes money out of you. Asante sana kwa kukuja hapa. Kikwetu Ventures, asante. Panda, Barnes, Nyags, Kahugu, Mwirore. Sometimes I wonder why these people of Udaku, you don't go to look for Udaku forums and you make noise there. Ama nyindo wale mmetumwa hii wiki, you are earning from that. Gitash Day, Barnes, Nyags, Panda, DA, it's exhausting explaining this over and over. Imesari. Ketu, it's all yours. Good night. Die unaenda wapi na Makiadi bado yuko hapa? We want to have a truce between you and Makiadi. Hii kutoroka. Makiadi was dropped like a hot potato na Juliet. He was thinking he will go and become a running mate. Even his presidential candidate didn't make it from the first round. So Patrick Savin Orinda, asante. Joy Njoki, asanteni sana. Nikta Nyambane na wengine wote, we really appreciate you coming here and making us share and talk. Asanteni sana sana sana. God bless you. Kindly subscribe to Motembei TV so that we get to reach more people far and wide. And also you keep joining. The show starts every day from 9:30 East African time. You only need 4 things: a working phone, connectivity, something to share, and a willingness to learn. Come, we share, we talk as Kenyans. So subscribe to Motembei TV. And even as you subscribe to Motembei TV, I also have my channel. I usually share it here so that you also subscribe. Tukiendelea kumaliza Temba and Lulu Show. Sitachoka na msichoke jamani, msichoke. Temba and Lulu Show. So endeleeni pale. Asante kwa wale wameweza kusubscribe. Wale bado, wewe ndio tunakungoja. Tafadhali nenda pale, subscribe. If you want to see my daughter and I have a jig, have a dance, go there and subscribe. You will see that. Now, I want to give you each 1 minute so that tumalize now. Dakika moja tafadhali. Usifungue debate tena. Just give a summary. Normally ukipewa dakika moja ya mwisho, don't open it again. Just give a summary of what you've said. Don't go again so wide. Just make it brief. Papa Bob, give it a summary, at least dakika moja.
Yes, Temba, jambo mingi. Now, what I can say is that, the only way to deal with people who intend to steal elections or manipulate the outcome is to come out and vote big. We have the numbers. The other side, I'm glad that number you also watched the Kabogo interview. You heard what Kabogo said, that when he mentioned the Wajakoya in Githurai, he was surprised what the hell is happening. So Wajakoya has eaten up some big chunk of the UDA vote. So I think we are on the right track. We only need to keep on delivering our message as Azimio, stay focused, avoid engaging Mr. 6 months, Mr. Tantrums, and we'll be home and dry. I don't want to go into so much detail about the IBCD and what have you. I think I'll leave it at that and wait for music session. Meanwhile, Julia, you must not leave the studio without my consent. I was accused yesterday of being abandoned. So today you are not to leave the studio without my consent. Thank you.
Okay, Adams, dakika moja.
That's funny. Okay, mine is very simple. I beseech everybody to come in accord and to pay attention, and I beseech IEBC to answer the 7 questions raised by Raila Odinga. Those 7 questions are very, very pivotal and important. I beseech that they answer them accordingly. Azimio is doing good and everything is working on well. The gap between us and them keeps on widening up, and the election is gone. This thing is gone. I just want, until finally, I wish that our country, Kenya, not just during election, how I wish our country, our government could come up with the laws of jailing, not just accusing and taking to court, of jailing people who've been accused of practicing in electoral malpractices, not only at the presidential level, but even at the lower level. Even if you are accused of having tampered or participated in electoral malpractice at the ward level with an MCA elections, you are supposed to be jailed. We are not supposed to be afraid of jailing people. Even if it is 2 years in jail, it will serve a resounding warning to the entire population. That is my final submission, and may God bless all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mato, dakika moja.
For me, I'll just say it'll be easy. I'll count Msando, Yebei, Kienei, and ask my question, why is it there's a pattern of people dying when they're in a certain place? I want you guys to remember, if you guys read, Pablo Escobar became a congressman, wherever he was. John Gotti was almost there. Today, we just found 22 guns in Kilimani with 5,000 bullets. USA, as we speak today, we're talking about January 26th hearing. January 6th hearings where things were happening. Who do we want to, do we really know if these guys are leaders or they are mafias? And why are they related when you find, like, I was watching the Echesa thing, where also there was a gun thing happening at one person's office. Guys, and all the president is telling you guys, everybody is telling you guys, we need at this point to really be careful who we choose. Najua nitagongwa mahali ama nazauliwa hata. But the guy is a criminal enterprise, and we need to really start jailing people, starting with the biggest ones, and that way we start caring of our people. I'm gonna go that route today, and let's, as Kenyans, start thinking why it always happens in one office. I've mentioned Musando, Yebei, Kienei, and there's more to go. So you guys, let's, as in Kenya, start changing and start jailing people and thinking about it, because our Kenya and our kids are dependent onto these elections. If we don't get it, we will never get it. This is it. Thank you.
Stone PK. Stone. Hey, Julia.
Wachana na Stone. Huh? He's just ignoring us. It's okay. So my take is, I didn't want to wade into the politics of today. I just thought we need just to have some hope. We got to start somewhere, fellow Kenyans. I know we don't expect 100% effectiveness. We may not have 100% effectiveness, but I think if IEBC puts structures where we can pin somebody down, I think people will be slow at trying to do these malpractices. My only fear that somebody said here is what happens in the server. I think it's Adams who said that. I want to agree with that. But still, I don't want to allow that fear to walk around with me. I just hope that IEBC will do the right thing this time. And I will urge supporters of Azimio, please come out and vote. Nobody will steal our votes. It is Baba all the way. Na naomba wenye bado wanaogopa wakoka upande wa KKA, naomba mvuke sakafu. Come to the winning side. No need to throw away your vote. Asante Demba.
Thank you, Julia. Kuze.
Well, what I can say in conclusion is that you see Adams, you see the 7 issues that Baba addressed. You heard Chebukati saying that you want to meet the stakeholders and explain why they are doing things the way they have chosen to do it, the way they are. earlier on during these discussions, you realize that there's a time I said that if IEBC was responsible for the 2017 nullification of the elections, I'd asked here in the panel that what punishment did they receive for that wrongdoing? It is like they got away with it. It's like they got away with it. Now, what IEBC have done this time round, they have itemized, since they know everything, all the problems that were there, the so-called irregularities and illegalities, they have them. And that is why, I keep saying that you realize that these days, if you see Chebukati talking about how they want to do things, he sounds very confident. Now, the reason for that is because they want to sell to the so-called stakeholders what they believe is the solution to the problems. And you realize one of the commissioners tried to say there that if you see the malpractices which are leaning on the manual register, you'll be surprised. In fact, nobody, if you are told, you will not insist that let's have the manual register. Now, what you need to know is that they have a backup. People are thinking that once the electronic has failed, everything is a blackout. No, they have like 4 different systems. So it's just that the second option is also electronic. The third is also electronic, the fourth one. But the beauty of it is that whatever you do there, you will not have another chir-chir. Why? Because all those issues which are out of the ordinary, which let's say the first failing from the first electronic system, they will be minuted and they will be recorded and a file created and forwarded to Bomas. So we can ask ourselves, in Nakuru, for example, which polling stations had issues? What issues did they have? Were they minuted? What the problem is? And how are they sorted? If you have that, Chebukati will be very fair when it starts declaring the results. Of course, there are other challenges there was one challenge which was brought up here by
Jose, it was 1 minute.
They were saying that
Jose, thank you. Makiadi.
Okay. Let me say my last point then.
Thank you, Jose. Makiadi, 1 minute.
Okay, mine 1 minute. Let me just do this. I want to finish with this video.
The next conversation that we need to get ourselves into as Kenyans, is it government that is punishing Kenyans, or is it Kenyans, especially business people, punishing us? Let us start begin asking ourselves, even if we were to move VAT to 0% today, is that Matatu guy who has increased your fare from 30 to 50 shillings, is he going to drop the fare back to 30 shillings? That is the next conversation we need to get Kenyans involved in. Because we must be honest enough. We are saying government needs to raise taxes for us to be able to offer the services and goods that we have promised the people of Kenya.
These fellows will never and should never blame Uhuru Kenyatta for the high cost of living. They were part of the government. They are still part of the government. Everything that happened in Kenya, they are the sources of what Kenyans are going through. So when they try to alienate Uhuru Kenyatta and blame him for everything that is going on in Kenya, I think they are being unfair to him, and they are trying to escape from their own fault and making. Thank you, Ndemba.
Okay, thank you so much. Makiadi, tusome constitution.
Okay. It's gonna take a minute before I reach that. So yesterday, I think we read Article 84, no, 83. So today we should be reading Article 84. Okay. Okay. So yesterday we read Article 84. Today we are reading Article 85, which is on the eligibility to stand as an independent candidate. And it says any person is eligible to stand as an independent candidate for election if the person A is not a member of a registered political party and has not been a member for at least 3 months immediately before the date of the election, and B satisfies the requirements of Roman 1, Article 99 1C, I, Roman 1, Roman 2, in the case of a candidate for election to the National Assembly or Senate respectively, or Article 193 1C Roman 2 in the case of a candidate for election to a county assembly.
Thank you. And back to our manifesto, we are talking about investing in the people of Kenya. That's the first part. As Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition recognizes that it is people in their sovereign power that constitute the nation of Kenya. The Azimio commitment is to transform the lives of citizens and to restore their dignity. The policies, programs, and activities of the Azimio government will focus on the needs of the people of Kenya by providing every person equal and equitable access to livelihood opportunities to develop their full potentials, to live in dignity and enjoy shared prosperity. Azimio commits to invest in sustainable programs that takes care of present and future generations. Our commitment is to foster an environment where citizens develop a sense of civic responsibility, mutual respect, shared values, national unity, and patriotism. This calls for a radical change in the way we manage our public affairs. It requires meritocracy, work ethic, discipline, responsibility, accountability, efficiency, respect for rule of law, respect for and prudent use of public resources by all public officers, and the political will to make and enforce difficult decisions. Investing in the people requires a major economic revolution built around economic inclusivity, equity, employment creation, innovation, entrepreneurship, manufacturing, infrastructure development, and lowering of the cost of living and managing public debt. This will be applied in all sectors, including agriculture, livestock, fisheries, blue economy, natural resources development, among others, as envisaged in Vision 2030. So tomorrow we look at the commitment, our commitment to achieve that in terms of investing in the people of Kenya. So there are about 7 commitments that we'll be holding Azimio accountable to. Yeah, so we are looking at investing in the people of Kenya. Tomorrow we look at the commitment. Thank you so much. And since we did the national anthem yesterday, today we do the East African. And Julia, kama kawaida unatuanzia juu, ama unaweza tuimbia yote leo kwa sababu umetupotelea kwa siku 2. So tafadhali leo tunakupatia punishment.
Okay, let me try. Mungu tomba uilinde Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano, viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Viwandani na hata mashambani, tufanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tujenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, na idumu jumuiya yetu. Amen.
Amen. Makiadi, wimbo ni upi leo?
Yaani Julia, hiyo kitu unafaa kuimba chorus baada ya kila stanza, ya?
Yes, that's why I gave up on singing the second time. We used to sing when I was in Kenya, we sang that we sang the national anthem, and then we did three things. We said the loyalty pledge, we sang the national anthem, and then we sang the East African anthem. And I would see my students singing the whole song and the chorus.
So
unfortunately,
East African ID.
I'm just, Julia, do you know, I'm just coming to realize about this East African stuff. I think 2 months ago. I didn't even know about something.
Julia, Kikwetu is seeing a Whitney Houston in you.
Ngoja Papa Bob, ngoja. Makiadi tafadhali, wimbo upo?
Wimbo upo.
Haya, tuende kazi.
Wimbo wenyewe unajulikana, lakini sidhani kama unajulikana kama Misile, MISSILE, ambao umeimbwa na TPOK Jazz, na sana sana ningependa kumtaja Joski Kiambukuta ambaye ndio ambaye aliandika hizi lyrics. Wimbo wenyewe uliachiliwa mwaka wa 1983, 1983. Ulirekodiwa kule Paris, sehemu ambayo wengi wetu tunajua kwamba TPOK Jazz ilikuwa inapenda kwenda kutembea kule na kupiga wimbo wenyewe. So wimbo wenyewe unaenda namna hii, nasema bolingo na pesa nayo ezali yako botelama motema ya mwana moto. Yani bolingo na pesa nayo ni kwamba the love that I gave to you ezali yako botelama, it should be taken care of. Motema ya mwana moto, yani a person's heart, eboya bapasi l'amour. A person's heart hates the problems of love. Sokinga ina lingio, linganga ina sheri. So sokingai na lingio inamaanisha kwamba if I love you, then you should also love me back. Komi pesa tolingana, yani give yourself to me so that we love each other. So komi pesa tolingana wanandeki mia. So inasema give yourself to me so that we love each other. This will lead to tranquility. Bolingo komi konyoko langai, yani the love that you made, the love that you have for me, makes me suffer. Ekomi lokola kokolo.
Is that French? You know what? Which language is it?
It's Lingala. It's Lingala. Oh. Alafu kule kwa chorus inaenda, najua pale kwa chorus Bob Papa unaelewa. Oh mama nakufa. Yeah. Nakufa. I'm dying. Nakufa tu ni kusema tu nakufa tu ile ya kawaida.
Lingala is DRC or where?
Wewe sea uko mbali sana.
So you are so annoying.
Sea uko mbali sana, eh?
Is it DRC where Ruto said they don't have cows?
Ni huko.
Yeah, because wanavaa hizo trousers
so ngoma yenyewe inaanza ding 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 bolingo na pesa nayo ezali ya kubotelama motema ya mwana moto eboya bapasi l'amour sokinga ina lingio.
Where did you learn that?
Sherie komi pesa tolingana wanandeki mia.
Yes.
Where did you learn this?
Namna hiyo ngoma mmeipata?
Namna hiyo. Unasema hiyo ni kama national anthem kwa gari yangu bwana.
Ngoma ndio hiyo sasa, mmeipata nyinyi wenyewe.
I need to ask Kuze.
Papa, I know Papa will sing it, but he doesn't understand the words.
Ndio maana
but I think Makiadi can translate.
That is why Makiadi is here.
Kuze, I need to ask you, which type of music do you listen to?
Not
asking whether I listen to music in the first place.
Kuna jamaa anasema I should just play the song and sing along. Ban Nyags, juzi tulifanya hivyo
I go by what
No, we can't play the
yeah, we can't play like that because watu wa copyright walituwai show moja mzima bana, almost 10 hours.
Hapa ya 10 hours bana.
Adam,
Utaingia
the
maji
person who plays it's called who? The J what?
No, kuze kuna jamaa anasema wewe unasikizanga Tony Nyadundo.
Huyu kuzee hawezi kusikia Tony. Huyu anasikia ule Musa alikuwa anaitwa nani?
Musa Juma.
Niliambia Adam nitafutie mistari. Niliambia Adam nitafutie mistari za Musa Juma. I love that guy.
The music is called who? The J what?
Mimi nasikia zote, hata kuna mtu anaitwa
mwenye anacheza kwa the music in the club is called
Adams.
What?
The one who controls the music.
I know.
It's called.
Well, Themba, I think next time when we finish the show, so I know you normally acknowledge those people are on the comment section, but sometimes you just need to single out the one, the most energetic one. Like now today, there's this guy called Patrick Mushiri. Even though he's negative, but this guy has got a lot of energy in the comment section.
Maybe he's been paid.
This guy is not getting tired, man. It's attacking.
Jana alikuwa anaingilia Julia, leo ameanzana na Themba. Sasa hata
Patrick Mushiri. Kudos.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, you just ignore him. You just ignore Patrick. Patrick,
Patrick is earning his money ata screenshot aseme unaona vile nimewasoboa. In the meantime, Kuze unajua anapenda nyimbo za Mungu. Kuze asikiangi hizi nyimbo za dunia.
No, I go by what the person who plays the music
that is good.
at the club is called.
Let them not. Wasikubadilisha kuse don't allow.
Then Makiadi, you need to play. Makiadi, you need to play for him. Angela Chibalonza is still Lingala but gospel.
Nimeambiwa na Ban Nyags hapo niko na sauti mbovu kabisa ya kuimba. Nakubali Ban. Nakubali. Mimi kusikiza tu. Sauti nakubali ninayo mbovu kabisa. Mwimbaji mwenyewe anayo studio ni Themba peke yake.
Makiadi huyo ni hater, usikubaliane na watu kama hao. Wewe tayari umeunganisha watu wawili hapa, Papa Bob na Julia. Hiyo sauti yako mbovu imeunganisha watu wawili hapa. Papa akosi anataka bado ulete TPOK Jazz kila siku bana.
Mimi
umeleta wimbo ambao utafanya Papa Bob. Unajua kwanza hapo umesema kwamba yani hii mapenzi isiharibike. Ilikuwa message ambao Bob alikuwa anataka ifikie Julia. Unaona umeifikisha kabisa hiyo.
Tunaona kama leo ametia amri, amekaa kwa studio na jana mlimtusi mkanidhalilisha.
Jana tuligonga Papa Bob nikamwambia unaona Mise alikuja akatorosha Julia hakai hapa kabisa sasa.
Hivi karibuni hata nataka mimi mwenyewe ni
how many people can sing Lingala and understand what they mean?
Hata mimi
utamwimbia hivi unafanya mazoezi
anafanya mazoezi sana bana. Nataka nimtolee moja kali kabisa. Akisikia tu namna hii bana, roho yaenda paragasha.
Mnajua bado mnashangaza kusea hapa ati unaimba Lingala na mnaelewa.
Bob, you are in Mombasa. Bob, you are supposed to sing. I think you should be understanding Taarab.
I think we can call that challenge.
And Taarab is very Taarab is really nice. I mean, you listen to Taarab is really
I know.
Really should come from Makiadi. Afuate nyayo.
Na mimi nataka niende hata pale kwa Wadigo hapa nitembelee Wadigo, unajua kule nikishafika kule nitarudi na chemistry yenyewe ambayo nikifanya hiyo inafika kule ugaibuni.
Then I will hold my words.
Julia, which song did you want sang yesterday?
I changed my mind because
the mushrooms,
because nisikia Makiadi hakutaka kuniimbia, alikuwa anasema ati nilitoroka.
Ni gani hiyo wimbo?
Julia, ulisema umeenda kulala. Kumbe ulikuwa unatusikiza bado. You should have stayed in the show basi.
Nilikuwa nasikia, hata juzi nilisikia ukiimba alafu Misi akasema ati you are singing songs za dead people. Siku ile ulikuwa unaimba Kidubi.
No, inafaa Makiadi uibie Julia ile wacha nisimbe hiyo italeta fuja.
So you are really making me. I wanted to sleep. I wanted to send them a message. Nimwambia Themba nataka kulala, nyamazeni. But
anaweza imba ile inaitwa benga.
Alikuwa ameitisha ni Nyambura Nyakupenda, like fish and chips.
Yes. Those are the songs we used to sing. I think we were in high school in Nyambura.
Like fish and chips. Nakupenda kama nyama choma.
Unaona sasa Papa Bob amefika pale alikuwa anataka.
Makiadi, there are some songs which were sung were during the KBC radio in the morning. Every morning you could listen to songs like Amka Kumekucha, Kamata Jembe na uende shamba.
Uvivu ndio adui.
Those were songs.
Ndemba alituchapia karibu album mzima hapa juzi. Hukua.
Tulishaimba hizo tukamaliza.
Hiyo ni Maroon Commandos.
Maroon Commandos, yeah.
But that hiyo wimbo ambayo inasema kwamba ati elimu ndio msingi wa maendeleo. That song cannot make sense right now.
Why it can't make sense? Okay, because
it makes sense.
Are you ravishing education?
It is not relevant
it
right
makes
now.
sense. Elimu bado ni msingi ya maendeleo.
Not true, not to KK, no.
Oh yeah.
Not KK.
He said hakuna wajinga
ati somebody is asking you to sing for me Stella. I can't be Stella. Why is it?
Ya nani ya Julia ingekuwa ya kwamba msichana mrembo kama wewe.
Now
you know why kinakufanya usiolewe.
Themba, you know why now I
nayo ya kutosha. Na hata ng'ambo umeenda ukarudi. Oh,
now you see why I Now you see why I sleep early, because this akina Selina wanalala mapema, and then
hata mimi nilitaka nikuoe, ukaniacha eti sina masomo.
Who is the composer? Who is the composer?
I think it was Daudi Kabaka, right?
Daudi Kabaka, eh?
Daudi Kabaka.
And who sang Embedodo? Embedodo.
Them mushrooms. Them mushrooms.
No,
them mushrooms.
Somewhere in the coast.
Them mushrooms.
Okay.
I love those songs of them mushrooms. Embedodo.
Hii ya ng'ambo, Temba, you should sing it to the completion.
Embedodo.
Hii ya kuenda ng'ambo na kurudi.
Julius, thank you. Wananionea Julius Papa, asante sana. Umepotea sana. Please kujanga hapa. Unanipea support.
Na amesema niimbe sana hiyo.
Ati nimefika USA.
Mrembo kama Audi Jones. Msichana mrembo kama wewe. Ni kitu gani kinakufanya usiolewe? Elimu unayo ya kutosha, na hata ng'ambo umeenda ukarudi. Oh baby, miaka yaenda mbio sana, sura yako
it's full of message. That song is full of message.
Ukaniacha eti sina masomo. Ona watoto wa nyuma yako wameolewa, wamekuacha ukihangaika.
Julius, come here. I need
that was a true story, isn't it?
What true story?
It's a life story, yeah.
It is a true story and a message to somebody who disappeared overseas
Kikwetu Ventures anasema sing ajali ina kweli ajali haikigiki.
I love this. Chombo imara chenye dhamana
Ingerezani
kiringuruma likoni.
Hiyo ilikuwa about Titanic.
It was a very sad song. That one was a very sad one.
Julia.
It was about Titanic.
Julia.
Yeah.
Julia is absent.
Yeah, Julia. I'm asking
Yes.
do you know what type of that music inaitwa nini?
Sijui ni ya coast. Inaitwaje?
Inaitwa bango. Sasa mimi nataka wakati utakuja hapa pwani nikupeleke bango. Mzengala mwenyewe, kwa mzee mmoja anaitwa Mzengala mwenyewe.
Bob, pay attention. Pay attention.
Yes.
Mimi I cannot do multipartism.
No, ulienda
Awino Rapema anasema
utaenda Uingereza na utarudi.
Ndege wangu wa tamani, ndege ulokwisha mari, sasa wataka nini? Waleta watu wawili, waloleta uramali, sasa tuko mbali mbali. Mama zoea, mama zoea, ulimwengu sasa ni
Hey, Mr. Odigi, Ananita Nini. Now you know I'm going to be sleeping early.
Those are
the country fought for multi-party. How can you say that we will go back to one party?
Yes,
One party.
defending multipartism.
This country
What do you
fought
mean?
for multi-party.
Sasa kama wewe uko na multiparty ama uko na mpango ya kwanza.
Many lives were lost, Papa. For multi-party.
What is wrong with you?
Aliniandikia nifike Jumamosi.
Nimeambia Bob. This message was for Bob. Kwamba speti multipartism na kuse bado hajapata. Yani kuse, why you are slow learner?
Lakini
kuse anatumia ile ya kitambo ile ya kuweka atumii da.
Lakini Julia.
Yes,
unajua hapa pwani sisi tuwasema ya kwamba ya Mungu ni mengi, ya kuku ndio mayai. Kwa hivyo nothing is impossible.
Taxi driver. Unasikia Rapema anataka taxi driver. Nilipromisia gari nzuri. Ikawa lazima nitachelewa. Kifungu cha kwanza, taxi driver nikomboleshe gari niende Nakuru nikamwoneana, aliniandikia nifike Jumamosi, nami siwezi kuvunja promisi.
Mimi niko na request Makiadi. Mimi niko na request ya Samangwana Maria Table. Hiyo ni special, hiyo kabisa, hiyo kesho hiyo iwe special kabisa.
Moriasa anasema mtoto singuo utaomba mtu. Mtoto singuo utaomba mtu mama. Masikini mipina wangu we, ilikosa wangu we, inalia sana.
Mtoto singuo.
Kuseo, you given up on these people. Kuseo, I always give up on them too. I feel you, Kuseo.
Wacheni na Kuseo ndo pumzika. Unajua Kuseo ameanza kulia kuongea mambo ya IEBC tangu saa 7. Tutaonana kesho ndugu mpendwa. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, bye.
Yeah, I feel you.
IEBC. He's complaining about IEBC kuanzia saa 7.
Watu wa multiparty kwa manyumba zao.
Sasa kuna ambayo sasa vijana wa sasa ambao pia inaweza saidia Papa Bob kuimbia Julia. Hii kuna jamaa anaitwa Ed Sheeran. Kuna ameimba mtamu sana ambao unaweza saidia sana. Bob ameenda wapi Papa?
Bob, see, I wonder what he's doing. Sometimes I wonder.
Ed Sheeran ameimba wimbo mzuri sana unaitwa Thinking Out Loud. So ukitafuta kwa nini utapata wimbo mzuri unadedicatea Julia. When your legs
mimi nimeshamwambia Makiadi kesho aweke Samangwana Maria Tembo.
Skiza. When your legs don't work like they used to before, and they can't sweep you off of your feet. When your mouth still remember the taste of my love, will your eyes still smile from your cheeks? And darling, I will be loving you till we are 70.
Lakini Demba, from the way you are singing, inakaa udanganya wasichana wengi sana.
Si wote wanadanganya na muziki.
Wajua tukiwa high school back in the day Julia, unaandikia msichana barua alafu unamwandikia dedication hapo song nyingine hapo, watu kama Themba hao walikuwa
and the only sad thing about you Adams, kwanza wewe ni Mjaluo, ulikuwa unaandikia wasichana wangapi the same letter?
Wengi sana, sikatai. Wengi. Barua tumepokea mingi sana. You know, there was no phone call. That was just letters.
So I think Yufin is agreeing with me. Yufin, thank you so much. No more multipartyism. Wanyu wenye nataka ku practice multiparty kwa nyumba zao. We have nothing to do with them.
Barua yako nimeshaipata sheria. Unakumbuka wimbo?
Hiyo wimbo sasa Adams nani anaitwa Papa Bob anaambia Julia, barua yako nimekwishaipata. Barua yako tupendane wawili.
So I want to send all of you
tutesa watatu tabu. Oh mama.
I want to advise you. Julia, before you go away, I want to advise you that
she's gone. Umeachwa tena. Bob Papa, wewe umeanguka mtihani.
Nyinyi unajua mnaingilia sana. Hamunisikilii vizuri bwana.
You must have swept her.
Yufin anakuwa anamchochea na yeye ajui, aulize Awino Rapiamo utamu wa fifth floor ndio atajua.
But I think we need to be fair. We need to be fair next time, because you know, when we close the show with these songs, did you realize that everybody's together but Uze is not getting it? So we need to maybe give him a chance to propose a song.
He's never been here when you're closing.
This is the first time Jose has been here when we are closing the show, so we'll excuse him for today.
When you are closing, they don't get the gist. Wanafikiria tu ni mpaka mwisho. Unasikia nani Kikwetu Ventures anasema he'll report you all to Bernard.
Vinakwambia aulize Awino Rapemo ndio anajua utamu wa fifth floor. Unajua sasa hii hakuna mambo ya watoto nini, ni raha tupu tu bwana.
Raha jitu mwenyewe. Enda kwa Baba Bob Papa, enda hapa kwa comment section jichukulie mmoja hapo, namuona hapo ananiuliza.
Black anasema Samba Mapala, duniani tunapita.
Yes.
Ndio Samba Mapangala.
Dunia kuna ile dunia tunapita na ile kama unipendi uniambie.
Hiyo mapenzi ya simu mapenzi ya simu sitaweza kama unipendi uniambie.
Nimetuma wakusalimie, barua pia nimetuma usome. Marina. Mapenzi
sio kitu kipya duniani, kilianza na Adamu na Hawa.
Wajua Bob, kama Bob, if you are kama uligrow na you are very lucky, mlikuwa na ile radio ya Panasonic ile, and it was playing when you must have had so many songs. That is, I think Themba must have grown up, babake alikuwa na hiyo radio. Hiyo Panasonic ilikuwa na jina hizo. Sio Themba,
niko napaka cassette.
Hiyo Panasonic.
Mimi niko na cassette.
I used to sing in a band. I used to sing in a band in Kenya. So and Adams, you know, I'm an MC. So you see, you have to know across, you know, katika pilka za ku
hapa kule.
Lazima ujue nyimbo, unapata
na Ndemba lazima ukuje kutuambia uko flow gani. Unajua tunaweza kuwa overestimate.
Mimi niko fourth floor.
And then you need a guitar. You need to know how to play the guitar. Guitar is a good thing.
Yufi Motieno nimesikia next time tutawapeleka kwa beach. And then kwa channel yetu mapatia road trip ya Texas.
Huyu Yufi Motieno anafaa andikiwe barua, by the way.
Unajua Adams jitetee tu vizuri, si anafaa andikiwe, sema tu vizuri.
Sina sanduku la posta, lazima uwe na sanduku la posta lake ndio umwandike.
Mombasa siendi tena.
Mombasa siendi tena.
Kama jengo badazima.
Ni majengo tu siendi tena.
Una dogo wengi. Oya nitume vema. Niwe chama wa daima.
Hey, Demba wewe ni mkorofi sana. Wallahi mkorofi kabisa. Hizo dalili za mkorofi.
Ebu Demba tupigie kasi.
Mimi niko fourth floor, wale ambao wamekuwa kifikiria niko third floor ama sijui wapi. Mimi niko fourth floor.
Hebu tupigie stanza moja ya ule wimbo wa Mama We Jirani, ile ya Lifty.
Mama we jirani, mama toto, lipi niliyokupa imekuwa ni maneno mama. Wenda leta wivu kwa mke wangu, lifti ya gari niliyokupa mtaani Kariako imekuwa mi maneno.
Ukaenda mbio kwa mke wangu, mimi ninakutaka.
Ulizonipa yote yajulikane, nia yako
nionekane hapa mtaani Kariako, niye mbaya mbona mengine ukuyasema ama inaruka, nimeruka.
Uko sawa?
Nia yako nionekane hapa mtaani Kariako, niye mbaya
Mama,
you guys are busy singing. Have you realized that there is somebody who has confused Stone PK seriously? Stone PK ni nini amepewa bwana?
Bob, Julia jalala. Julia amesema anacheka yake yote hapo nje.
Unajua lazima ahakikishe ya kwamba I have left the studio safely. Nisije nikavamiwa.
Haya basi. Sasa nyinyi asanteni sana, tumewapatia request. Nafikiri tumejaribu Makiadi, at least zile request zimekuja.
Umejaribu sana. Makosa ni kwamba Wino Rapemo alikosa our main section ya nini ya wimbo leo, lakini
alikosa main section, alipitwa na wimbo ambao ulitoa leo
alipitwa, lakini ni sawa tu. Wimbo wenyewe unajulikana kama Misile, kama unaujua, umecharazwa na Joski Kiambukuta pale katika bendi ya TPOK Jazz. So enda ukausikiza. Huo ndio wimbo wetu wa siku ya leo.
Wimbo wa siku ya leo ndio hiyo TPOK Jazz Wino Rapemo, ndio ulikuwa wimbo ambao hizi zingine ni request za watu tu wanapiga nini hapo tu tuna nini, lakini the most important one ilichezwa leo hapo. Na Adams amesema kesho anakuja na wimbo wa anaitwa nani ule Musa Juma. So
Musa Juma unaleta wimbo gani Adams? Unaleta wimbo gani wa Musa Juma?
Unasema kwenda anasema MP mapenzi
ile ulisema
napenda wimbo mmoja unajulikana kama
Duniani kuna mengi. Sawa na mandhari. Kuna papa na nyangumi tena wale watari. Hawapendi kuiona meli yetu baharini. Watafanya kila njia waifupisha safari.
Mimi nakwambia iko shida. Hao akina dada wetu kuwapenda ni shida. Manake sasa naona hapa Julia anatishia kwamba boosting anaweza kunidonate. Lakini ajui mimi ni fisi namba moja bana. Tabu tupu hapa mimi nakwambia.
wale fisi wa fifth floor wana meno kweli? Swali nimeuliza jirani yangu. Nimeulizia jirani yangu mimi. Si mimi nataka kujua.
Wajua Makiadi wajua huko sehemu za Nyanza, there are some people with in a religion called Legio Maria. Wanatolewa meno, wanangolewa meno sasa chini. So mtu anaweza kaa kwa fifth na unafikiri hana meno, kumbe anauma. Ni mtu anauma. Huyu anauma mbaya sana.
Ngoja bwana, Makiadi is underestimating fifth floor.
Nimeelezewa ukipanda gorofa ya 5 hata meno hautakuwa nayo kwa mdomo. Hao ndio watu ambaye Samba Mapangala alisema wavunje mifupa kama bado meno iko, wakakataa kusikia.
Hiyo pia ni song nyingine. Vunja mifupa bwana,
vunja mifupa kama bado meno iko. Vunja mifupa kama bado meno iko. Utakuja leo kisha
poteza muda wako.
Ananivunja meno kama mifupa bado iko.
Utakuja leo kisha poteza muda wako.
You know that song you have to very careful to understand what it means.
Unasikia Wino Rapemo anasema unajua life begins at 40. So kifika 4th floor ndio sasa life imeanza. Sasa watu wa 4th floor ndio sasa life inaanza.
Wino Rapemo anasema yeye yuko tender na yuko 5th floor.
Yes, exactly. Hapo ndio mambo iko kabisa. Hakuna mambo ya kufikiria pampas na nini, istare tupu. Dance yenyewe ni ile, unajua dance yenyewe ni ile tu, ile bila jasho, sio ya kuvunja mifupa ovyo ovyo, pole tu wapinduka mdogo bwana.
So Makiadi umesema life begins at 40.
Mimi nilianza mapema sana bwana.
So mimi kwa hivyo life yangu ijaanza ama mnasema.
Hujagonga 40 Adams?
I'm almost there. Nishaiguza hivi.
Utakuja tu.
Wewe bado hujaanza life bwana. Wewe bado
maisha bwana.
Karibu naanza sasa life.
I'm just there, like I'm almost there.
Ukigusa 40 sasa ndio unajuanga sasa umeanza kuishi.
wanasema ukifika 40 you have no worries. Unajua, whatever mistakes you made, you live with them. There are no new discoveries.
That is Michael kijana wa Malwa.
Hebu Ndemba, sijui kama ushaiona video za Awino Rapemo, anasema tucheki video zake. Ni zipi yako? Uko na YouTube channel? Hebu tuandikie hapo.
You have YouTube channel, Awino? I mean, tell us
tuandikie.
And we also subscribe.
Tuandikie tuangalie hizo.
Yeah, tuandikie hapo so that we can go check it out. Anyway, thank you so much. I mean, it's always good to finish in a high. Tumemaliza in a high note. We are here to just have fun. Yes, Makadi.
Ngoja tu dakika moja Awino watuandike hiyo YouTube channel yake hapo.
Yeah.
Tuende tukaicheck it out. Najua amesema
Julia anajaribu kulala na sisi tunapiga kelele.
Julia kama umelala una switch unazima studio.
Zima studio lale. Wacha kukua.
Ndio Awino Rapemo gospel songs ni gospel songs amesema hapo.
Oh, okay. YouTube, yeah, we'll go check and subscribe. Ziko kwa YouTube channel yako, right?
Yeah, we're gonna promote you.
Let me check it out right now, and then we see Awino Rapemo anaimba nyimbo za naimba gospel songs na unatusumbua hapa na Lingala
kila wakati. Kwanza yeye ndiye anazijua sana.
Na labda ni za Kijaluo.
Yeah, nimemuona. Hebu niangalie. Okay. Nakuona. Hizi nitasikiza sasa.
Uko sana kabisa hapa. Hata nimesubscribe. Endeni hapo kwa channel ya Rapemo msubscribe. Mkisubscribe kwa yangu pia Themba and Lulu Show, subscribe kwa Rapemo pia. Kuna gospel nini hapo.
PK alipitwa lakini sawa. PK tumeona uko very busy.
Nimepata.
Ni sawa.
Tumemaliza show ukiongea kwa simu lakini hakuna kitu umekosa.
Ni sawa, watu wa nyumbani walikuwa wamepiga singe wakata.
Wamekuambia ground iko aje?
Ground iko poa mbovu, kuna mtu karibu ajinyonge saa hii. The truth of the matter is hata anajaribu kuona the way atakoroga hii kitu. Unajua sasa kitumbua kimeingia mchanga bana.
I know.
Yeah, the guys, it is all everywhere else. Ameambiwa kwisha. Even his intelligence. Mpaka even nani anaitwa Murkomen. Murkomen admitting. Murkomen marries from Nyeri. Ameoa huko.
Okay.
Yeah, his wife is walioana akiwa college. Walitokana na college. So he knows the truth. Na anaendanga huko kwa in-laws. Anaambiwa tu hii kitu ampati. So they are just hanging in there because they started it.
I know.
Can't jump out.
Awino Rapemo nimeona hii umeimba inaitwa Faith in God. Muziki bila jasho. Sasa next time ukikuja hapa tutakupigia hiyo ya Franco tena. Tunataka hata
nipigia wimbo za gospel peke yake. Mbona Awino Rapemo anatusumbua hapa na nini? Badala aseme tumtafutie gospel. Uliniumba nikuabudu. Wimbo kama hizo. Yeah, but it's okay. We kindly go and subscribe to Awino Rapemo's channel and support her. Let's support each other. Thank you so much. I think wacha tumalize tukapumzike. Hata Roba ameenda sasa, wanataka kulala. Tones, are you telling a lie? This early morning, Aki wa Kenya. No, it's not a lie. Mushiri, wacha catch feelings. It's very early in the morning in Kenya. Relax. Amka, enda, jenga inchi. Thank you so much, Makiadi, Stone PK, and also Adams. I think we can see you again, Kesho, God willing.
All right. Yeah, it's already Thursday from my end. It's 12:06.
Yeah. 12:06.